Aleppo, Syria. My first wish is to see this plague of mankind, war, banished from the earth. If the world is on all four wheels and nothing is burning, you'll never hear from guys like me. But let's face it, when's the last time that was true? Al Munzel Cafe, Zohir Ibn Abi Salma, Syria. So they dragged me out of the back of an Iveco LMV that smelled of dog piss and human blood. Even with a black bag over my head, my eyes were watering. Can't begin to imagine how the 4 soldiers who nabbed me dealt with it. Maybe psychopaths don't care about smelly cars. Or, then again, maybe they do. Psychologically speaking, I'm a bit of a freak show myself, and it bothered me. Be kind of funny if I was crazier than a bunch of henchmen working for President Assad. Musings of a guy about to be tortured and killed. My hands were zip-cuffed behind my back. The beating they gave me was, I can assume, just a sort of greeting. Welcome to Syria, that kind of thing. I heard them open a heavy door and then heard it slam shut behind. Heavy locks and the dull thud of a crossbar being dropped into place. I stumbled along with 2 of them holding me under the armpits. Counting my steps, numbering the hallways and turns. Down 1 flight, 2, 3. Deep under somewhere. The place smelled a lot better than the vehicle, except for one place where there was a heavy, rancid stink. It wasn't a dead smell, not exactly, not like a corpse. It was more of a gangrene stench, and I wondered if maybe some injured prisoner was locked up, rotting in the fetid darkness. But we moved on, and soon I could smell more wholesome things. Wheat flour, lentils, figs, and coffee. A lot of coffee. Smelled good, and I could use a cup and a nice pastry. Maybe a namora with some nuts on top. Yum. Another door opened. Creaky hinges. De Hunak, said a voice. Male, middle-aged, and authoritative, speaking Syrian Arabic. De fi al-kursi. They did as they were told and put me in a chair. There was a whisk of a knife to remove the plastic cuffs, and then a metallic clink as steel cuffs were snapped too tightly around my wrists, threaded through the back slats of the chair. They were being very careful. Then the same voice said, Kale al-Gata, take off the hood, which they did. In any hostage situation, it is generally not a good sign when they let you see their faces. It does not, as the saying goes, bode well. One is expected to be filled with a reasonable amount of dread. No problem then. I was sweating heavy caliber bullets, and I'm pretty sure my sphincter was never going to unclench, ever, even if I lived through this. I blinked my eyes clear. They had me in a small storeroom that was stripped of everything except shelves, the chair on which I sat, and a wooden table on which were the kind of items you never want to see outside of a horror movie. They were laid out to impress me, from the scalpels all the way to the bone saw. Eloquent. And, weirdly, a bottle of Diet Coke. The middle-aged man stood with his back to me. He was average height, slim, wore khakis and a white shirt. I watched him remove a blue sports coat, shake some cellar dust from it, and hand it to a guard. His shoes were highly polished, and his watch was expensive. A Tag Heuer Monaco that had to run 40 grand. A lot of watch for a guy who was supposed to be a civil servant. But, let's face it, corruption came with perks. Kind of the point. The 4 men who brought me here were dressed in clothes so obviously nondescript they might as well have worn uniforms. Jeans, dress shirts, sneakers. They moved like military, so they weren't fooling anyone. The middle-aged guy spent a few moments arranging the instruments on the table, straightening them, picking one or another up to examine as if they were items at a juried craft fair, and he was a discerning buyer. It was all a bit of theater, psychodrama, to unnerve whoever might be cuffed to that chair. I doubted I was the first person to attend this show. Turn around. I willed him to get on with it. Turn around and let me see those baby blue eyes. Hoping they would be blue eyes, just like I was hoping there would be a white streak in his mustache, if, in fact, he had a mustache. Turn around, bright eyes. And now I had the damn Bonnie Tyler song playing in my head. He turned. I almost smiled. He had the biggest, brightest, sunniest blue eyes you'd ever want to see in the face of a practiced torturer and state-sponsored terrorist. And the white streak? Yup, just under his left nostril. Qasim al-Masih. And he held a slender boning knife the way a conductor holds a baton, ready to make music. We were very clear, he said, still speaking in Arabic. They were to send no one, no police, no military. That's not what I am, I said in the same language. I tweaked it with a vaguely Eastern European accent. My men said you moved like a soldier. You spotted them following you, tried several very professional methods to evade pursuit, and had an unregistered disposable phone. Not a soldier, I repeated. I'm private security. Security for whom? Asked al-Masih. We were very specific when we spoke to her father. I know, but I'm not working for Mr. Jacobson. He touched the point of the boning knife low. Then, who are you working for? I smiled. I work for Overlegen Chemi. That hung in the air for a moment. Overlegen Chemi was the Norwegian company that made industrial pesticides and agricultural antifungals. Oliver Jacobson was a journalist who'd infiltrated the company to gather irrefutable proof that a new generation of weaponized mycotoxins were being developed for sale to the Syrian government. These bioweapons caused immediate anaphylaxis. Unlike sarin gas, which was President Assad's favorite toy for urban pacification, these fungi were specifically designed to look like a natural mutation. Better murder through chemistry. Jacobson got out with a lot of information, enough to put the entire company out of business and its executives in jail. It would also get the United Nations to stop rilling around and step in to take Assad down. Assad's spies got wind of it almost too late. They tried to pick up Jacobson, missed him by 3 minutes, and kidnapped his only daughter, Astrid, instead. The deal was simple. Jacobson had to turn himself and all of his research into Assad's goons. That included email passwords and all other access that would prove that he had no copies and had sent no story to his news service. Fail to do so, and Astrid would be subjected to severe abuse, tortured and dismembered, all of which would be recorded on high-def video for her father to watch. The boning knife pressed down. Why would Overlegen Chemi send a field agent? Asked al-Masih. We are handling it. Don't they trust us? He contrived to look shocked and hurt. I shrugged. Because they don't trust anyone. Would you? Al-Masih smiled. And what is your brief? To find where the girl's being held. Make sure she's alive. And what does her being alive matter to you? Because her father hasn't turned himself in yet, I said, and there's no chance at all he'd do so without proof of life. He's going to need that. I mean, come on, we all know he's a dead man as soon as this deal closes. There's no reason to keep him alive, and a lot of good reasons to cut his throat as soon as you have his files. Knowing he's walking into a death trap, he's got to believe his sacrifice will be worth it. So yeah, he's going to want to see her alive. He's probably going to push to see her in person before he gives you the last passwords. My bosses sent me to make sure your team wasn't going to screw the pooch. He considered that for a moment, then stepped back. He didn't put the knife down. Bottom line here, I said, is that if this hits a speed bump, the guy who signs my paycheck goes away for life. Our whole company goes belly up, and you boys will need another group of mad scientists to cook up your next batch of party favors. Al-Masih turned and spoke to one of his men in rapid-fire Circassian, which is a language used in some villages in the Aleppo suburbs. I didn't understand a word of it, not one of my languages. Then Al-Masih held a cell phone out to me. A man was yelling something harsh, but clearly not into the phone. Then a woman's voice, young and frightened, pleaded for help in Norwegian. I'd heard tapes of Astrid Jacobson. This was her. There was some yelling, and then Astrid screamed in serious pain. Al-Masih ended the call. The sound of the scream seemed to hang in the air for a moment. Faint, but definitely not an echo from the call. I heard the scream wind down and disintegrate into weeping. Astrid was here. I smiled. "Thanks," I said. Almasi raised the boning knife. "Whoa," I yelped. "What gives?" He approached slowly. "I want you to give a message to your employers," he said, still smiling. "I want you to explain that sending you was clumsy and stupid and that we will not tolerate any further." There was a click, and a rattle, and then a metallic click-clack. It stopped him, and his eyes flicked down to the floor. The guards looked down too. My handcuffs lay there. Really? I was a cop, and then a spec ops shooter for a bunch of years. If I couldn't get out of a pair of handcuffs, then I wasn't even trying. I smiled and said, "Oops. Almanzol Cafe, Zohair ibn Abi Solma, St. Aleppo, Syria." As I came up off the chair, I kicked it backward with my heel so that it hit one of the two guards on my right. Used the same foot to kick the kneecap loose on the front guard on my left, and stepped into Almasi and punched him in the throat. Not a killing blow, but hard enough. He gagged and stumbled back. I snatched the boning knife from his hand, pivoted, and stabbed it into the eye socket of the first guard to reach for me. Then I grabbed a meat cleaver and a big butcher knife from the table. They had guns, but they'd been slung. I'd been a beaten, cuffed prisoner, and there were 5 of them. In their minds, I was just a desperate prisoner making a last desperate attempt to escape. I gave them no time at all to correct their mistake. The guy with the broken knee tried to grab me as he fell, but I kneed him in the face and buried the cleaver in the shoulder of the man behind him. The heavy blade chunked through meat and bone, and blood shot all the way to the ceiling. I whirled toward the 4th man, the one I'd kicked the chair at. He was bringing his weapon up, but I was 3 feet away and I had a blade. They don't call it a butcher knife for nothing. As he fell with nothing but a string of gristle keeping his head on, I turned and drove the knife between the shoulder blades of the guy with the broken knee. Then I kicked Almasi in the groin, mostly because I could. Took a short, heavy knife from the table and cut the throats of every man who was screaming. Total elapsed time? Maybe 3 seconds. You don't want fights to last longer than that. Almasi was trying to breathe and trying to crawl, failing at both. His face was an awful shade of mauve. I used to have a car that color. It was a worthless piece of gush, too. I tapped a mole on my tragus, the little flap of skin and cartilage on the outer ear, and said, "You get all that?" "Roger that, outlaw," said a voice in my ear. "We have a medical team en route. ETA 4 minutes. Havoc team is 6 blocks out. Tell Havoc to close on my location, but not to enter until I give the word. Copy that. I have 4 pigeon drones in the air, running thermals. Ground floor has 1 signature and a heat bloom consistent with a bakery oven. According to your RFID chip, you're on the bottom of 3 subfloors, picking up multiple signatures on the top floor. Count 16 signatures. Count 20 hostiles on sub 1, but scans can't read any farther down. Swell, I said. Make sure Havoc brings their toys. A deep voice said, "We brought all the toys, outlaw." Nice to know that my team was on the same channel and that the building structure wasn't blocking anyone from the party. That deep voice belonged to Bradley Sims, known as Top to everyone, but his combat call sign was Pappy because he was the oldest field operator anyone knew. Looking at 50, but not where it showed. Other kids in the playground are Republican Guard in civilian clothes, I said. Heavily armed. Sucks to be them then, said another voice. Younger, with a Southern California surfer drawl. Harvey Rabbits, sadly that was his actual name. We called him Bunny in every situation other than when we were out on a gig. His combat call sign was Donnie Darko. I took the weapons away from the soldiers, checked the magazines on a Makarov PM and tucked it in the back of my belt, and pocketed 4 spare mags. Took the heavier Browning high power and slid it between belt buckle and belly. Only 3 magazines for that, but they held 13 rounds each, as opposed to 8-round mags for the Russian gun. The long guns were AK-104s with 30-round mags.
I had no idea how many more of Almasi's goons were in the building. Listening at the door got me an earful of silence. Apparently no one comes to investigate screams in a place like this. I looked down at Almasi. That was going to be unfortunate for him. Almanzo Cafe, Zohair ibn Abi Solma. Almasi was chatty. Might have been a revelation for him if he appreciated the irony. Torturers tend to think that they could endure the kinds of physical horrors they inflict. I mean, sure, deep down they know they can't, but projecting the air of confidence goes with the job. When it comes right down to the point where the groin and knife blade are introduced, they're not at all interested in you swiping left or right. I didn't have to draw a single drop of blood before he told me every very thing I wanted to know. And some stuff I didn't want to know. Maybe he thought if he kept telling me stuff I wouldn't kill him. Hope springs eternal. Arteries do not. I patted his twitching corpse down and took a cell phone. The fact that it was password protected didn't mean a very thing to me, because Bug and his team laugh at that kind of security. Once I got out of here and plugged the cell into a mind reader uplink, the encryption would get its rear kicked. I left the room and did a quick check on the hallway. Clear. Took a moment to orient myself. From what I remembered of the route here, they'd brought me in from my right. The scream I'd heard was to my left. Not close, but close enough to have been heard through closed doors. I tucked the stock of the AK-104 into my shoulder and went hunting. Running quickly, taking a lot of small steps instead of big ones in order to maintain contact with the ground for shooting stability. The basement was cool and clammy, but there was a definite smell of baking bread. Faint though, probably ground level. Either a restaurant or cafe used as a front for dirty work like this. Oliver Jacobson was semi-blackmailing us. He had the data on Assad and the chemical company, but he wouldn't give it to us, or anyone, as long as Astrid was in danger. Couldn't entirely blame him. I'm coming, I mentally promised the young woman. She was 17, a smart, pretty teenager who expected to grow up and have a life unpolluted by monsters. The kind of person who stopped believing in monsters in her closet or under the bed long ago. Sad truth was that there were much worse monsters in the real world. Some of them ran corporations like Overleg and Shemi. Some were immoral psychopaths like Almasi and his goon squad. And some were heads of state. Some monsters, though, were on her side. I moved through the shadows. The hall ended in a T-juncture. The left-hand side ran 40 feet and ended in a row of pallets stacked high with sacks of flour and large tins of olive oil. The right side led to a single door 50 feet in. There were 2 guards in front of it, both with rifles. As I knelt at the corner, I could hear them talking about last night's football match. Iran lost to Japan by a single goal. The guard on the left, due £5,000. The Syrian pound is for gosh, so that was about $10 American. Seemed to matter a lot to him, and he thought the referee was on the pad. The other guy was nodding the way people do when they disagree, but everyone's holding rifles. I had one too. I stepped into the hallway and shot them both. Then I ran like a difficult person and emptied the rest of the magazine into the door lock, blowing it apart. There was a burst of automatic gunfire from inside, and I shifted sideways to avoid lead and splinters. The angle of the shots told me a lot, hopefully enough. I dropped the rifle, drew the Browning, and went in low and fast, pivoting and squatting as I went through the door, gun in both hands. There were 2 men in there. Both had rifles. They stood behind a slim blonde with a torn blouse and blood on her face. They fired chest high, aiming where they assumed I'd be. I fired at where they actually were. The 9mm rounds punched through their faces and blew out the backs of their heads. I spun to make sure there was no one behind the door. There wasn't. Astrid Jacobson screamed at the top of her lungs. Of course she did. I put a finger to my lips. My name is Colonel Joe Ledger. I'm a friend of your father. We're here to get you out. Astrid stopped screaming, gaped for a moment, then whispered, "Papa?" "He's waiting for you at a safe house," I told her. "We'll take you to him." She looked past me to see who we was. I winked, tapped my earbud, and said, "Package secure. Need exfil now. Kick the doors and make some noise. The only friendly is with me. Designate all others as hostiles. Go weapons hot." I wanted to say something like, "Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war," but you have to read the room. I mean, I'd already winked, and that was pretty corny. Upstairs, I heard an alarm go off. I heard explosions as doors blew inward. Then gunfire echoed through the dusty halls. Al-Manzel Café, Zohair ibn Abi Solma, ALP Syria. It got real, very loud. Alarms began blaring, as if anyone needed proof that bad gosh was happening. I heard doors bang open and men yelling. There was the rattle of automatic gunfire upstairs and booted feet pounding down concrete stairs. "Get behind this wall and stay down until I tell you to move," I ordered. Astrid paused for a long moment, trying to shift gears and grinding the clutch. "Do exactly as I say and we will get out of this. Now, get down." She did. Smoke was funneling along the hall, driven by the pressure of movement and the force waves of the breaching explosions from upstairs. I could see shapes moving toward me, but there is a moment in these kinds of situations where you can't tell if it's the cavalry riding to the rescue or bad guys coming to kill you. I tapped my earbud. "Havoc actual to Havoc team," I growled. "What's your location?" "2 floors up, outlaw," came the reply from Pappy. "Meeting heavy resistance." "Is there anyone from Havoc team in sub-basement 2? "Negative, outlaw. We're all up here." "Very well," I said, unhappy with that news. "Coming your way. Havoc actual +1. We'll let you know when we reach the ground floor." The hallway bent ahead and then stretched into darkness punctuated by the meager yellow light of low-wattage bulbs in wire cages mounted on the walls. There were doors on both sides of the hall, which is always a scary thing. You never know who is going to come out of them, and with Astrid behind me, I couldn't safely check and clear each one. That meant I could not guarantee the protection I'd promised. I gave her some quick instructions about how to move with me and not hamper what I do. We moved. I followed the barrel of my gun, but every dozen steps I turned and brought it up again as I scanned behind us, dipping the barrel each time to prevent it hitting a wall or other obstruction. Rinse, repeat. It was a long hallway, but it matched pretty well to the distances I'd calculated when they were bringing me in. If I was right, there would be a right turn ahead and then some stairs. The toughest part in a recovery operation of this kind is the speculation about what, or more to the point, whom might be behind some of those closed doors. Could be a couple of squads of Assad soldiers polishing their bullets. We moved as fast as we could. At the end of the hall I stopped because there was a side corridor going off to my left that I hadn't been aware of on the way here. Or maybe I had. I'd smelled something rancid for a moment on the way in. I'd assumed it was a prisoner in a cell, dying or maybe long dead. We crouched near the mouth of the corridor because I could hear voices talking excitedly, and I caught snatches of what they were saying. Demanding answers to what was happening upstairs, demanding protection. But I also caught individual words like samples and evacuation. I gestured for Astrid to be still and silent. She nodded, but her face was filled with terror. I pivoted on the balls of my feet and did a quick look around the corner, then leaned out to look in through an open door. I couldn't see much, but what I did glimpse looked like a laboratory. There were tables covered with high-end laptops and a pretty elaborate industrial chemistry setup. A guard stood outside, turned away from us, looking into the room, jabbering on his cell phone, demanding to speak to his lieutenant. I wondered if that lieutenant had met my friends upstairs, because if he had, then Soldier Boy here was going to need a really good calling plan to reach him in the afterlife. I really wanted to have a look inside that lab. Its presence here, so close to where Almasi had brought Astrid, seemed suggestive. So I pulled back and leaned very close to the girl. "Listen to me," I said, speaking very quietly instead of whispering, because the sibilance of whispers carry farther. "There is a guard around the corner, and I need to deal with him. Do you understand what that means? Just nod." Her eyes were huge and filled with the tears of fear and horror, and she began to say something but stopped herself. She was impressing the hell out of me. She nodded. "I need you to stay right here. Do not move. Do not follow me. I'll be back very quickly. Nod if you understand." She did. I gave her the patented Joe Ledger smile, the one that crinkles the corners of my eyes and looks like a poster for good dental hygiene. My stolen weapons had no sound suppressors, which left me with a really it approach. So I wheeled around the corner and ran straight at the guard, opening up with the rifle with the selector set to 2 round bursts. The bullets hit him center mass and blew a big hole through his spine and heart. He fell, and I was through the door, taking in everything in a split part of a second. There were 5 long tables filled with the lab equipment. 6 tall glass tanks were arranged almost like a brewery, with pipes and hoses going everywhere. Some of those hoses were socketed into the walls of 3 small cells built into the right-hand wall, each with glass walls and heavily locked doors. Through the glass I could see figures, prisoners or test subjects or both. Some kind of gas or vapor was hissing into the tanks. The prisoners saw it and freaked out, beating with bloodied fists to try and get out. Each prisoner's face was twisted into a mask of terror and fury. There were biohazard symbols stenciled on everything. There were 5 people in white lab coats and 4 uniformed guards with rifles. They were all frozen in a microsecond of shock. The lab geeks stuffing papers into leather cases, the guards realizing that I had my gun leveled and theirs were still slung. The frozen moment burst apart. The guards raised their weapons fast, but then hesitated because the glass tanks were behind me. I could see the indecision ignite in their eyes. I did not hesitate and opened up on them, hosing them with the AK-104. Their indecision was fatal.
But as they fell, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. But as they fell, two of them jerked fingers on their triggers and bullets hammered into the scientists, who went spinning away, red poppies blooming on their white lab coats. And some of their wild rounds hit the lab equipment. I emptied an entire magazine, spraying every one I could hit. In the space of 2 seconds, the room went from urgent uncertainty into a madhouse of exploding glass and metal. Laptops erupted in showers of sparks. Rounds ricocheted off the machinery and walls, and the curved faces of the tubes. 2 of my bullets exploded the glass on one of the holding cells, releasing a swarm of flies, a much greater stink of living rot, and a prisoner, who, insane with pain or fear or outrage, grabbed one of the soldiers and dragged him over the jagged teeth of the broken pane. The prisoner began punching the soldier with both fists, screaming incoherently, brutalizing a man who was probably already dead. I shot the rest of the scientists, but saw that the guard's wild rounds had driven big cracks into one of the tubes. I said, "Really this," and got the hell out of there. Maybe I did some good by ruining this little mad science project, or maybe I made a big, very mistake. Couldn't unring that bell, though, so I hooked Astrid under an arm, hauled her to her feet, and we ran. Behind me I heard terrible screams, and something that was so weird and out of place that it chilled me to the bone. Laughter. High, shrill, twisted, and filled with a madness beyond words. Almanzel Cafe, Zohair ibn Abi Solma, Stal, Aleppo, Syria. We ran down the hall, wheeled around, and saw the steps at the end of another short corridor. There were 2 closed doors, one on either side, and the sounds of a fierce gunfight rolling down the stairs. "Get behind me," I ordered. "Keep your hand on my back." Before we got 5 steps, one of the doors opened and 4 men erupted from the room, firing as soon as they saw us, filling the air with hot lead, stone splinters, and choking dust. I killed the first shooter, and his next rounds hit the floor as he fell. Another man tripped over him and went down, so I ignored him for a moment and killed the 2 men behind him. Then I crouched and put 3 rounds center mass as the fallen man struggled to his feet. They were shooting through the dust and smoke that swirled around them. I was hunkered down in the shadows. They missed. I didn't. Then I was up, swapping magazines, moving forward into the gloom, firing as more people came out of the other room. 2 people in civilian clothes, both with handguns, fell, one with a scream and the other with a curse. I ran along the hall to the 2 doorways, saw that they were empty, then moved back to the dead men and took as many fresh magazines as I could cram into my pockets. I did fast pat-downs in the hope they were wearing body armor under their clothes. Would have been nice to have some for Astrid and me, but they had nothing. Astrid was completely terrified, and her body shook as if this was all happening in an industrial freezer. There was a jumpy quality to her eyes, but she wasn't crying. She wasn't being hysterical. That spoke to a deep core of strength beneath the youth and the shock. I've seen adults, including some people who you'd expect to be towers of strength, crumble in situations less horrific than this one. "Stay behind me," I ordered. We moved back to the T-junction and then along the corridors back to where I'd left Almanzi. As we passed the open doorway, she gave a small cry. "Don't look," I said. But Astrid stepped into the room and stood over Almanzi for a moment. Then she spat into his dead face. As she turned, I saw a sneer of contempt that was much more refined, controlled. It was the contempt of someone in possession of her emotions, rather than a hysterical teen.
And I knew that if I could get her out of this, she would be well. There was another explosion upstairs, and the alarm abruptly cut out. I grinned. "Let's go," I said. "Put your hand on my back. Keep it there no matter what happens. Don't hold on to my belt. Do you understand?" She nodded, but I made her say it out loud. She did. We ran along the hall, retracing the pattern of turns I logged while being dragged to the interrogation room. Found the steps, and we went up. The second floor had only 2 of Assad's soldiers, both dressed as civilians, neither wearing body armor. Sucked to be them. One of them got off a lucky shot as he went down, and the round hit my rifle and tore it out of my hands. My fingers went numb, and the strap very near tore my arm out of the socket. My shot caught him in the same instant, though, and it tore a red hole in his belly. With hands that felt like nerveless balloons, I drew the handgun and parked another round in his forehead. Astrid was sobbing now, small, choked sobs that sounded like they hurt, tearing themselves out of her chest. I called her name, told her to stay with me, and she did. She was scared, but she was tough. I tapped the earbud again. "Havoc Actual to Havoc Team. Be advised I am in the stairwell with the package. How much gosh are we about to step into?" There was a flurry of gunfire, and then a woman's voice. "Havoc Actual," said Mother Mercy. "Come ahead, but stay low." She spoke with a terse Mauritanian accent. With Astrid still touching my back, we climbed the last few steps and then entered one of the ante-rooms of hell. Or maybe a slaughterhouse. There were bodies everywhere. 3 men came hurrying down a flight of steps, yelling as they opened up with Kalashnikovs. Mother Mercy fired 3 shots, and they went down. Bang, bang, bang. No fuss, lots of muss, because the rifle blew big red holes in them. Astrid cried out, and the hand on my back gripped a sudden fistful of my shirt. "It's okay," I said. "We'll get you out." The soldiers had other plans, though, and there were a lot of them. More of the killers were thundering down the stairs from the second floor. But suddenly a monstrous shape loomed like a giant above me. "Right here, outlaw," said Donnie Darko, the huge kid from Orange County. He wore loose black clothes, Kevlar chest and limb pads, and a ballistic helmet. And in his hands was an Atchison assault shotgun with a 32-round drum magazine. The big man opened up and filled the stairwell with death. There were screams, and then bodies tumbled like a pile of dolls at the foot of the stairs. Another knot of them came pounding along the left-hand hall, and I flattened sideways, pushing Astrid behind me and down as I opened up. I burned a full mag into them. "I'm out," I yelled as the slide locked back, but Donnie Darko handed a pistol to me. "One up," he said, letting me know it was loaded and had one in the chamber. Then he moved past us, heading toward the end of the hall, which was shrouded in smoke. "Got an Uber coming. Stay on my 6. "Roger that," I said, and moved as he moved. "Door left," he said as he went along the hall, his shotgun barrel swiveling side to side as he passed rooms filled with death. "Clear. Door right. Clear." We passed 2 open doorways through which I could see just how thoroughly Havoc Team had cleared the obstacles. "Door right," said Donnie Darko, but then Pappy stepped out of that room, fitting a new magazine into his weapon. He was a big black man who looked tough. Brick dust and gun smoke choked the air, but the clouds were stabbed through with the green laser lights from Pappy and Jackpot's guns as they covered our run. There were dead bodies and expended shell casings everywhere. None of the bodies were dressed like my guys. Suddenly there was a piercing shriek behind us, and a figure burst from the stairwell. He was a civilian, unarmed, covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with madness. I recognized him as the prisoner from downstairs who'd brutalized a guard. 2 of Assad's men were on the stairs that led to the second floor, and they suddenly screamed and turned their guns on him as if Havoc Team did not even exist. They fired, but the man was already in the air, slamming into them. The 3 of them collapsed into a thrashing tangle of screams and blood. "What the actual really?" said Donnie Darko.
"Move, move, move," yelled Pappy. We moved. We ran like hell down the corridor. The small, slim figure of Mother Mercy was at the far end, her rifle laid atop a packing crate, and beyond her was an open doorway. "Shift left," she barked, and we did. Astrid flinched as Mother Mercy fired. She seemed to take her time with it, like there wasn't a battle and smoke and everything around us going to mess. There was nothing hurried about her as she aimed, took a breath, exhaled as she fired. Again, and then again. I glanced back and saw the escaped prisoner go flying backward with his chest blown apart. Then a soldier's head exploded, and then another died with a big red hole in his sternum. 1, 2, 3. Mother Mercy looked for another target, killed it. Another, killed that one too. It was so calm, so cold, that even to me it was eerie. Snipers are a breed apart from other kinds of soldiers, and some of them seem to exist in a type of ethereal other place where time and distance were nothing to them. It was a kind of dark zen, not without its purity, but all the scarier for that. As I guided Astrid toward the door, we edged around Mother Mercy, who turned and gave us a stare as alien as anything I'd ever seen on a human face. She looked Astrid up and down, saw she was uninjured, gave the smallest of nods, then turned and killed another soldier. All in a strange little moment. And, call me crazy, I thought I felt something pass between Mother Mercy and Astrid. A kind of unspoken conversation, a telepathy from one person who had survived being held captive by violent men to another. It was a language I, as a man, would never quite understand, because no matter what they might have done to me, the experience of women in these situations carries with it a more terrible cost. And it made them citizens of some country which men could be aware of, but to which they would never be permitted passage. Some men resent that kind of privacy and intimacy between women, which speaks to a lack of insight and empathy that runs miles deep. "Go," said Mother Mercy, and we went. A voice spoke in my ear as I peered through the doorway to the street. It was Bug, the RTI computer wizard, working real-time mission support from the TOC. "Havoc team, be advised, there are multiple vehicles converging on your location. Count 3. Government Otokar Cobra infantry vehicles, heat signatures times 24. These are active military guys. No one's trying to hide anymore. ETA 3 minutes. Get the hell out of there." I looked up the street and saw our own black SUV come screeching to a smoking stop. The driver, a local asset, yelled out the window for us to haul ass. I turned to Astrid and gave her a big white grin. Time to go home. We ran for the car, with Bunny sweeping the street with his shotgun, ready for anything, but seeing nothing. Pappy and Jackpot followed us out and, with me, formed a human shield around Astrid. Then Pappy turned and knelt and trained his weapon on the door as he ordered Mother Mercy to fall back. There were 2 more shots, and then she burst from the building, her rifle held at port arms as she ran for the SUV. Several figures crowded through the doorway, and I was confused because 2 of them wore lab coats. Not the ones I'd shot, but other scientists. There must have been a second lab. They screamed and beat at the soldiers who were first to the door, and the whole bunch of them snagged there, fighting so hard to exit that none of them could. It was a vicious, very fight, too. The soldiers seemed absolutely terrified of the scientists, which was the reverse of anything that made sense. Pappy emptied his magazine into them, driving the whole cluster back inside in a cloud of blood. Then he whirled, and Bunny reached out and hauled him inside as the SUV leapt forward. "Havoc team," cried Bug, "you have 2 mil-mi attack helicopters in the air. ETA 2 minutes. "Jesu Cristo," gasped Jackpot. "Bug," I yelled, "you need to buy us some time." "Working on it, Outlaw," he told me.
Bug made sure the traffic lights worked for us, and he turned all of their cell phones and radios into a scrambled mess of static and ear-piercing shrieks. He kicked his way into the onboard computers of the 3 approaching vehicles and told them to kill the engines. The helicopter engines couldn't be similarly stalled, but Bug took charge of their targeting system, and we heard rockets exploding a few blocks away. "Count 2 infantry vehicles," Bug said dryly. There was another rolling boom. "My bad, only 1. Jackpot took out a small transmitter and began pushing buttons. Behind us, the entire building seemed to leap into the air in a cloud of dense black smoke, veined with Halloween orange and devil red. The SUV raced away like the world was on fire. Astrid pressed herself against me there in the back seat and began to weep uncontrollably. I wrapped my arm around her. Mother Mercy turned from the front passenger seat, placed her hand on the girl's shoulder, and we raced away in silence. Area 94 Secure Military Black Site, III, Arizona, 16 months ago. Dr. Rudy Sanchez sat in an uncomfortable metal chair with insufficient padding. Rudy was not as thin as he once was, and the hard, cold metal made his buttocks ache. The room was chilly despite the blistering heat outside. The steel table was bolted to the floor and set with a D-ring mounted on the opposite side. The cup of coffee Rudy had brought with him from the warden's office had grown tepid, and he suspected that the milk had passed its use-by date. He pushed the cup aside, glanced at his watch, spent a few minutes rereading the transcripts of his previous interviews with the prisoner who was being brought up from his cell. For more than 2 years, Rudy Sanchez had come out to this place to try and unlock the mind of a man he believed to be psychotic and one of the most unrepentantly evil men alive. That was saying something, because Rudy had met people who were true monsters. As this man was a monster. He heard the clang of a heavy door being slid back down the hall. The guards were coming with their prisoner. Just the thought of it sickened Rudy. It made him afraid, too, but the dominant reaction was one of deep disgust. Even so, he composed his face and settled against the chair back, crossed his legs, and waited. There was the sound of shoes scuffing on the concrete outside, the scrape of a key as the guard fitted it into the lock, the click of tumblers, and the creak of hinges. It called to mind scenes from old black and white movies about prisoners in the Tower of London. The door swung outward, and 4 muscular, unsmiling guards escorted a small man into the room.
Body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Andrea was on loan to us from the Gruppo di Intervento Speciale, an elite division of Italy's Carabinieri, which was a branch of their armed forces responsible for both military and civil policing. The GIS were tough, difficult people, and although he didn't look it, Andrea was our utility infielder. He could rig a bomb, cut a throat, or pick a lock with equal nonchalance. He was also able to drive or fly anything with a motor. The person sitting to my right was his polar opposite. I didn't know her real name, but her Arclight code name was Belle, short for La Belle Dame Sans Merci. In combat, she was Mother Mercy, a joke that none of her enemies found funny. Belle was a Muslim woman from Mauritania, whose face and body were heavily scarred from religious torture. She had worse scars than the ones we could all see, because when she was 2 years younger than Astrid, she had been subjected to female genital mutilation. It's a common practice in Mauritania, and all the more barbaric for that. Her sister had died from infections resulting from the same treatment. Belle had been severely beaten many times for trying to escape. Probably worse things had been done to her because there are a lot of really jerk men who treat women with no flicker of mercy or humanity, which is why Arclight sent a team in to bust up a large camp where FGM was carried out. During the battle, Belle picked up a rifle and began killing the doctors and soldiers. She'd never touched a gun before, but had seen them used enough times to understand. The story I got was that she killed 18 men that day. No mercy at all. But then again, those men did not deserve any. I don't see myself shedding any tears for them either. Lilith recruited her into Arclight and spent 2 years turning her into a very precise weapon. Understand, Belle could have opted out and been sent to one of the camps run by the Mothers of the Fallen, where women and girls are given medical treatment, education, training, and protection. That wasn't for Belle. She had a war to fight and, as it turned out, had natural gifts. Good with hands, feet, and knives, but with a gun, any kind of guns, she was the angel of death. Lilith's daughter, Violin, oversaw Belle's training as a sniper. When she exceeded even Violin's prodigious skills, Violin gave her that nickname, La Belle Dame Sans Merci, the beautiful lady without mercy. Lilith asked Belle if she wanted to join Havoc Team. It was a tough offer, too, because she would be the only woman on our team. There were 2 women on Chaos Team and 1 on Bedlam, but Belle said that Havoc would be fine. The first day we were all on the firing range, she put a grouping of 6 shots into the groin of a paper target at 2,000 yards. That's world class, and, as personal statements go, eloquent. Top, who was overseeing the range practice, put the end of a wooden matchstick between his teeth and chewed it from one corner of his mouth to the other. She'll do right fine. For him, that was the highest possible praise. She brings baggage, I said. He gave me a long, amused, fatherly look. Then you too should get along fine. Because, let's face it, you've got enough baggage your own self to open a luggage store. It wasn't said as a criticism, I said. He nodded. We had room for more players on Havoc, but for now, the 5 of us were a team. Still had some kinks to work out, but when we heard Astrid and her father talking in the other room, we looked at each other, shared nods, shared smiles. It was good to be back. Transcript of One World, Two Sides, with Jillian Bakshi and Dr. Andy Ming, hosted by Mitch Greenfield. Bloomberg Television. Greenfield. And we're back. We're talking with Jillian Bakshi, Senior Pacific Trade Correspondent for Forbes, and Dr. Andy Ming, best-selling author of the book One Korea. Jillian, before the break, you were telling us about the economic impact of a unified Korea. Yes, Mitch. It's not as simple as erasing lines on a map or tearing down the guard posts on either side of the DMZ. The Korean War is not over. It never actually ended. There has been a truce, and not a comfortable one, since 1953. And in the time since then, North and South Korea have become vastly different countries. Different in what way? Politically or? In every way. Agreed. How so? Well, South Korea is now the 11th biggest economy, boasting some of the world's top engineering and tech firms, while at the same time North Korea is a largely agricultural culture with a GDP less than 1% of the South.
That puts them on completely uneven footing, with little chance of an even integration. It's not like metropolitan New Yorkers and farmers in the American Corn Belt. The education alone is vastly different. The access to news, freedom of action, and 10,000 other things are different. It would be closer, in some ways, to comparing 21st century America to early 17th century farmsteads. You've said much the same in your book, Dr. Ming. To a degree. Look, my father is Chinese and my mother is Korean. I've visited North and South Korea a number of times and have spoken about reunification. I don't advocate a simple erasure of borders, though, and partly for the reasons Miss Bakshi has discussed. It runs deeper than that, and I'm not just talking about the extreme differences in political ideology. The cultural differences have created two kinds of Koreans. Think about it. On one hand, you have the farmers in the North, many of whom are not allowed education beyond a certain point, and who have been spoon-fed party rhetoric for so many years that they accept it as the only possible truth. On the other, you have the explosive growth of the culture in the South, which is driven by such incredible tech growth that students often study for 10, 12, or even 16 hours a day so they can vie for access to the three big universities. At the same time, there is a popular culture that dominates everything. You have K-pop, runaway fashion trends, webcomics, apps for everything, 24-hour video game saloons, fetish for comics and cosplay. It's called the K-wave, but it's more of a tsunami. Tell me, if you were born and raised in the North, how would you ever assimilate into something like that? Much of that is good. It puts the South on the leading edge of cultural and technological change. Yes, but at a price. The K-wave, as it's called, had plenty of problems. I mentioned the hours students study, but this is also reflected in the sometimes brutal hours people work at their jobs. The fashion and cosplay culture has resulted in the highest rate of cosmetic surgery in the world, not just as an attempt at beautification, but to become the characters in pop culture. And we also see one of the highest suicide rates in the world. And there are strong movements within the government, the education system, and elsewhere in the South that are working to address these things. I'm delighted to hear it, but I brought those things up as a way of putting reunification in the lands. Merging such disparate cultures is noble in theory, but in practice, you'd have what are essentially pre-industrial peasants colliding culturally with people way out on the chaotic edge of social change, pop culture brand addiction, and a dangerous one-upsmanship. Are you saying reunification is impossible? I'm saying it's improbable. Look, we know from observing North Korean defectors that there is a real struggle for them to assimilate into South Korean and, by some extension, Western culture.
If the South instituted some kind of affirmative action program that would give North Koreans the chance to learn the skills, more opportunities would open up. Sure, and you would have a lot of pushback, just as you had in America during its race or gender-based affirmative action programs. Those programs did a lot of good. Sure, but I've never seen an affirmative action program that was as well written and flexible as it needs to be to keep pace with cultural changes. The South's culture pivots on a dime, so any social programming would need to be equally flexible, and you'd need a massive PR campaign to sell it to the South, and likely to the North. That's pretty cynical, Mandy. That's politics, Jillian. We're going to take another short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the topic of Korean reunification and focus on the military and political ramifications. Stay tuned. Hotel Helston, Luntmakargatan 68, Stockholm, Sweden, 5 months ago. I've never done this before, he said. Eve had expected the man to say this. It was always in the script, no matter how improvised the other details were. She had the tab of his zipper between her thumb and forefinger. She leaned forward another inch so that her breath was hot on his cheek, his ear. "Do you want me to stop?" "No," he said, almost a gasp, because they both knew he didn't want her to stop. "It's just that—" They came together in passion, tension overwhelming. Seduction was easy for her. She had the body for it, the face for it, and the heart for it. Eve was 30 and looked 20. 5'3", 126 pounds of curves over useful muscle. The best cosmetic nips and tucks in the world, which meant the effect was obvious but none of the surgery was. Her hair was currently a rich auburn. She had not, of course, managed to seduce everyone she targeted, but her success rate gave her a glow of pride. 83% of men, 77% of women. This man was an easy mark. They kissed deeply, and she knew how to school him into being better at it without making it seem like she was superior. That was a subtle tactic, and it always worked. It empowered men like this, and women too. They would think they were really good at this, and her obvious reactions would push them closer and closer into commission. She let the kissing build a little, and then she broke contact. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Oh, God, he moaned, making it a litany, a familiar one. Eve was excellent at gauging his rising passion, and before things got too far, she straightened, pulled her blouse off, and prepared for further intimacy, snatching a condom from the bedside table. No, he protested, but she gave him a wicked smile. It's the wrong time of the month for me. I don't want to get pregnant. Besides, they're ultra-thin. You'll be protected, I can promise you that. Bug, would you like a long list of all the things I don't like? Instead of answering, he gave me the name. Cougar, he said. He was right. I didn't like it one very bit. I closed my eyes and considered banging my head against the wall. How sure are you? Very, said Bug. The name is actually in a few of the messages we've already decoded. I have the guys working on the rest. They use a random encryption algorithm, and I don't care if they used a Ninja Turtle secret decoder ring. I need everything else you can find on Cougar. Everything, Bug. There was a pause. Then Bug said, Look, Joe, don't get your hopes up too much. We've been round and round with trying to ID Cougar. Every time we get a whiff, he's gone. Christmas is coming, I said. Try and spread a little really cheer, okay? His sigh was long and eloquent, and he ended the call. I was in a comfortable leather seat on a very expensive Cessna Citation X private jet. The rest of Havoc were sprawled asleep in their chairs. Bunny had earphones on, but he'd shifted in his sleep and the left cup was askew, and I could hear the faint strains of Christmas music. I'll Be Home for Christmas, the Elvis version. The song was always a sad one for me because I'd spent so many Christmases away from my dad and my brother Sean and his family. We all had, and the music, coupled with the after-action blues, painted the moment in shades of melancholy. My big white combat shepherd, Ghost, was aboard too. He hadn't come on the last part of the rescue mission, but since we didn't know if there was going to be mission creep, things changing from what we thought and hoped was going to happen, I'd brought him to Syria with me. Mostly, he sulked, pooped, ate too many treats, and slept. I watched his ribs rise and fall, and saw a leg occasionally twitch as he dreamed his doggy dreams. The plane was silent as a tomb, and I was wide awake. Cougar, I said quietly. Really? Cougar? Jeez. If the devil took human form, he would be Cougar. And yes, it was only a code name. It was a Bosnian word that meant plague, so you can figure it wasn't his actual surname unless he was born into the unluckiest family in history. Unfortunately, it was the most common of his many aliases that we had. Cougar. He had a bunch of other nicknames too, but the one that always hit me was the one hung on him by Comte-Tayard Admiral Laurent Isnard, head of the Commandement des Opérations Spéciales Françaises, Special Operations Command. He always referred to Cougar as le concierge de l'enfer, hell's concierge. Yeah, fair enough. If you wanted financing to hire a private army to overthrow an inconvenient African tribal government on mineral-rich land, Cougar could arrange it. If you needed canisters of VX nerve gas to fire into a crowd of worshippers on a holy day, call Cougar. And it did not seem to matter if the worshippers were praying to Allah, Buddha, Shiva, or Jesus. If you wanted some polonium-10 to assassinate a government official, Cougar's your guy. And his name pops up all over the place.
Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, among the cartels, and even among some of the mouth-breathing hard alt-right neo-Nazi jerks in America. He's never the delivery boy. As far as we can tell, he's never gotten blood on his own hands, but because of the concierge services he provides, you could fill about a dozen graveyards, and I am likely underestimating that number. Kuga is the Professor Moriarty of international weapons smuggling. He's the force behind half the dirty deals on 7 continents. He's like an evil spirit in the overlapping worlds of international politics, terrorism, and intelligence. I'd first started hearing that name 4 years ago, early on in my career as a DMS shooter. Like Moriarty, there is no actual proof that he even exists. One theory is that Kuga is the name for a team. Another is that there is no Kuga at all, but that the name is adopted as a reusable stage name for people who do what he does. The Alan Smithy of the terrorism world, except that he doesn't direct bad movies, but instead causes very bad things to happen. He came onto the DMS radar some years back when his name showed up in a few heavily encrypted messages being passed to Otto Wirth, the psychotic aide to Cyrus Jacobi, one of the most dangerous and vile real-world mad scientists we've ever encountered. In those messages, it appeared that Kuga was the source of stolen clinical samples of exotic strains of sickle cell anemia and Tay-Sachs disease that were then used to create ethnic-specific bioweapons. Even with our mind reader computer system, we found nothing beyond his mention in those emails. Then his name popped up in connection with genetically modified Ebola samples used by a terrorist organization called the Seven Kings. And again, when a bizarre new strain of ultra-fast onset rabies was used by Zephyr Bine to try and dramatically reduce the overall human population as a way of ensuring the survival of the rest. Kuga. Here, there, and nowhere at all. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Even though the DMS caught and killed the bad guys running those old operations, Kuga, like a ghost, slipped away. We had no photo of him, no physical description, no hard details at all. Even his nickname, though Bosnian, did not mean that he was in fact from Bosnia.
Kuga used and shed so many disguises that no one knew one thing for certain about him. Hell, he could even be a she, not a he. We simply did not know. Bug's team has pieced together a whole slew of cover names Kuga uses around the world. Marad in the Middle East, Kasalik in Uzbekistan, Izuria in the Basque region, Chuma in Bulgaria, Maris in Lithuania, Veba in Turkey. All of them are variations of plague. Kuga, the plague, a merchant of death. Hell's concierge. Really. If he was now vending high-end bioweapons to Assad, it meant that things in Syria were about to go from bad to really, really worse. And it was too soon to tell if our raid on Almasi and the subsequent liberation of Astra Jackson was going to substantially derail Kuga's plans. If so, that would be a nice Christmas present to the world. Kuga, I said. Very. Ghost opened his eyes, caught my mood, and came over to put his big white head on my lap. Sensing my distress, he then wanted comfort from me. I obligingly scratched his neck, but my thoughts lingered on Kuga, about a man who was so clever and so elusive that not even Bug, with all the resources of the world's most powerful computer system, was able to locate him. As we flew back to Greece, I should have been happy, relieved, that a mission had gone off so well, with no harm to Astrid or her father, or to my team. I should have been comforted in the knowledge of a job well done. And yet, I was not. Bunny's playlist had left Elvis behind, and was now playing I Heard the Bells on Christmas Day, which is the most downbeat holiday song I know. Well, maybe the Coventry Carol tops that list, but so far, Bunny was 2 for 2 with stuff that depressed the gosh out of me. I tried not to listen to the lyrics, which were based on a Civil War poem by Longfellow, but the cabin was soundproof, and I had no choice. I heard the bells on Christmas Day, their old familiar carols play, and wild and sweet the words repeat, of peace on earth, goodwill to men. Then from each black, accursed mouth, the cannon thundered in the south, and with the sound, the carols drowned, of peace on earth, goodwill to men. It was as if an earthquake rent the hearthstones of a continent, and made forlorn the households born, of peace on earth, goodwill to men. And in despair I bowed my head. There is no peace on earth, I said, for hate is strong, and mocks the song of peace on earth, goodwill to men. I try to be a practical guy, grounded in whatnot. I try. But let's face it, I'm working with some broken tools, at least emotionally speaking. I didn't sign up to fight because I like the color motif in the flag, and I sure as gosh don't give a blind really about any political party. I'm not political. I consider myself a patriot, but when it comes down to it, I'm for the people. I know from very personal experience what it means to be helpless or defenseless in the face of powerful aggression and hate. My fight is for the people who can't fight for themselves. That sounds heroic and all that gosh, but it's not. Maybe it's me working on some karmic debts, whatever. My team are all like me, battered knights in rusty armor with crooked lances. The windmills we tilt at are intolerance and greed, extremist ideologies, cultural and political madness. We stand together against that, and we have a pretty good track record for kicking ass and taking names. We've saved a lot of lives, sometimes by ending lives, nature of being soldiers. Most days we can sleep okay because we know that we've done our best, and some days the world itself takes a breath and whispers a bit of reassurance. Like the D9 summit coming up in Norway. All 9 of the nations who have nuclear weapons have agreed to sit down for serious discussions about significantly reducing their nuclear arsenals. The chat around the water cooler was that this was real, not just the usual political posturing. That was a good thing, a sane thing. But some days, sometimes it doesn't feel like we're on a battlefield facing enemies who are as mortal and fragile as we are. Sometimes we don't seem to be awake in a world of sane people who don't want mutually assured destruction to be our defining political strategy. Sometimes it's like we're ankle-deep in wet sand, watching as the water is pulled out by forces wildly beyond our own powers. And somewhere out there, just beyond the limits of our vision, something big and dark is rising up, forming a tsunami of such immense destructive blackness that when it hits, none of our bullets, none of our skills, and nothing of who we are will be able to stop it. No soldier wins every battle, because life itself is a battle, and no one gets out of that alive. Which means that we may fall, no, will fall, with no guarantee that anyone will be there to take our places. I scratched Ghost's head, and he looked at me with immense and bottomless brown eyes that were filled with knowing and understanding, and with a resignation and acceptance that was beyond me. The song ended and was replaced with something happier. Someone was rocking around a Christmas tree as if everything was right with the very world. But that other song haunted me, darkening the skies through which we flew. Tired as I was, I didn't sleep at all on the flight. Area 94, Secure Military Black Site, III, Arizona. 16 months ago. "I'm pleased to see that the physical therapy is proceeding," said Rudy Sanchez. "Are you in any discomfort?" Rafael Santoro paused before he answered. He always did that, no matter how basic or inconsequential the question. Rudy knew that this was a tactic refined by long use. The pause suggested that the person about to speak needed time to think, but that was not the case. "The surgeons lacked commitment," he said. "That's understandable." He spoke with a pronounced lisp that was likely a permanent souvenir from what had happened. 7 months ago, Santoro stole a spoon from the mess hall, sharpened it, and used it to cut out his own tongue. The present doctors managed to reattach it, but not well enough. The lisp was a dangerous element for Rudy. It gave Santoro a softness and vulnerability that were entirely false. And it was a source of guilt for Rudy, because after a series of sessions in which they had begun to drill into the reason Santoro had become aligned with the international criminal empire called the Seven Kings, Rudy had used Santoro's blind and absolute faith in the woman who the kings called the goddess as a lever to crack Santoro open. The killer was deeply religious and still secretly worshipped her, even though she and all of the kings were dead and the organization destroyed. The king's group was built on the bones of ancient conspiracy theories, adopting rituals and practices that were partly to allow the members to hide their true identities and partly to create a mystique. They used the behavior modification and loyalty building strategies of a number of history's
content filtering, strictly for AI instruction, disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. At the same time, they had people working social media platforms, influencing conversations, filtering data to the press on both sides of political lines. The kings were not themselves political. Politics was something they could use, as was the media. Rafael Santoro was there for almost all of it. He had been seduced into the church of the goddess Eris and rose to become her greatest apostle. He served Eris's son, Hugo Vox, who was the king of fear, becoming his conscience, a kind of advisor. Santoro also formed and trained an elite commando group, the Kingsmen. Santoro's worst crimes, though, were not even these things. He was used by the King of Fear to create a program of blackmail and extortion that ruined the lives and corrupted the souls of hundreds of key people in business, the media, politics, and more. During his last project, the Sea of Hope, he attempted to release weaponized Ebola on a charity fundraising cruise ship filled with celebrities and the children of the former president. That same plague would have spread to the mainlands of South and Central America, likely killing many millions. That was Rafael Santoro. The man who sat across from Rudy was only wearing the disguise of weakness and helplessness. His skin had paled to a prison gray. His cheeks were sunken from frequent hunger strikes, and he had that lisp. It was important for Rudy to give himself a perspective check before these sessions because most of the work he did was helping victims of trauma. Santoro was not that. Not in any way. "How are they treating you?" asked Rudy. Santoro almost smiled. There was a twitch of it on his hard mouth. "Like I deserve?" "No, they treat me better than I deserve." "Because of the things you did?" "No." "Then why do you think you deserve harsh treatment?" "Because of the things I did not do," said Santoro. Rudy nodded. "Because the Seven Kings organization was torn down?" "You are not a naive man, Dr. Sanchez. You should not pretend that you are." "Because you did not keep Eris from being killed." "The goddess," corrected Santoro. "You do understand that the goddess was an affectation, don't you?" asked Rudy. "We've talked about this at length. She was a woman, extraordinary in many ways, but ultimately very human. So was Jesus until he received the Holy Spirit, yes? And you believe that Eris ascended to a higher state at some point?" "The goddess," Santoro said again, reinforcing the correction by speaking very slowly. He was heavily manacled, but he reeked of threat, of promise. "You believe your goddess ascended?" said Rudy, choosing phrasing that would keep the conversation civil. Santoro studied him as if assessing the degree of implied insult. After a moment, he nodded, satisfied with the compromise. "Yes," he said flatly, "she became something much more than human. Anyone who met her would understand that. And yet her son, Hugo, the person who, arguably, knew her best, betrayed her and killed her. He was her Judas. The boat she was on was blown to splinters and no bodies were ever recovered. Sebastian Galt was fished out of the water," said Santoro, "or what was left of him. He was," conceded Rudy, "but after an exhaustive search by the Coast Guard, no trace of Eris was ever found." "Which tells you what?" asked Santoro. which tells me there wasn't enough of her to find, or that she ascended at the moment of her death. I don't think that's reasonable." Santoro played with the links of his chains for a moment before he replied. "The priests of the temple in Jerusalem turned Jesus over to the Romans. He was betrayed, beaten, humiliated, crucified, and stabbed through the side. He died a mortal man's death, and yet rose on the third day. Resurrection happens, doctor, and don't fool yourself into believing we are no longer living in an age of miracles. As for the goddess, the fact that people who knew her disliked her and refuted her celestial nature does nothing to shake my belief. People are often blind about the things closest to them. Consider Luke chapter 4, verse 24. Rudy thought about it, then provided the scripture. "Truly I say to you, no prophet is welcome in his hometown." From your Bible, doctor. "My Bible. It is my understanding that you are also Catholic." "I was raised Catholic," said Santoro, "but left that false faith when I found the true religion." "And yet you quote Christian scripture?" Santoro shrugged, an action that made his chains tinkle. "Speak to a man in his own language. The goddess has only been dead for a few years. There is still plenty of time for her apostles to write a new Bible. A true Bible. Will you write that book?" asked Rudy. "If I did, Dr. Sanchez, I would not be the first apostle to have done so while in chains." Rudy nodded. "Have you started writing it?" Santoro shrugged. "It is not my time, and I do not have the materials. I can provide notebooks and pencils. And while I'm walking in the exercise yard, the guards can photograph what I've written for you. Would that be a bad thing? A holy book is there to be read, is it not?" Santoro gave him a pitying look. "Sometimes I am impressed by your perceptions and intelligence, doctor, and sometimes you make me wonder if you are a fool. Tell me why you think that." The killer did not meet his eyes, and instead spent a long time slowly tracing a circle on the tabletop with a fingertip. When he finally spoke, he did not look at Rudy, but instead stared into the center of the circle he was tracing. Without looking up, he said, "I'll miss you when I'm gone." "Gone? Are you expecting a transfer?" "The roaches talk to me, doctor," said Santoro. He raised his eyes, and instead of the flickers of madness or malice, Rudy saw a man whose face was filled with hope. "The roaches talk to you?" "Yes. What do they say?" "Many things." "Would you be willing to share some of those things with me?" asked Rudy. At first he did not think the prisoner would answer, which is how many of these sessions ended, with an unpredictable and immovable silence. A stopping. Not today, however, for Rafael Santoro leaned close and whispered to Rudy, "They tell me a great change is coming, Dr. Sanchez. They tell me that the world as we know it is coming to its end, and a new world will rise up from it." "Excuse me," said Rudy mildly, "but we have heard that kind of thing before. From Eris, from the goddess, from others too. That does not change the fact." Rudy sat back and crossed his legs. "You're a clever man and a games player. It's always a challenge to know when you are telling me your truth or merely playing a game." Santoro smiled. "A day will come when you know which is which." "Oh? And how will I recognize that day?" "You'll know." "That's unfair," said Rudy. "At least give me a hint." Santoro saw.
Church is one, Lilith is another, and Violin is the third. She is dangerous on a different scale than anything that measures me. I'm okay with that. She was waiting for me at baggage claim. Violin is built like a dancer and moves like one, even when she's killing people. Right now, she was dressed discreetly, in a long-sleeved blouse, full skirt, and a white headscarf over her glossy dark hair. 10 or 15 years ago, women dressed in a more secular European fashion, but Turkey has since shifted to religious conservatism. Violin was not the kind to bow to custom unless it suited her, and for now discretion was more useful. I hadn't checked a bag and had only a carry-on backpack, so she fell into step beside me as we headed for the exit. "Hello," I said. "Hello," she said, and gave me the briefest of smiles, a microsecond of wicked humor, and a flash of dark eyes. We had some other kinds of history too, once upon a time. Nowadays I was with Junie Flynn, and happy to be so. And Violin had picked up a stray by the name of Harry Bolt, who was waiting for us outside by an idling SUV. He looked like a shorter Matt Damon, but a Matt Damon who hadn't seen the inside of a gym since high school. "Hey, Joe," he said brightly, offering his hand. I wanted to punch him. Actually, most people want to punch Harry. He has that kind of face. Not actually a bad guy, but deeply inept, awkward, clumsy, and, as far as everyone but Violin seemed to think, a liability in the field. "Hey, thanks for using my real first name," I said, taking his hand and doing a moderately good job of grinding his metacarpals to paste. He winced, partly in pain and partly in embarrassment. Sorry, Fred. Frederick Holman was my cover, had been my cover. "Get in the real car," I muttered. He got into the real car. Violin took shotgun, and I glowered from the back seat as Harry pulled into traffic. Harry had some interesting history. His real name was Harcourt Bolton, Jr., son of the rather infamous Harcourt Bolton, Sr. Daddy had been pretty much my hero. Actually, he'd been hero to most of the JSOC guys in the biz. Bolton was a self-made billionaire, philanthropist, playboy, and, behind all of that, the most successful spy the CIA ever produced. He was Batman and Tony Stark and James Bond rolled into one. His list of wins was a mile long. There have been movies based on some of his cases, though with most of the details completely changed. Tom Cruise has played 2 different versions of him, and Matt Damon played another version. Neither was quite as amazing as the real deal. Except, the real deal turned out to be one of the greatest traitors America has ever had. Made Benedict Arnold look like a natural-born hero. Bolton had used technology stolen from DARPA and some deep-cover black-budget science groups to launch a campaign of murder and terror that came very close to wrecking the country. Many people died. Among the tech he stole was a real, honest-to-God mind control process that allowed his agents to hijack the minds of several DMS agents, including Top and Bunny. While under Bolton's control, my guys committed a series of brutal murders. I nearly died from a rare form of influenza, and the DMS was very nearly wrecked. Harry was, luckily, not his father's son. He was perhaps the worst CIA case manager in the agency's storied history, and his career was only kept afloat because of who his father was. When the DMS took Daddy down, Harry left the agency. Here's the weirdest part, though. During that case, Harry met Violin, and somehow they became a thing. I know. I've dealt with some seriously weird science fiction mess in my years as a Spec Ops shooter, but I have never encountered anything as weird as Harry Bolt as a couple. That just shakes the foundations of reality for me. I could see Harry checking me out in the rearview mirror. He was sweating. "You sweep the car?" I asked him. "I swept it," said Violin. "It's clean." "Good. So, tell me, how is it you're already here in Turkey? Last I heard you were making people unhappy in Saudi Arabia." "Mission creep," she said. "Man plans, God laughs." She went on to explain that her mother, Lilith, sent her to Riyadh to hunt for some black marketers trying to sell trigger systems for man-portable dirty bombs. The hunt hit a snag when those guys somehow made the ArcLight team and decided to set an ambush. As master plans go, it was not a good one, because they grossly underestimated who they were setting that trap to catch. Violin, Harry, and 3 ArcLight field operators took it to the black marketers and their hired thugs in very wet and dramatic ways. The plan had been to capture at least one of them and ask a bunch of questions. You do not want details on how ArcLight conducts interrogations.
Unfortunately, during the fight, one of the hired thugs tried to throw a grenade, but got shot the instant he raised up from cover to throw it. The grenade fell, and the blast took out virtually everyone. The last of the black marketers was mortally wounded, and only managed to gasp out a few words. Just enough to send Violin to Izmir in hopes of setting a trap for Kuga or one of his senior lieutenants. "When we're done here," she said, "my mother wants me to go to Oslo, just in case anyone tries to sabotage the D9 summit. Does Lilith think that's likely?" Violin shrugged. "Not really. The security will be massive. People talk, though, and there will be protesters, and protesters are often infiltrated by radicals of the opposing ideology. We may pick up some crumbs of useful intelligence by merging into the crowds and listening to who's complaining the most." "Long shot," I said. "Of course it is," said Violin, "and I think it's a bit of punishment for what happened in Riyadh." "Ah," I said. "Okay, here's what I have." I gave them the latest intel from Bug about possible Kuga sightings at Arma Kitap Cafe. We even have a possible, and I do mean possible, physical description of our guy. "Wait, you have a description of Kuga?" blurted Harry. "That's really cool." "Don't get too excited. Bug says there's only about a 55% chance the description is of Kuga himself. Could easily be a lieutenant. What we have is a good-looking white male, late 50s or early 60s, with a short beard, crooked nose, and dark hair. Wears sunglasses, even indoors. Wears a hat. Wears nice suits, but of local manufacture, which suggests he buys clothes when he's in town. Probably doesn't travel with much because he'd want to fit in wherever he goes. No jewelry except a watch, but we have 3 different reports on that. Only thing they agree on is that the watch is gold. The guy's weight is approximately 200. Broad-shouldered and lean, but moves like he's fit. Sounds like a military contractor who moved up from field ops to management, suggested Harry. Yeah, that was my take too. Violin snorted. This tells us next to nothing. Probably the point, I said. Kuga is not a social butterfly. For most of the time we knew about him, he was just a name behind the scenes. Then he wasn't even that for a while. Now he's maybe taking a more active role in his own operations. Or he's using stand-ins. Concierge de l'enfer, mused Harry aloud. That is the most amazing nickname in the world. I'm sure he'd be delighted to know you think so, I said. Go ahead and joke, Joe, but it is really cool. I need to get a nickname like that, something people call me. I almost told him a few of the things people called him, but did not. It would be like shooting fish in a barrel. No, worse, it would be merely cruel. Violin opened a small zippered case and handed me a couple of items. The first was an Akdal Ghost TR-01 pistol, which is pretty close to a Glock 17. The Turkish military were now using the Yavu 16, but most of the street players carried TR-01s. I tucked it into the back of my belt and pocketed 2 extra 15-round box magazines. Then she handed back a sweet little Wilson rapid response folding knife, my personal favorite.
I clipped it to the inside of my right pants pocket. "What makes Bug think that he's our guy?" asked Harry. A couple of oblique references cadged from emails and cell calls. References to Plague Man or Mr. Disease. That's it? Pretty much, I said. And the fact that people are markedly deferential to him. Anyone who flashes money and is willing to slip a few hundred here or there will get that, said Violin. Izmir is rife with arms dealers, black marketers, technology brokers, human traffickers, and they all meet in coffee shops. They all dress well because it makes a statement. Hey, I said, it's what we have, and it's more than we've ever had on Kuga, if it's Kuga. Sure. And, said Harry, Bug said that he got wind that this guy was going to be there for a meeting today. Yup. How sure is he? I shrugged. Not very, but it's what we have. Harry found an open spot and pulled to the curb half a block from the cafe. On the remote chance that this guy you described is even here, so what? It's not like he'll be carrying ID that says, "Hey, I'm Gosh's concierge." If he's here, then we'll just let the moment play out. What's that supposed to mean? I didn't answer. We got out and went hunting. Transcript of One World, Two Sides with Jillian Bakshi and Dr. Andy Ming, hosted by Bloomberg Television. Greenfield. Jillian, before the break, you asked if reunification was impossible. Let's stay on that question, but shift the focus to how the political differences could be addressed. Well, first you have to understand the realities of the military situation in the peninsula. South Korea is supported by the United States, as the North is by China. Internally, though, there are decidedly different approaches to the armed forces. For example, in the South, all men of appropriate age are required to serve for 2 years, while in the North, it's 10. That would likely change post-reunification. Maybe, but consider the challenges of reconciling the militaries themselves. North Korea has a standing army of over 1 million and is believed to have over 7 million of reserves. They have over 1,300 aircraft, not counting 300 helicopters. They have 430-plus combatant vessels and 250 amphibious craft and 70 submarines. On land, they have over 4,000 tanks, nearly 3,000 armored vehicles, and 5,500 rocket launchers designed to deploy multiple rockets. Plus, there are reliable intelligence reports of up to 5,000 tons of chemical weapons. And nukes, let's not forget those. We can't. They have an estimated 60 nuclear bombs and a wide range of short-range and intercontinental-range missiles. And in an atmosphere of reunification, the reduction and inspection of those arms would be a major factor. To what end? Which government will make the call? Can you see the North, which, as we already discussed, is economically depressed and with an undereducated workforce, willingly give up the one area of superiority they have? Gosh, we don't even know where many of those weapons are stockpiled. Sharing that information would have to be a key element of any reunification agreement. To what end? Which government will make the call? Can you see the North, which, as we already discussed, is economically depressed and with an undereducated workforce, willingly give up the one area of superiority they have? Gosh, we don't even know where many of those weapons are stockpiled. Sharing that information would have to be a key element of any reunification agreement. To what end? Which government will make the call? Can you see the North, which, as we already discussed, is economically depressed and with an undereducated workforce, willingly give up the one area of superiority they have? Gosh, we don't even know where many of those weapons are stockpiled. Sharing that information would have to be a key element of any reunification agreement. Andy, I don't mean to condescend, but surely you aren't naive enough to think either side would be that willing to open all doors and invite unrestricted inspection. If they are in earnest about creating a single Korea again, then yes. Well, that's my point. I don't know that enough of the right people really are hoping for that. Are you saying they would oppose its ever occurring? I'm saying that I would be amazed, truly dumbfounded, if any reunification plans ever get past a discussion like this. People will talk, people will idealize, and there are plenty of people on both sides of the DMZ who would like their families reunited. But an actual coming together of two such disparate cultures seems unlikely in the extreme. What about the proposal of a one-country, two-systems arrangement, similar to how China and Hong Kong operate? Hong Kong was allowed to have its own government even after it ceded back to China following the end of British rule. That would be closer to likely, but still hard to sell. Kim Jong-un loves control and fears exposure to Western culture. Having two governments but with an open border wouldn't be something that supports his regime. East and West Berlin unified when they tore down the wall. Did they really? Have you studied the economics of East Berlin in the years since? The unemployment? The unequal employment? The number of children who struggled in schools once they had to learn the more expanded history and other subjects? The Eastern German economy is limping along with few indications that it will change. Some of the money that's flowed from the former West Germany to the former East Germany has gone to do things like rebuilding historic neighborhoods, building new autobahns, and bringing phone networks up to date. But do you know where most of the estimated $2 trillion has gone? Social benefits, such as welfare payments. All of the admittedly good-natured optimism for an economic upswing has failed to yield actual significant or lasting change. That process began 30 years ago, and it was a single city. We're talking about a whole country. Area 94, Secure Military Black Site, III, Arizona. 16 months ago. Dr. Rudy Sanchez frowned. The roaches told you? What exactly does that mean? Santoro did not answer that question, but merely gave an enigmatic smile, knowing and sly. Rudy tried another tack. Then why are you telling me this? Santoro smiled faintly. I know that you despise me, Dr. Sanchez. I have no doubt that if you were a killer, as I am a killer, you would want to stab me through the heart. Your friend, Captain Ledger, would kill me without a flicker of hesitation. Murdering me would probably make him happy. And your employer, Mr. Church, almost certainly will kill me should he ever come to the realization that I will never again assist him in his campaign against the empire of the goddess. He does not believe that empire is entirely gone from the earth. He is wise. The 7 kings are gone, but there are higher powers and deeper truths than the kingdom of Hugo Vox. He shook his head. But you, Dr. Sanchez, are a healer. You are a good man. Even though I can tell you hate me, as you should, you are never rude to me. You do not abuse me. You have never threatened me. Perhaps I'm in the habit of civility and nothing more, said Rudy. Perhaps. But even if that is true, it is a pleasant thing. I know that you are aware that I respond to it, and yet you haven't tried to blindside me with it. You use it to try and unlock what I know, but you don't punish me when I obfuscate. You don't wield it like a whip or hold it out like a carrot. Torturers will do that. I have. You do not. Rudy said nothing. And so I offer you this one thing, because it is the only form of remittance left to me, said Santoro. His voice was very soft, the room around them quiet. What is it you offer, Mr. Santoro? I don't know if I can fully appreciate its value. It is a warning, Dr. Sanchez. I know that you are married. I can see the ring on your finger. Your sleeve smells of baby formula, so I can infer a child, yes? You have a family, which is something new, because you did not have that when we first came into each other's lives. Rudy stiffened. Are you threatening my family? For a moment, Santoro seemed genuinely surprised. No, doctor, I am talking about your safety. I'm offering you a warning. What kind of warning? Instead of answering directly, the little killer said, My own wife is long dead. So are both of my children. They died when my village was burned by men who sought to kill me. They died very badly at the hands of men who understood cruelty, as I have come to understand it.
My God, I'm so sorry. Santoro shrugged again. It was a very long time ago. Some of those who committed those crimes were unlucky enough to allow me to find them. I took time with them, a great deal of time. Rudy wanted to look away from the pain in Santoro's eyes, but he did not. He owed nothing to this man, but he would not look away, and in doing so dishonor the woman and children who had suffered at the hands of monsters. I was not able to find all of those men, said Santoro. I was not able to find the person who sent them after me. But the roaches who come and whisper to me in the night promise that they can help me find all of the murderers who have eluded me. The roaches tell you this? Yes. Why? Do you now want to know how? Or have you already decided that I am insane and this is all academic?
Perhaps you think I will make an interesting case study for a report you will file or a paper you will publish, if Mr. Church allows you to publish." "My question stands," said Rudy. "Why?" Santoro drummed his fingers in silence, making patterns that Rudy assumed were the notes of some piece of music, but each separate tap was shadow-soft. "I have been offered a barter," said the little killer. "They will tell me where the last of the men who killed my family can be found in exchange for my help." "Help doing what, exactly? Do you mean in completing the work begun by the 7 kings? Again, Santoro did not answer, but instead said, "The roaches whispered something very important to me, Doctor. They whispered a truth that you did not tell me." "What truth?" "They told me that my brother, Esteban, was dead. They said that he had been murdered by your friend Joe Ledger." Rudy said nothing. "They said that Ledger cast him into Gosh." As Santoro spoke, his voice became quieter, but his face grew livid. His dark eyes glittered with passion, and spit flew from his lips. Then, all at once, he stopped and sagged back, looking exhausted and even a little surprised by his outburst. He tried to touch his face, but the chains did not reach that far, so he bent and placed his face in his palms. Rudy sat still, watching, assessing, processing. He was troubled and confused. However, before he could ask a question, Santoro spoke again. "My warning is this," he said quietly. "Do not stand too close to Joe Ledger. Vengeance is coming for him, and when it comes, he will kill everyone. You, Mr. Church, everyone." "He?" asked Rudy. "Are you saying that vengeance is a he, or suggesting that Joe Ledger himself is the threat?" Santoro did not speak again, and after 10 silent minutes, Rudy Sanchez rose and left the room. Arma Kitap Cafe, Ataturk Kadisi, numero 312, Alsancak, Izmir, Turkey. I went in first, found a table, and ordered coffee and a couple of pogachas, pastries, one filled with feta and the other with blue cheese. No reason I can't have something yummy just because I'm looking for a murderous psychopath. Happy tummy makes for happy Joe Ledger. There were 5 other people in the place. 2 men seated in the window talking about dips in global currencies. Both were dressed in business suits and had that unique blend of harried arrogance that made me think they were stockbrokers. An older man with the most comprehensively wrinkled face I've ever seen, reading a battered copy of Yashar Kamal's Mehmed, My Hawk. There had to be 50 yellow and orange post-it notes sticking out of various pages. A teacher, maybe? A black fly crawled on his shoulder, but he did not seem to notice. A middle-aged woman sat primly at a table near the back, filling out a form. I pegged her as someone applying for a job. Which left the last patron, a short guy wearing a dark blue blazer over a white shirt, buttoned to the throat, and a small white takia skull cap, and, unusual for Turkish men, longish hair that covered his ears. He had a heavy beard shot with gray, and wore a pair of steel-rimmed reading glasses as he made his way through a copy of Takvim, a conservative newspaper. He made no eye contact and didn't glance around, even when the bell above the door tinkled and Harry and Violin came in. None of the patrons fit the description of Kuga. The waitress brought my pastries and refilled my cup. Turkish coffee kicks 10 kinds of ass. Thick as mud, with enough caffeine to make my molecules sing karaoke, and absolutely delicious. The pastries were great too. If it wasn't for the whole tracking a world-class enabler of terrorism thing, I'd be as happy as a dog rolling in raccoon poop. I took a pack of Camel cigarettes out of my pocket, looking around for a no-smoking sign. Didn't see one, and lit one up with a lighter. I don't actually smoke. The cigarettes are phony. They smell like Camels, but are actually an herb blend. I held the butt with 2 fingers, very much in the Eastern European and Middle Eastern style. The listening device was in the cigarette pack, and there was an anteater in the lighter. Anteaters are very sophisticated devices that detect any kind of electronics, including active or passive listening devices. A faint screen display appeared on the plastic wrapper of the cigarette pack, and it told me that there were no bugs in the joint. "Outlaw," said Bug's voice in my ear. "Everyone in there has a cell phone. We're running IDs on them and working on cracking encryption." I tapped the side of the cigarette pack once to acknowledge, then tapped the surface in the 8 o'clock position, indicating where the two men sat relative to me. Bug hummed for a moment and then gave me their names and data. They were, in fact, a stockbroker and a banker. They were also second cousins with nothing particularly hinky in their backgrounds. I tapped the 2 o'clock spot for the old man. "Retired college teacher," said Bug. "Runs a book discussion group at the local mosque. Political, but not in any alarming way. Average for that part of town. Lives above the cafe." 3 o'clock for the bearded man. There was a long pause before Bug replied. "Okay," he said. "Now that's interesting." I saw Violin look up and glanced briefly at me. She was on the same comms channel. "Took a bit to decrypt his phone and access his account," said Bug. "His name is Bülent Emirzalioglu, with an address in Istanbul. But there was no way for me to tell him to hurry up because I was alone and did not want to make a fake cell call just to hide speaking to him. Violin came to the rescue, though. She leaned over and touched Harry's arm. "You've had that menu forever now, darling. Stop dawdling." Harry, true to form, said, "What? I just—" She kicked him discreetly under the table. From the wince he tried to suppress, she hadn't been gentle. Yeah, said Bug, taking her cue. "Listen, at a glance, everything about Emirzalioglu is exactly what you'd expect. Average amount in his bank account, owns his own house and car, donates to his mosque, and has some vaguely anti-American stuff on his Facebook page. All normal for a conservative of his age. Nothing too radical, nothing violent, no long-winded political rants. Just stuff. Except, I don't like it." Violin touched a random item on the menu. "And what's wrong with this?" Harry wisely kept his trap shut. "Maybe I'm getting jaded in my old age," said Bug, "but it's too neat. Look, I've built 1,000,000 fake accounts for you guys, and this looks like one of those. Everything looks right, and it establishes the kind of backstory you'd expect for a guy like him. Except that it is 100% perfect, and nobody's life is perfect. Even the imperfections, he buys everything with cash or checks and never uses a credit or debit card, is a little too neatly quirky." I saw Harry mouth the words, "neatly quirky." "So," said Violin, pretending to touch another menu item, "you think this might trigger your allergies?" "I don't have any," began Harry, but stopped himself and flushed a tomato red. Violin gave me a tiny apologetic smile. I may have scowled.
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8 of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. But then the scowl turned into a frown because I noticed Emirzalioglu was still reading the paper, and I tried to recall if he'd turned the page since we'd come in. Pretty sure he hadn't. I crushed out my cigarette and lit another, then tapped the 3 o'clock spot several times. Violin signaled the waitress and put in an order for 2 teas and baklava, then asked where the toilet was. She patted Harry on the shoulder as she rose, indicating that he stay seated and inactive. She had to pass by the table where the small bearded man sat and flashed him a bright and mildly provocative smile. The man smiled back, though his was polite. I watched his face as he did it, though, and saw him make direct eye contact with her. "Pardon me," she said as she moved past. "Of course," he replied, and I heard the exchange via her body mic, which looked like a mole on her upper lip. She vanished into the bathroom. Gotcha, I thought. The man had spoken Turkish, but the accent was all wrong. Even in 2 simple words you can tell if you know how to listen. Languages have always been easy for me. My brother Sean got the math skills, but I pick up languages and accents the way a wool sweater picks up lint. Couldn't tell what his real accent was, but there was no way in hell he was Turkish. Bug caught it too, though he used software to assess the accent. You heard that, Outlaw? I think he's European. MindReader says Portugal or Spain with a probability in the low 50s. 4% that it's Turkish, so... He paused. Emirzalioglu's passport shows no trips outside of the country. I'm calling phony baloney on this clown. The bearded man dug his cell phone out of his jacket pocket, looked at the screen, frowned, and then glanced covertly around the room. He looked at Harry Bolt and then at me, and ignored everyone else. Then he sent a text and put his phone away. His face was unreadable, but the hairs on the back of my neck suddenly stood out stiff as wires. I unobtrusively took the pistol from my belt and laid it on my thigh, with my right finger resting on the loop of the trigger guard. Emirzalioglu stood up and walked slowly toward me. He kept his hands free from his body, palms out, assuring me that he was not armed. Or maybe making a statement that a gun was not his weapon. I whipped my pistol out from under the table, but before I could even point it, the plate glass window behind me suddenly exploded as a storm cloud of heavy machine gun fire began tearing the world apart. Area 94, Secure Military Black Site, III, Arizona, 15 months ago. The psychiatrist was gone. Dr. Rudy Sanchez's last visit was 1 month ago to the day. Santoro sat in his cell, wondering if Sanchez would ever come back. Probably. He had planted a worm in the man's mind. He or the deacon would have to come back. They would have to ask more questions. They would need to know. The fact that neither had so far appeared was probably due to some case they were on, saving the world from the wrong people. That amused Santoro. The days passed pleasantly for him, and he enjoyed the power he'd taken. It was a lovely drug, old and familiar, and it felt delicious to know that he had cut into the doctor's calm. Making surgical cuts in the mind was always more satisfying than similar cuts made to flesh. There was a risk, of course, that Sanchez would respond by cutting off all interrogations and visits, but Santoro believed the gamble was worth it. He rarely lost such a bet. If it was up to the doctor, then Santoro was sure that Sanchez would return, and he would be back soon. The deacon was far more patient, subtle, and devious. He could wait. He might wait, letting time and doubt do the bulk of his work. It did not matter either way, though. He knew that they would never let him out of the cage. Having a game to play, even a long-range one, was something to pass the time. It made him feel a flicker of power. When he worked for the Seven Kings, coercion, extortion, and manipulation were his tools. The slivers of information he had given to Sanchez would work their way under the flesh of both men and of others in the DMS. Yes, that felt good. So he would wait. Here in the prison. Here in the routine that promised no change, no end, no escape. They would never let him leave his cell. To shower, sure. To walk the exercise yard alone and under guard for 1 hour a day, yes. But Rafael Santoro was positive that he would never walk out of this prison alive. He had been told that by Mr. Church. He thought about that man, and his name. Names. Mr. Church, the deacon, Saint Germain, the sexton, Dr. Pope, Colonel Eldritch. So many other names. Santoro knew at least a dozen of them, and he was certain that there were many more, and none of them real, none of them true. If there was a devil in the flesh, then Church was Lucifer himself. Santoro knew and hated him, and he feared the deacon as he feared no one else, alive or dead. Even the men who had slaughtered his family did not make him afraid. He merely loathed them. Church was something else. In private interview rooms at the previous black site where he'd been held first, Santoro had seen the man's true face. He was certain few other people ever had, certainly no one alive. Church was the devil. He was a monster. Santoro was sure of it. And Church had promised Santoro that this prison would be his life and it would be his grave. Santoro had only hinted about these things with Dr. Sanchez. He had a suspicion that the psychiatrist did not know who or what he worked for. At night, when he knelt on the cold concrete of his tiny cell and prayed to the goddess, he did not pray for salvation or escape. He prayed for sickness to come to the life of Mr. Church. Sickness and blight. He prayed for the demons of justice to devour the man's loved ones. He prayed that everyone Church loved, if such a monster was capable of love, would wither and suffer and die. Those prayers gave him strength. His hate gave him power. He believed that if he prayed hard enough and well enough, then the goddess, or her saints, would hear him. Each day, Santoro spent his time reading and thinking. Sometimes he would weep when he thought of how he had failed the goddess. Church somehow knew this, and used it against him, tricking him into saying more than he ever wanted to. But when Santoro cut his tongue out of his own mouth, that had stopped the interrogations.
At least with Church, the pain of that had been purifying. The deacon had come to see him only one more time after that. The man seemed to grasp that their conversations were over. Santoro expected a bullet from the cold-eyed jerk. He knew that Church would not plead or bully or offer bribes. They both knew it was over. Instead, Church stood watching him from the foot of Santoro's bed in the prison hospital. He stood like a ghost, saying nothing for a long time, watching. Santoro's mouth was full of stitches. His body shot up with painkillers. His heart turned to stone. The man stood there, looking at him with those demon eyes. Santoro could never quite remember for how long. Eventually, even he could not bear the weight of that gaze, and Santoro turned away to look at the wall. When he turned back, 10 or 20 minutes later, Mr. Church was gone, vanished without a sound or a trace. Perhaps he had never been there at all. The devil was like that, Santoro knew, subtle and deceptive and elusive. Dr. Sanchez was a far less devious person. He was an actual good man, a rarity in the world. It pleased Santoro to offer the doctor the warning, and he would not break his word. He wouldn't go after Dr. Sanchez, and he hoped the man would steer clear of Ledger. If not, then at least Santoro had tried to warn him. Ledger, Santoro knew, was doomed. The roaches had told him. The roaches told him so much. In the days after his last interview with Dr. Sanchez, Santoro refused to speak to anyone, not to guards or the medical staff. He went silent and traveled deep into his own mind. He only resurfaced to talk with the roaches. They had been silent for a while too. Then they crawled out of the cracks in the wall and scuttled onto his bed. They covered his chest and face, and they whispered to him. "Tomorrow night," they said. "Be ready. Tomorrow night." Arma Kitap Cafe Atatürk Caddesi No 31 Al Sancak, Izmir, Turkey. I dove forward, chased by 1,000 hungry teeth of glass. I hit the edge of the table and fell, dragging it with me, turning it as I crashed down on my back, using it as a shield. The bullets tore it to splinters, but I wasn't hit. I rolled sideways to see 4 men with machine guns walking toward the shattered window. The 2 businessmen were down already, their chests torn to red ruin. Harry Bolt was down, wrestling with the old school teacher, while the woman who'd come to apply for a job was kicking them both. The moment made no sense. Or not enough of it. First things first, though, and I opened up on the 4 gunmen. I took the closest one in the side of the chest, and the bullets punched all the way through him and into the man next to him. They both staggered, but did not go down. The others shifted their barrels and hosed the place, but I was already moving, scuttling like a cockroach across the floor, trying not to die. I glanced around for Immerzalioglu, but he was gone. All I saw was a beard lying on a spray of broken glass. Gosh. The gunmen began stepping over the window frame, and I rose up to one knee and fired. But as I did, a second gun opened up behind me, and suddenly Violin was there. She took one man in the face and throat, and I put 2 into a second guy's head. They went down, and as I swung my gun toward the 2 injured ones, Violin shot them both, headshots while walking forward, 4 up, 4 down. She pivoted and caught the job applicant by the hair, jerked her back with such force that the woman seemed to fly into the air. Then Violin simply tossed her away. The woman hit the floor hard, skidded on the sharp glass, but was instantly on all fours, rising, snarling like an animal. "Watch," I yelled, but didn't fire, because something was wrong about the moment. It wasn't clear if the woman was working for Immerzalioglu or was somehow caught up in the violence and hysteria of all of this. But as I shot to my feet, the woman ran at Violin, who, cold as an eel, pivoted and shot her in the face. Harry had managed to push the old man off, but seemed unable to actually overpower the guy. Violin shot him too. Then the waitress came screaming out of the kitchen, looked around, and ran back. Violin nearly shot her, but paused, because this really was hysteria and not another attack.
The thunder of our gunfire echoed for a moment, and then a quick and dreadful silence dropped over the cafe. It was an envelope in which the three of us tried to make sense of what just happened. Then the silence was broken as we heard people outside yelling, some screaming, and the sound of running feet. "Out!" I yelled, and I grabbed Harry by the shoulder, jerked him to his feet, and propelled him toward the front door. "Go! Go!" He went. Violin and I followed, giving him ungentle pushes toward the car. In seconds we were driving away, me behind the wheel, Harry dumped in the back, and Violin gun ready in the shotgun seat. As we drove, Violin looked at the fake beard I'd snatched up during our exit. "What?" sputtered Harry. "Just happened." I said nothing and drove. Burj Al Arab Jumeirah Hotel, Jumeirah Street, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. 4 months ago. They came out of the hotel bar, arms linked, laughing, stumbling, laughing harder. There was a hilarious confusion with a revolving door, and a pause mid-turn for a sloppy kiss. Then they were on the pavement. The man, Edward Dexter, CEO of Dexter Tactical and Dex to all his friends, was having the time of his life. The lady was probably younger than Dex's oldest daughter, but how did that matter? The family was back home in Albany, and that was a long, very way from Dubai. Everything was, in point of fact, a long, very way from Dubai. The real world was back there, because it certainly wasn't here in the United Arab Emirates. While they waited for the concierge to fetch a cab, Dex hugged the woman to him, trying like hell to remember her name. Angela? No, that wasn't it. Angela was the lobbyist he was involved with in Singapore. Ellen? Closer. He thought her name started with an E, but Ellen didn't quite fit. He remembered knowing it 3 or 4 martinis back, but with her nibbling his ear like that, he wasn't sure if he could remember his own very name. The cab arrived, and he shoved some bills at the concierge, and the two of them tumbled into the back seat. The woman, Emily or Edna or whatever, gave the address of her hotel, and before the cab was in gear, they shared intimate moments, their desire growing. The ride was a blur of colored lights whipping past the windows, fueled by his rising need for this woman. She got him so wound up that he had to actually make her stop, wanting to save their passion for later. His desire was intense, and he envisioned a night of deep connection. That was the plan, to share intimacy, then climb back into a cab, get cleaned up, get some sleep, and be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for the meeting with the Saudi princes tomorrow. Dex had a stack of glossy catalogs featuring 12 new models of urban pacification drones that, with certain pricey extras, could be upgraded for military use. Life, as he saw it, was really, really grand. They got to her hotel, which was a bit squalid, though by Dubai standards it would have been on a par with any 4-star hotel in New York. They made out in the elevator, and then stumbled along the red-carpeted hall to her door. Inside, they kissed for several heated moments, and then he excused himself to use her bathroom. Once inside, he washed his face, finger-combed his hair, loosened his tie, and left the bathroom, and stopped dead. The big-screen TV on the bureau across from the bed was turned on with the sound all the way down. On the screen was a woman walking a child to a bus stop. The woman was a little younger than the woman whose room this was. The child was 7. It was obvious they did not know they were being filmed. The woman was his youngest daughter, Bailey. The child was his grandson.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone, tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective, yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. Dex said, "What the? Really?" The woman he picked up at the hotel bar sat fully dressed on the edge of the bed. She held a pistol in her hands. Next to her sat a muscular blond man. He also held a gun. They were both smiling. "Hi," said Adam. Eve just giggled. Gaziler Kadasi, Izmir, Turkey. Kuga's voice on the phone was cold, calm as ice. "What went wrong?" he asked. The bearded man sat in the back seat of a sedan that sped along Gaziler Kadasi. The driver kept it to 3 miles over the posted speed, and the car was a Renault, a make and model so common it was virtually invisible. A family car of the right color, moving with the traffic. "You saw the camera feed," said the man. He rubbed his chin, peeling away the last of the adhesive. "The big blonde guy," said Kuga. "Was that who I think it was?" "Yes." "You're sure?" "I am certain. It was Joe Ledger." There were rain clouds in the sky, and he leaned close to the glass to look up at them, dark and troubled, boiling slowly together to erase the light of day. "Did he make you?" "No." "How sure are you?" demanded Kuga. "Certain." "Why are you certain?" He would have reacted differently. That seemed to wash back and forth between them. Why was he there? Does he know about the operation? Is he hunting us? "I think," said the bearded man, "that he is hunting you." He was with the Arclight woman, the one they call Violin, and a young man I do not know. He may be a... "I know him," said Kuga, and the coldness went colder still. "Who is he?" "We can talk about that later. Right now, we need to focus on Ledger. Why was he there?" After a pause, the bearded man said, "Aleppo." The car drove a whole mile before Kuga said, "Really?" "It is only a guess." "But the timing." "Really? What do you want to do?" "We can't shift the timetable," said Kuga. "We're already in motion now. We couldn't stop it if we wanted to." There was a rumble of thunder, and the first fat drop splattered against a windshield and popped on the car's roof. Lightning forked in the sky, splashing the road with blinding white light. The bearded man flinched back as if the entire city were burning inside the fireball of a nuclear explosion. The light stung his eyes. The phone connection crackled as if it too were burning. Then, as the light faded and the rain began to hammer, falling in gray sheets, Kuga said, "I'm going to find whatever and whoever it is that Ledger loves best, and I'm going to tear them apart. You will turn a madman into a monster." Kuga's laugh was dark and hard, and so very cold. You, of all people, should know that everyone has a breaking point. Everyone. Even monsters. The line went dead. Barrier Safe House. Undisclosed location, Izmir, Turkey. We went to ground at a safe house run by old friends from Barrier, which is the British counterpart of the DMS. The place was empty, but very cleverly placed electronics signaled our arrival, and within a minute the house phone rang. I took the call. "Hello," I said neutrally. "What's for lunch?" asked a female voice. "Bangers and mash," I said, using the current day code. "Enjoy your stay." That was all. I used an anteater to check for bugs, and disabled them all, even the ones left by Barrier. Bug would square that with them, and the Brits would understand. Violin made a routine check of the house, and then we all convened in the kitchen. Harry was shaken and embarrassed. Violin looked calm, because she always looked calm, but I knew that she had to be as rattled as I was. I made a pot of coffee while Violin opened a small laptop, which I recognized as an Oracle substation. Oracle was the proprietary computer system used by Arclight and the Mothers of the Fallen. The screen showed a subtly smiling Mona Lisa, which was actually the face of an interactive AI program. Violin spoke to it in a language that maybe 6 people outside of Arclight could understand. I'm one of them, though I don't think Violin knows that. I played dumb, which is actually easier for me than I'd like to admit. I even whistled while I started the coffee maker, and fished in the cabinets for food. Nothing I heard was earth-shaking, though. Just Violin logging on and asking for a pickup and forensic analysis of the fake beard. By the time I had lunch ready, she'd shut Oracle down. "Mother won't be happy with how this turned out," she said, placing the beard carefully onto the table. "Mr. Church isn't going to give me a wet sloppy kiss either," I agreed. "Ooh," said Harry. "Lilith will find some way to blame you for this debacle," said Violin. "Well, she already hates me, so that's not that big a thing." Harry snorted, but made no comment. Lilith half-assed liked him, but I figured it was more like the affection people have for a mongrel dog rather than as a potential life partner for Violin. "Will she still send you to Norway for the D9 thing?" I asked. "Oh, probably. We still need a presence there, but I shudder to think where she'll exile me to afterward." The fact that she was traveling the world with Harry Bolt seemed like enough of a punishment, but I elected not to say so. Instead, I set a cup and a bowl of canned vegetable soup in front of Violin and picked up the beard. She watched me as I examined it. "Might get some DNA off of it," I said. "There's always that small chance," she said, studying me. "We need to get this to a lab." Violin gave me a very thin little smile, and that's when I knew that she knew I'd understood the call. "Hey," said Harry, "can someone please tell me what the heck just happened?" Instead of answering, I tapped my earbud. "Bug, have you finished running facial recognition on Emerzali Oglu?" "Yes," said the voice in my ear, "but you're not going to like it." His hair hid his ears, and the beard and mustache hid jaw shape, mouth contours, and nostrils. We know the beard was fake, and I bet the hair was too. The tinted glasses gave us nothing on his eyes, except an iffy measurement. I'm sorry, Joe, but there's just not enough unique detail. Which meant he was trying to disguise himself, knowing that someone might recognize him, said Harry. "Thank you, Captain Obvious," I said. "No," protested Harry. "I mean, he couldn't have known we were going to be there, so he was in disguise to meet someone else." Violin and I exchanged a look, and we both shook our heads at the same time. "All of the descriptions we've had of Kuga," she said he was tall. This man, at best, was 5'8". Maybe he sometimes wears special shoes to make him look taller, ventured Harry. He'd have to have been wearing stilts, I said. Nah, kid, this guy maybe worked for Kuga, but I don't think that was him. Whoever he was, said Bug, he made you all pretty fast. He must have been there to meet someone dangerous, mused Violin. He had the 4 shooters outside, and the fake patrons who attacked us. Yeah, Harry said. About that, I know I'm not a genius when it comes to reading a situation, but am I the only one who thinks there was something weird?
We chewed on it for a bit, but it was obvious we stepped into the middle of something else, and things just turned sour for us. A line from that old Lightnin' Hopkins song began playing in my head. Bad luck and trouble, 2 of my best friends. Keep working on the facial recognition, I said to Bug. Voice recognition too. And maybe we'll get lucky and get something from the beard. Lucky? Asked Violin with a laugh. When was the last time you were lucky? Aboard the Soul of Piety, Kiel Canal, River Elbe, Germany. Kuga sat in a leather swivel chair in the galley of the expensive yacht, a glass of whiskey in his hand. The Göttingen Festival Orchestra recording of Handel's Wassermusik played sweetly. Water slapped against the hull, and outside a gull cried its lonely love song, which was answered faintly and far away. He was a tall man, dressed in a dark blue roll-neck sweater and soft gray wool trousers. The heater was on, and the galley was warm. It smelled of honeyed rolls and good bourbon. There was a sophisticated computer monitoring setup in a corner of the galley, with multiple screens and good sound fidelity. 3 different angles of the same video played out, perfectly synced. He watched 2 men and a woman fight for their lives in a Turkish cafe far from where he sat. A small muscle bunched and flexed at the corner of his jaw. When he'd gotten the call that an important meeting at the cafe in Izmir had gone south very dramatically, he directed his people to send all camera feeds to him. The reasonable assumption was that either a rival team had come to cut into his actions, something that was always a danger for someone like him, or that some government cops were trying to make a name for themselves. In either case, the bad guys should have been swatted quickly and thoroughly. His very best man was on site, but now he was watching the video for the 10th time. Yes, his man had controlled the situation as much as possible, but he had not eliminated the threat. Worse, Kuga knew the 3 people who'd come to the cafe. He knew them each very well. That psychopath Joe Ledger, Violin, the Arclight Witch, and the former CIA agent who called himself Harry Bolt. Kuga drank his whiskey, refilled his glass, drank it dry, got more, not even bothering with ice. He froze the images and touched a screen, touched one of the faces. Gosh, he breathed. He felt something on his face and pawed at it, then stared at his hand, at the wetness of tears that glistened there. Very son of a difficult person, he swore. Kuga sat there for a long time, staring at that one face, letting the tears flow and hating each one of them. He got very, very drunk. Barrier Safe House, undisclosed location, Izmir. We stayed at the safe house for a few hours until Bug assured us that there was no active manhunt for us. The barrier runner picked up the beard. Violin and I sat for a while and talked about friends we had in common and people we knew. It was a wistful game of catch-up. Even though we were never officially a couple, there were people who came into our lives around the time we were lovers, and those people defined that time. And there were people who knew both of us, but separately. She asked about Junie, and I told her about the latest stuff Freetech was doing to save the world. Once upon a time, Violin disliked Junie and saw her as a rival, but they bonded during the Code Zero case and have been friends since. Violin asked about my brother, Sean, who was a detective in Baltimore. Sean was married to a wonderful woman, Allie, and they had two amazing kids, Em and Ryan, known as Lefty. For some reason, Violin bonded with the kids, and when she was in town, would take them out for long days of mysterious fun, with the kids sworn to secrecy. The kids always came back smiling and laughing, and they loved Violin. I asked about her mother, Lilith, and Violin's face got a little wooden. "She's fine," was all she'd say. That was okay. It was all I wanted to hear. I was moderately low on Lilith's Christmas card list, somewhere between Vladimir Putin and Satan. We talked and talked, but then it was time for her to go. Violin gave me a sweet kiss on the cheek and a warm hug that left me with a fragment of memory of when she and I had been lovers. Harry looked a little jealous, but he had nothing to worry about. The memories of being with Violin would always be in my head, and in a very special place. But I was in love with Junie, and when I looked into my own future, I didn't see that changing. But that hug felt good. I went upstairs and took a hot shower, shaved, and slept for an hour, or tried to. What I really did was lay there on the top sheet and stare at the uninformative bedroom ceiling. Not daydreaming about my brother Sean and his family, or Violin, or even of Junie. Nothing that pure. Instead, I thought about the man who called himself Immerzaliaglo. Did I believe that was his real name? No. After hearing him speak, there was every possibility he was neither Turkish nor even Muslim. He was so familiar, though. Something about him. His voice? Yes, his energy, to borrow something Junie often says. Yes, there was definitely something about his energy, and I was almost positive I'd been in the same place with him before. But where? Why? Under what circumstances? It taunted me, because the more I thought about it, the more sure I was. "Who are you, you son of a difficult person?" I said aloud. His words came back to me. "You will not find what you're looking for, not here, and not anywhere you will think to look. Who are you?" After an hour, I got up, got dressed, and took a cab to the airport. Island of Frogs, North Korea. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Dylan Thomas. Gaeguli Som, 18 nautical miles west of North Korea, Sea of Japan. They called it the Island of Frogs, and Gaeguli Som lived up to that name. There were frogs everywhere, toads too, and salamanders. The old man, Bayon Sak, liked the frogs. They made the night pulse like a beating heart, even this late in the year. Regular, calm, soothing. Rather lovely as he sat on a stool, chewing on a stem of withered grass and mending his fishing nets. The day's catch was good, and he dragged aboard a surprising variety of fishes, including mackerel, sorry, pollock, and sardines, enough to put him ahead of his quota. 70% of his estimated catch was regularly shipped back to the mainland on a government gunboat, and he was allowed to keep anything over that. Some days that meant he and his wife went hungry. He did too, so the kids could eat. They'd adopted their grandchildren after their daughter died of cancer and her husband was lost in a storm. The children were still small, 6 and 4. Most days Bayon's catch was enough, though. They did not starve. Days like today were rare, though, and the extra put him into a good mood. He had a little fire in an old gasoline drum, and it spilled yellow light and a great deal of warmth all around him, keeping his old fingers pliant and nimble as he worked. A small oil lantern was set on a stump to give him better light for the close work. Bayon didn't need or want much out of life, at least not much beyond what he had. His wife, whom he loved, his friends in the village, plenty of fish in the sea, a warm fire, the stars, and the frogs. He'd seen a Juan Wren frog that morning, and they were so rare, Bayon had taken it as an auspicious sign, which it proved to be. There were 19 pounds of fish being cleaned. She would cook some, smoke some, and salt the rest. Life, he mused, was good. Well, except for the flies. They were everywhere, despite the cold, swarming and biting. Bion was a tolerant and generally forgiving man, but he would have been okay with it if the frogs ate every single one of them. That would make the evening perfect. Above the tiny island, a shooting star scraped like a match across the ceiling of the world.
Another auspicious sign. Perhaps tomorrow's catch would be as bountiful as today's. He had a few friends he'd like to gift with some mackerel. Bion heard a twig break in the jungle and turned, smiling, expecting it to be his particular friend, Gang. Good old Gang Sayon was even older than Bion. Nobody knew exactly how old, not even Gang. It was a running joke that he was older than the island itself, which had been pushed up out of the water a couple of million years ago. "Gang, you old goat," he called. "Come and sit down. I have some tea and it's still hot, or hot enough anyway." However, the shape that detached itself from the dense shadows of the jungle was not his friend. It was slimmer and shorter, and it took Bion a moment to make out who it was. It moved to within a few feet of the spill of light from the old man's tiny lantern, and then stopped, swaying slowly as if nudged by the gentle ocean breeze. He saw the wisps of long hair dancing around soft shoulders, and could just make out the faintness of a pink shirt. "Hayun," he said, surprised to see his wife down here on the beach when there was so much work to be done with the catch at home. The figure stayed there, moving almost to the pulsing rhythm of the frogs. "Are you done already?" There was no answer. Bion frowned. "Hayun?" She stepped out of the darkness and into the yellow lantern light. Bion looked at the face of the woman to whom he'd been married for 53 years. She was slender and strong, and even age had never taken the twinkle out of her eyes, nor hard work drained the uncomplicated happiness of her smile. She'd been his love, his friend, his flower for all these years. Now, as he looked at Hayun's face, Bayan Sak felt a terrible dread open up in the bottom of his heart. Her eyes were glassy, and they stared without blinking. She was smiling, but that smile was wrong. Her lips were peeled back to show her remaining teeth. Bad, like his, gray and rotted, but red. The lantern light showed that. Glistening red. It coated her teeth and lips and ran in lines down her chin to drip onto the front of her blouse. Her hands were red, too. "Hayun," he gasped, dropping his net and staggering to his feet. "What is this? What's happened?" Her answer was a sound, the wrong kind of sound. Not a whimper of pain because of some accident, not a cry for help. Hayun laughed. A small, fractured, ugly sound. Bayan looked at her and then past her. Where are the children?" Her smile turned into a grin, a huge crimson smile of awful joy. "Hayun, where are the children?" His wife threw back her head and screamed, with laughter, with such hungry, hungry laughter. And then she ran at him, hands reaching, and those bloody teeth opening wide. Greenfield, and we're back. We've been talking the pros and cons of reunification of the two Koreas. Dr. Andy Ming expresses some concerns, and Jillian Bakshi is arguing for it. Many experts have debated the economic benefits versus costs of reunification. While some analysts focus on the tremendous economic potential of a unified Korea, others express concern over the price tag of bringing North Korea up to the standards of living and education enjoyed in the South.
And yet, we've seen solid steps in the right direction. Leader Kim has pledged to end the testing of nuclear weapons and agreed to dismantle the Punggye-ri nuclear testing site.
Excuse me, Jillian, but geologists have already indicated that the Punggye-ri collapsed some time ago. Kim's offer of dismantling it appears to be greatly disingenuous. And although he hasn't detonated any new devices, there's every indication that he continues nuclear weapons development. He's made it quite clear he wants the U.S. to remove troops from South Korea before he'll take any real action, and even then I have my doubts. Let's shift focus a bit to China. Kim Jong-un has gone there several times without disclosing the substance of those talks. Some experts have suggested he has been going there to lay the groundwork for reunification, which would necessarily involve China, as they are part of the ceasefire.
Well, I may lose my optimist card there, Mitch, because I don't think that's why he's been going there. I think Andy will agree with me that he's been called on the carpet by the Chinese president.
We absolutely agree on that, Jillian. His saber-rattling and, excuse the crudity, display of dominance with the American president got out of hand.
You're absolutely right. Kim was bringing his country too close to an actual exchange of missiles with the world's unrivaled superpower. A contest that could have forced China into the conflict and possibly drawn in Russia as well. Even if that conflict somehow stayed non-nuclear, it would amount to World War III, with China, Russia, North Korea, and possibly Iran and a few other nations against the United States and its allies. Apart from the appalling risk to human life and damage to the planet, it would destroy the global economy as we know it. The note read, "All work and no play makes Joe a dull boy." The note had been slipped under my office door when I got back from Turkey. It was in an envelope that had a room key card for a snazzy hotel. The note was unsigned, but it didn't need to be. I knew the handwriting. Since I'd already written my after-action report on the flight and had only a loose plan to head to Athens to do some Christmas shopping, I was okay with a change in agenda. That note made me smile. I logged on to the RTI server and told everyone who needed to know that I was officially off the clock until further notice. Then I took my chopper to Thessaloniki, which is the second largest city in Greece, but one I'd never visited before. The town is lovely, but that hotel knocked my socks off. It looms over the Aristoteles Square and looked like a Byzantine palace, with an eye-popping view of the Thermic Gulf. The hotel apparently had a romantic getaway, and the cab driver kept grinning and winking at me. I got out and heard a soft rumble. Above me, the sky had gone dark with rain clouds, and there was ozone in the air. A storm was coming. I went in and stopped at the desk to request that a couple of superb bottles of wine be sent up to the room. The woman behind the counter said that wine had already been delivered. She gave me a knowing smile, too. So, grinning, I went to the elevator and took it to the 4th floor, followed the curving hallway, trying not to break into an actual run. I used the keycard, and the door clicked softly open. There was a breath of air from inside that was perfumed with Tibetan temple incense and which carried with it the achingly beautiful sounds of the Moscow Symphony Orchestra playing Clair de Lune. She was waiting for me by the window, her back to me, long curly hair falling around good shoulders. I closed the door, shrugged out of my jacket, and came to stand behind her. I bent to kiss the side of her neck, and she tilted her head to allow it. "I missed you," I began, but Junie whispered a soft, "shh." There was no talk after that. Junie turned her head, and we kissed long and sweetly, and it was very likely the most beautiful moment of my life. No drama, no clever conversation, no need for us to be anything but who we were. Junie Flynn and Joe Ledger, lovers and friends. Deep lovers, true friends, which means that what there is between us runs so much deeper than physical attraction or chemistry. Everything is built on a foundation of respect and allowing neither of us tries to change who the other is. Junie is one of the most intelligent people I've ever met. She is tall, with masses of wild blonde hair, the brightest blue eyes in creation, and creamy skin dappled with freckles. She's been through storms, though, and has scars inside and out. She's beaten cancer 3 times and also survived an assassin's bullet that killed the baby she'd been carrying. Our baby.
That injury also destroyed and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. And that injury also destroyed her uterus. Our relationship was not there to create a family. We were family to each other, and always would be. She wore a blue Japanese robe and stood with her fingertips touching the glass of the big picture window. I touched Junie's shoulders and leaned close to smell her hair. Junie's skin was warm and perfumed. Touch, intimate, tension overwhelming. Then, naked, we walked hand in hand to the big bed. There is sex, and then there is true lovemaking, and that is what we did. We made love. What we each do takes us away from one another for days, weeks, even months. Our relationship is not normal, and maybe it shouldn't work. I am a killer, and she, in her way, is a kind of healer. But two people do not need to be alike to be in love. They don't need to parallel each other's lives. They don't need to breathe the same air. Love doesn't require that. When Junie and I are together, we remake the us that we were. Always a bit different, because we're realistic enough and adult enough to know that life is always changing us. When we meet again, we accept that we will be slightly different people than the ones who last parted. And so the joining of our bodies was part of a process of reconnection. As that late afternoon became evening and then turned to night, we made love on the big bed. They came together in passion, connecting deeply. Afterwards, they shared a long, tender kiss. The rains came and hammered on the windows. It ended so slowly, a winding down. Gasping and trembling, bathed in sweat, painted with the last paleness of twilight, I wrapped my arms around her and buried my mouth in the cleft between neck and throat and kissed my Junie with 1,000 small, sweet kisses. The storm got bigger, and winds whipped the rain against the windows. We lay there holding each other as the sweat dried on our skin and listened to it. The only word she said that night was my name. It was enough. It said so much. Gaguli Sam, 18 nautical miles west of North Korea, Sea of Japan. The two figures sat in their rubber boat, engine silent. One of them, a tall, young, blonde-haired man with beefy shoulders who declined to share his real name, watched the island through night vision goggles. The other, a slender woman named Ainil Tan, sat hunched over a laptop on which a dozen video feeds were playing out in small windows. The cameras mounted on trees around the island were ultra-sophisticated. They captured everything in 1080p high definition, and the cameras were keyed to adjust colors to compensate for poor light. Everything was crystal clear, and the miniature condenser microphones recorded every cry, every scream, every unanswered cry for help with perfect fidelity. "We have it," said Ainil, looking up from the laptop. There was obvious fear and nervousness in her voice. "We have enough, let's go." The man studied the island for a moment before replying. He lowered his glasses and glanced at the video feeds. "Give it another few minutes." "But," she protested, "we have enough." The man's blue eyes looked black in the poor light. "Another few minutes," he said, spacing the words out, giving them each equal weight and inflection. Then he exhaled. "Look," he said with a bit more patience, "I told you that my sources told me that something big was going to happen here." "And this is big," Ainil insisted. "Oh my God, this is the biggest thing I've ever seen." "But it's only part of the story," he said. "What are you talking about? Everyone's dead." He shook his head and looked away, toward the beach. "Not everyone," he said. "What do you mean?" The man put a finger to his lips and then pointed. She saw him mouth the word, "Look." Ainil looked. For long minutes she stared through the lens at figures moving along the sand. Despite being warned not to speak, she repeated, "Oh my God." The man leaned very close and whispered softly in her ear, "That's why I wanted you here. Now make sure you're recording." She was. Despite everything, her youth, the shock of this, the horrors, she was first and foremost an investigative journalist. Ainil recorded, even as the tears broke and rolled down her cheeks and her heart beat like frenzied fists on the walls of her chest. Electra Palace, Thessaloniki, 9 Aristoteles Square, Thessaloniki, Greece. Junie and I had breakfast in the rooftop restaurant, at a table by the fireplace. I couldn't even spell half the stuff we ate, but everything tasted wonderful. Everything. We smiled at each other a lot. Those sly, secret smiles of lovers who are so recently from the moments of passion that each can still remember the heat of breath on naked skin, the taste of kisses, the languor of afterglow. Somewhere between the eggs with stacca and coulerus bread rings, our long, contented silence gave way to conversation. We don't do chit-chat, so she jumped right in and talked about a project she was overseeing at Freetech, which was her company. Freetech was privately funded and globally positioned. A big part of what they did was to repurpose some of the truly nasty technologies my guys and I have taken away from mad scientists, terrorists, and other various and assorted dangerous nutbags. It always amazed me how much of any given technology could be used to benefit humanity rather than destroy it. Freetech uses elements of that science, but not to cause misery. No, Junie and her team have made huge inroads into water purification, non-GMO crop protection, vaccinations, and so much more. She described one sustainable energy project she was about to launch in Puerto Rico. "It's a new kind of solar panel system," she said, excitement sparkling in her blue eyes. The standard designs of affordable solar panels are really hampered by the Shockley-Queisser limit, which means that if there is a solar irradiance of, say, 1,000 watts per square meter, then the maximum power output that the solar panel can produce is only 337 watts per square meter. It's all about the physical process of the absorption of a photon to generate an electron and then pass it to the band of conduction. So far, there has been no solar panel manufacturing process or technological development of silicon p-n junction cells that can change this. It's been accepted as a factual limitation, but one of Zephyr Bain's projects had been on the edge of proving that the limitation was only a theoretical boundary of energy conversion. Our people have taken Bain's work and followed it all the way to practical models.
We're going to test them in Puerto Rico, and if it works, if there is another hurricane like they had a few years ago, then we can restore the power grid in days rather than months." "That's awesome," I said, meaning it. And seeing the delight in her face and hearing the enthusiasm and hope in her voice made my heart happy. Not everyone gets to do what they love, and fewer still are able to have their dream job be one that does measurable good on a grand scale. Junie was the polar opposite of the kinds of people I go hunting for. Instead of being a mad scientist, she is eminently sane. And even though her job and mine keeps us apart so often and for so long, reunions like this were joyful. They made lonely nights less bleak. Sure, that's selfish, but I never claimed to be otherwise. While we were talking, Sean texted us, time difference notwithstanding. He was bursting with news that his wife, Allie, was pregnant with their third child and due in late June. It made me so happy I wanted to cry. Junie and I got on a FaceTime call with the whole family, and maybe we were a little loud, but the other
Being happy, which is something people who know me only at work might think is a rare state for me. It's not, really. I do this job because of the people I love. Sean and Allie, Lefty and Em, Junie, all of the good ones. The conversation went this way and that, and shifted subtly toward our new organization as International Troubleshooters. Junie was not an outsider when it came to the details of my job. She used to be, as a standard precaution, but when Church formed the RTI, he extended her access from top secret to unlimited. "I spoke with Joan yesterday," she said. Joan being Doc Holliday. Apart from being our science chief and a self-made bazillionaire, Doc is the great-granddaughter of the actual John Henry Doc Holliday. Yeah, Wyatt Earp's buddy from that shootout at the OK Corral. The original Doc Holliday had an affair with a prostitute known as Big Nose Kate, and genetics did some weird stuff over the next century and a half and wound up producing a 6'1" super genius who looks like Dolly Parton on growth hormones. Her IQ is off the scale, and she has no visible conversational filters. She dresses and acts like a cartoon character, doesn't care at all about what anyone thinks, and will flirt with anything that has a pulse. During the Deep Silence case, my last for the DMS, she and Junie had become friends. Now they were like sisters. "Oh?" I said neutrally. "She told me a little about what you've been through recently." "Syria and Turkey," said Junie. "She said that there was trouble each time." Trouble was a candy-coated word that Junie generally used to refer to cases where I'd been involved in violent action. "The usual," I said, dismissing it. Junie searched my eyes for a long time. I busied myself with buttering some toast. "Joe, it's all good," I said. "We all came home. No one got hurt. Even Harry managed not to get defeated. Mostly." "Joe." She said it again, changing the inflection, making it a reproof. I leaned back in my chair. We were in a private corner of the restaurant. No one could hear us if we kept our voices down. "What's the big deal?" I asked. "It's not like I haven't had tussles before." "Tussles? Really?" she demanded. "You're just going to dismiss everything you went through as if it were two kids shoving each other back and forth during recess? I've been through really a lot worse, baby." "Don't baby me, Joe. And who cares if you've been through worse? That doesn't change the fact that you've been in 2 gunfights in 2 days." She leaned forward and lowered her voice, but infused it with much more intensity. "You've killed people both times, and you just wave it off as tussles?" I set my knife down and stared at her. "What would you prefer, Junie? That I curl up in my closet and cry? That I have a psychic fracture over the realities of doing my job? That I check into a clinic for treatment of PTSD? This is what I do. I'm a soldier and a hunter of very bad people. It would be really wonderful if we could settle all of our disputes with thumb wrestling, but they're the ones dealing the play. I don't go in with the intention of pulling a trigger, but I know that in virtually every case that's a possibility. And for the record, I don't shoot someone every time I go out on a case. Maybe 1 in 30 times, maybe more. So why are you criticizing me for what happened over the last few days? Junie reached across the table and took my wrist. She gave it a very sharp and very hard squeeze, deliberately painful. "You listen to me and hear me," she said in the coldest voice I've ever heard her use. "I was not criticizing you for doing your job, and you very well know it, or should know it." "No," she snapped, cutting me off. "I'm talking. You listen. If you think I'm attacking you for doing your job, or the way you do it, or doing what you have to do, then you need to check in with Rudy Sanchez and get your wiring fixed. Show me a little respect, Joseph Edwin Ledger, and while you're at it, show yourself a little respect. I don't have a problem with self-respect. Oh gosh, you swing in a range between unfair self-assessment to a kind of professional hubris. So humility or pride or character flaws now? When they are distorted so much that you go around acting like killing people is no more significant than swatting gnats? That's unfair." She moved her grip from my wrist to my hand, not as painful, but intense. "It's not a matter of me being unfair, Joe," she said in a softer voice. "This is me being scared that you might be in danger here." I stared at her. In danger of what? Of forgetting what Rudy always says about how violence always leaves a mark. You used to care about how much damage the things you're required to do did to your heart and your soul. Now you seem to think you're wearing impenetrable armor. "I've been doing this for a long time, Junie," I said. "Do you expect me to flinch each time? I mean, gosh, do you want me to be damaged by it?" "Damaged? No, of course not, and you know that's not what I mean." A seabird flew slowly past the window, coasting on the thermals, its breast a perfect white. A baby crab wriggled helpless in its beak. Junie held my hand. Her fingers felt very cold. "Joe, I'm serious about this. You are being too blasé about this. Either you are acting as if gunfights are nothing to you, like you're some hero from a summer blockbuster movie series, or you're hiding from your true feelings. Either way, that's dangerous." I said nothing because, quite frankly, until that conversation, I wasn't really aware that's how I was coming off. "Joe," she said, in a softer voice that was filled with love and hurt, "I love you with my whole heart. With my mind, too, which is even more important. You are remarkable and kind and capable of more tenderness and gentleness than anyone you work with would ever believe. You are also the bravest man I know. But you are human, too. You are not indestructible. If you think there is even the slightest chance that you are becoming disconnected from the truth of what you're doing, from the humanity that made you who you are, then I need you to stop. Take a breath, step away, allow yourself to feel." Junie. Her blue eyes were filled with love and with pain and with fear. "Joe, please promise me you'll talk to Rudy about this." It took a lot for me to say, I promise. It took more to do that than it took to pull triggers in either Syria or Turkey. I knew it. She knew it. Gosh. European Center for Disease Prevention and Control, ECDC. Gustav First's Boulevard 40, Solna, Sweden. 5 months ago. They were so deeply in love. With each other. With what they did. With who they worked for. With death. She called him Adam. He called her Eve. Those weren't their names, of course. The who they'd once been had been excised from their lives with the same surgical precision they used on jobs like this. Adam had begun that process when he shucked his previous identity like a snake shedding its dead skin. Then he'd helped Eve do the same, carving out the tumor of her past. Cleaning their back trail was easy, even in the Internet age. People only thought it was impossible. The Internet never forgets and all that. But it wasn't impossible, merely difficult. And there is a joy in doing something difficult. Ask any gamer. Ask a mountain climber. The physical evidence took longer. Schools they had each attended, family doctors, x-rays in dentist offices, therapists, dojos, gun ranges, juvenile detention centers. Everything, though, burns. People with the kind of specific memory that could have evidentiary weight were handled differently. Never the same way twice. That was the key. Never create a pattern. Being patternless was very hard work. It was creative work, patient work, delicious work. And cruelty, such a useful tool, was an art. Adam and Eve were, without question, artists of superior skill. Joyful artists, too, never brooding, nor tortured. That was for the canvases on which they wrought their masterpieces. Daddy taught them how. They loved him for that.
For everything. Sure, they were scared of him too, but everyone who knew Daddy was scared of him. Unless they were even crazier than Adam and Eve, and they knew they were totally, wonderfully crazy. They could fake saying, though, like now. They drove past the building in a late-model Volkswagen Golf, which was the most popular model in Sweden, more so than the locally manufactured Volvo. The Golf was white, because that was also the most common. It was a standard model, without too many obvious luxuries. A working person's car. A commuter car of the kind that had every reason to be abroad on the boulevard. The mundanity of it made it virtually invisible, despite passing the ECDC building 7 times over the last 5 hours. Adam drove because he liked to drive. Eve took pictures because she was better with a camera. Neither had guns or knives anywhere on their persons or in the car. There were groceries in the back seat. There was a car seat for a toddler and some well-chewed dog toys on the back seat floor. The junk in the boot was deliberately ordinary. A can of oil, the packaging from replacement wiper blades, a jack, a donut spare, bungee cords, a mangled paperback book, a stained cookbook by Camilla Lackberg. The ID they each carried was bulletproof. Adam was Ralph Asplund, a freelance website designer for a manufacturing business. Eve was Leonie, a photographer for commercial real estate. Even deep net searches would find nothing amiss. "There he is," said Eve. Adam smiled. "Right on time. He's a good doggy." He slowed the car so that Ronald Lingmerth saw them. If they'd swerved onto the pavement and rammed him, it would not have made Lingmerth jump higher. It was a quiet stretch of street, chosen for that reason, and there was no one to notice. Lingmerth stopped, but Eve shook her head and gave him a huge smile. Adam held up his cell phone as a reminder of consequences, and then blew him a kiss. "Don't make him lose control," said Eve, fighting a laugh. "Oh, he's probably terrified by now, so no chance of that." Lingmerth kept walking, though his gait was strange, as if his hips joints were welded shut. Eve leaned back against the seat cushions and gave a contented sigh. They drove away, heading to one of their safe houses. There they parked the car in a double-slot garage, got into the other vehicle left for them, a blue Volvo, backed out and drove away. One of their team would take the Golf and move it along through channels of used cars lots after the car had been thoroughly cleansed. When they were out of the city and in the country, whisking past rows of linden trees punctuated by the occasional alder or birch, Adam's cell rang. Eve took the call and put it on speaker. "And?" she prompted by way of hello. I have it." Lingmerth sounded like a drowning man, gasping and lost. "In a secure container?" "Yes." "Where?" "Where you said. I taped it to my inner thigh." Adam grinned at that. "He's more important than me now," he said. "Follow the plan," said Eve. "Take a walk along the boulevard. A car will pick you up and take the container. And my family? We won't hurt a hair on their heads." "Swear to me," begged Lingmerth. "I swear," said Eve. "Neither of us will touch your wife or those precious girls." "But, Ronald." "What?" "You had better be straight with us.
I am. That container better have exactly what you were supposed to get. Nothing else, nothing less. I did exactly as you said, whimpered Lingmirth. Please. If there is a tracker on it or a wire on you, then you know what will happen. Oh God, I swear to you. Eve disconnected the call. They drove for nearly a mile before Adam said, "You're wicked." She shrugged. That whole neither of us thing, that was evil. Well, it's true, isn't it? She said with a sly smile. We won't touch them. We will never even meet them. Semantics. It's what Daddy taught us to say. Adam grunted and nodded. Eve turned on the radio and found a station for progressive rock. Dream Theater was playing. Old stuff, too. 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence. She turned it up. They drove on. 20 minutes later, they got a call. When she answered it, she heard a male voice heavily accented. Daddy, line, clear. Status, everything's in the green. Excellent, said Daddy. We are complete here then. You have both done very well. Are you happy with us? Yes, my sweet. I am very happy with you. Now it's time to clean things up. Yes? The line went dead. Eve and Adam smiled at one another. Cleanup was fun. She punched in a number and a woman answered. A young voice, with a Finnish accent that almost, but not completely, hid her native Korean. Waiting on the word, said the young woman. The word is go, said Eve. Actually, go play, have fun, be weird. There was a bubbling laugh from the other end as Eve ended the call. She turned the phone over, opened it, removed the SIM card, broke it into 4 pieces, and tossed one piece out the window every few miles. They checked into a bed and breakfast and spent the rest of the day in bed. Every time either of them thought about what was happening to Ronald Lingmirth and his family, their passion spiked, and they came together intimately. Private Airfield, Corfu, Greece. I leaned against the curved body of the big, expensive luxury helicopter, looking very casual, but feeling 1,000 little ants of tension crawling all over my skin. And despite the glorious blue of the Mediterranean skies and mild temperatures, I was pretty annoyed. Partly because of my conversation with Junie, and partly because we hadn't moved the needle much following the clusterfuck at the cafe with the bearded stranger. Bug, I said with as much civility as I could manage, I'm pretty sure that I never want to hear the phrase, "we got nothing" again. But you've been saying that to me ever since Turkey. Yeah, Joe, but that's 4 days, Bug, I said airily. You have the world's most sophisticated computer, a staff of the brightest nerds on the planet. You have footage from 3 body cams for facial and voice recognition, and you have DNA. And still you keep saying the same thing. Sure, but do you want to know what I'm doing right now, Bug? I'm buffing my boots so they're nice and shiny when I make you understand my frustration. Bug gave a long sigh. It is what it is, Joe. That isn't very helpful. Okay, let's look at what we have. The name the bearded guy was using, Bulent Immerzaliolu, is bogus. We cracked open every bit of data associated with that identity and found exactly what we expected to find. Nothing. Whoever built it was good, but didn't seem to think he needed to go whole hog, because the identity was disposable. Immerzalio, or whoever he really is, probably has a dozen fake identities, and he'll left every shred of that one behind. As for the physical evidence, there wasn't enough DNA on the beard to give us anything. I can tell you more about the adhesive used to attach it and the coffee he drank than I can about him. The facial recognition is a mess because of the guy's disguise, and vocal recognition isn't the most reliable technology no matter what you see in the movies. If that guy's voice had ever been recorded, then he was manipulating it to give a bad read, and that's pretty easy to do. And there wasn't enough to give us a reliable syntax evaluation. All we got is the region around the town of Ainsa in Spain. Bug, I began, but this time he cut me off, and it was clear he was as frustrated and testy as I was. "You want my opinion? This guy made you. And I don't mean that he just made you as a cop or agent. No, I think he actually made you, Joe freaking Ledger. He knew who you were. My sound guys tell me that there was a bit of a tremolo in his voice consistent with people who are very excited. And he came straight over to you, not to Harry. And he didn't blink when Violin went past him to the ladies' room. That guy made a beeline straight to your table." I said, "Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh." "Exactly," agreed Bug. "And for the record, Mr. Church doesn't think this guy was Cougar."
He said that maybe Cougar's been hiring top talent from around the world. So, taking into account how many organizations we've busted up, and, I guess more to the point, that you've busted up, there are people out there who know your face, and who want to put some bullets through that face. Well, Moose, gosh, I said. Plus, ever since Lilith's crew took Olhan off the board, most of his top people are probably on Cougar's payroll, and some of them worked with the Seven Kings, Harcourt Bolton, Majestic 3, or the Jacobies. Every one of those guys probably has a Joe Ledger dartboard. Big, steaming piles of stinking moose, gosh. "Yeah," said Bug. "Well," I said lamely, "keep at it. Find me something." Bug expressed his strong displeasure and dropped off the call. I shoved my hands into the pockets of my leather jacket and leaned back to stare at the sky. My Sikorsky S-92A Cougar helicopter was parked on a pad at a private airfield owned by a friend of my boss. It had a $14 million price tag, but it didn't cost us a dime. We'd confiscated it from a Chechnyan piece of human garbage who'd been a player in the human trafficking market. Top and Bunny had words with him and then pushed him out of the door at 8,000 feet. None of us cried about the fact that they apparently forgot to give him a parachute. I wondered how good it would feel to throw the man who pretended to be Emerzalioglu. But after a few minutes, my thoughts drifted back to the conversation with Junie, and my bad mood soured even more. I mean, was she right? Or was it proof that the woman I loved really didn't know me very well at all? Not sure either choice was a pathway to happiness. On one hand, I have been doing this for a long time now, and both the DMS and RTI are the kinds of organizations that tend to push a fellow into the path of violent encounters. It's absolutely part of the job description. The fact that I'm good at it means that Church uses me more than some of the other senior operators. Is that my fault? Every single one of our cases is pretty much the Spec Ops equivalent of the last inning of the World Series, with 2 outs and runners on all the bases. I either pitch it right the first time or very, very bad things happen. Mixed metaphor, but you get the point. They don't put third-string players into that position. I'm first string. Church knows it, and I know it. I don't brag about it. I don't think it makes me superior to anyone else. It doesn't make me a better person. It is, though, a fact of my life. What then should I do? Break down and cry every time I have to put one of the bad guys down? I told Junie that they deal the plays. I react. What level of emotional investment should I be required or expected to make? On the other hand, she also accused me of hubris. That stung more than I'd like. How does one find that line between a confident acceptance of one's own abilities and arrogance? Challenging and painful questions to wrestle with. Junie was gone now. She'd taken an early flight to Puerto Rico to meet her team and would be there for at least a couple of weeks, if not a month. "Really?" I snarled, almost spitting the word into the wind. Ghost leaned his big head out of the open hatch and gave a single bark. Not at me, and not in response to my expletive. No, it was one of his happy barks. He bounded down to the tarmac and stood wagging his tail as a figure stepped out of a taxi 100 yards away. Ghost looked at me for approval, and from the way his head and shoulders were juddering, I could tell his tail was wagging at warp speed. "Yeah, sure," I said. "Go ahead, you big goof." He was off like a furry white missile and ran to greet his favorite uncle.
Despite my annoyed mood, I smiled as Dr. Rudy Sanchez squatted down to intercept the happy dog. Gaguli Sum, 18 nautical miles west of North Korea, Sea of Japan, 7 hours ago. Lieutenant Ryok Young of the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea stood on the beach and looked at the wall of trees. He had a hand resting on his holstered pistol. His platoon of 12 men and 2 women were fanned out along the sand, with cold water lapping around their ankles. "Sir," said Sergeant Ga, "there is something over there, by that boat." Ryok looked where the sergeant was pointing. A small fishing craft, old and battered, had been dragged up under the cover of the leaves of a crooked hemlock tree. Nets were draped over the side and around an overturned wooden stool. He walked over, flanked by the sergeant and a soldier with a rifle held ready, and knelt. But for what? Surely not even the corrupt Americans would have dared come onto the island, onto North Korean soil, to commit crimes. Not even they would be so bold. Sergeant Ga stopped in his tracks a few yards ahead. The soldier stopped next to him, both of them leaning slightly forward to look over the leafy top of a dense shrub. "Ga, what is it?" demanded Ryuk, pausing. The sergeant said nothing, merely shaking his head. "Ga, what have you found?" The soldier beside Ga dropped to his knees. He did it abruptly, thudding onto kneecaps. His rifle fell from his hands and landed with the barrel half buried in the dirt. It was such a strange thing, such a shocking breach of military procedure, compounded by the fact that the soldier didn't even seem to notice. He stared at something Ryuk couldn't see. Stupid man. Surely he'd seen a dead body before, which is what this had to be. Even if Americans had come onto the island and committed atrocities, that kind of overreaction was foolish. Sergeant Ga stopped in his tracks a few yards ahead. The soldier stopped next to him, both of them leaning slightly forward to look over the leafy top of a dense shrub. "Ga, what is it?" demanded Ryuk, pausing. The sergeant said nothing, merely shaking his head. "Ga, what have you found?" The soldier beside Ga dropped to his knees. He did it abruptly, thudding onto kneecaps. His rifle fell from his hands and landed with the barrel half buried in the dirt. It was such a strange thing, such a shocking breach of military procedure, compounded by the fact that the soldier didn't even seem to notice. He stared at something Ryuk couldn't see. Stupid man. Surely he'd seen a dead body before, which is what this had to be. Even if Americans had come onto the island and committed atrocities, that kind of overreaction was foolish. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice.
Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. And the soldier would pay for it, Ryuk decided. And yet he did not approach, did not say anything. He was staring at Sergeant Ga, who kept shaking his head, side to side, over and over, like a metronome. Sergeant? Ga turned slowly, but he kept shaking his head. What's wrong with you? The sergeant was staring with wide eyes, and yet his gaze did not seem focused on his officer. Instead, the eyes went left and right, following the movement of the man's head, focusing on nothing, nothing. It was in that moment that the lieutenant realized that he heard nothing. The birds had stopped singing. Even the frogs were silent. The only sound was the buzzing of the blowflies. And then Sergeant Ga snarled, an actual snarl, low and mean and feral, with no trace of humanity. It was a purely animal sound and yet filled with emotion, not with hunger or even hate. This was a snarl of anger, of meanness, of rage. With no warning beyond that sound, the sergeant launched himself forward. His weapon was still in his hands, but Ga seemed to have forgotten about it, or forgotten what it was. He crashed into Ryuk, bearing him backward and down. The officer fumbled for his gun, but lost it as strong white teeth clamped with crushing force around his windpipe. The world went black and red and full of stars that exploded and quickly faded to dying sparks. His men did not rush to his aid. Not one of them tried to pull Sergeant Ga off of him, or attempted to staunch the blood that geysered up into the late afternoon sunlight. They did nothing at all to help him. They were too busy killing each other. Transcript of One World, Two Sides with Jillian Bakshi and Dr. Andy Ming, hosted by Mitch Greenfield, Bloomberg Television. Greenfield. Let's drill down a bit more into China's role in all of this. If Korea is reunited, what are the wins and losses for China? Well, Mitch, despite China being run by a strict communist party, there is a great deal of diversity of opinion on this topic. Despite state control over the media, various opinions have gotten into media reports, and they're all over the place. Very pro, very much against, and a lot of iterations in the middle. And even with that, the reasons for their stances vary. True, I've interviewed a number of investors and business owners in the region, and they see the process of reunification as potentially disruptive to business as usual. Which is interesting because most projections indicate that business would prosper in the long run and stocks would stabilize if there wasn't as much rampant brinksmanship. Right, so what are the actual pros and cons? China wants to keep North Korea under its influence. The North is a buffer between South Korea and therefore America. It's a wall. Only if Kim can keep his finger off the button. Yes, Kim's inability to be a reliable, though minor ally is problematic for China. The presumption is that a unified Korea would inevitably fall under U.S. influence. Maybe. South Korea became an American ally in self-defense. America stepped in to fight China on Korean soil, siding with the non-communist South. Their financial and military support is almost entirely predicated on the status quo. In a reunification scenario, there is no reason that South Korea has to maintain that kind of relationship. It goes deeper than that. China has been building very strong new economic and diplomatic relationships around the globe. As it becomes more of a global economic entity, the need for it to be overcautious of its border with Korea will fade. This effort is reflected in its business personality, because that is changing the world perception of what a communist state is. The more they grow their economy through trade with other nations, the more they prove the communist model without having to do it through force. True, China wants and indeed needs to become a solid first-tier economy. It cannot sustain its own population without vastly increased trade. However, they bring so much to the table that they've become very popular as trading partners. Oddly, the model that is working for them is closer to the Fortune 500 capitalist model than anything out of the Communist Manifesto. True, China wants and indeed needs to become a solid first-tier economy. It cannot sustain its own population without vastly increased trade. However, they bring so much to the table that they've become very popular as trading partners. Oddly, the model that is working for them is closer to the Fortune 500 capitalist model than anything out of the Communist Manifesto. True, China wants and indeed needs to become a solid first-tier economy. It cannot sustain its own population without vastly increased trade. However, they bring so much to the table that they've become very popular as trading partners. Oddly, the model that is working for them is closer to the Fortune 500 capitalist model than anything out of the Communist Manifesto. Another pro for separation from North Korea is that Kim is not a very trustworthy neighbor. There is the physical danger of angering the US, South Korea, and Japan, but equally as important are the optics. Defending Kim gets harder and harder to spin. North Korea is becoming a costly ally who brings little to the table. If North Korea stays separate, though, there is a potential big win for China if they are a key player in convincing Kim to denuclearize. If they can swing that, they instantly become one of the most important statesman nations, a purveyor of peace and common sense, and, in political perception, able to do something the U.S. has failed to accomplish, which I guess is one of the topics that will be discussed in closed-door meetings at the upcoming D9 summit in Oslo. There's another way this could spin. If the Koreas reunited, who's to say that the U.S. will be the only country allowed to nurture? China is right there. They have deep pockets, and they are rebranding their nation. They could help smooth the process of reintegration, re-education, and rebuilding. There is a danger of that. What danger? North Korea is a nation of 25 million people, maybe half of the population of the South and approximately that of Shanghai. It is highly unlikely America will spend the resources to bring it up to a cultural par with the South. And the South itself can't afford to do that, which means China could step in to offer financial support to the entire country. It is, after all. China had its own cultural upheavals and revolutions and has learned much from that process. But there is a long-standing relationship with America and an even longer animosity toward China. In 1945, America dropped 2 atomic bombs on Japan, and now they are one of America's closest friends and allies. The same goes for Germany. In terms of politics, loyalty and friendship are dangerously fickle. Phoenix House, Omfori Island, Greece. So, said Rudy Sanchez as he peered out of the helicopter window, Mr. Church bought an island. Rudy is my best friend and also my shrink. Well, technically, he's the staff psychiatrist for our little quilting club. He's shorter than me, with black hair and a thick mustache that would have done justice to a 1970s porn star. But he has such natural class and dignity that he makes it work. There's a bit of gray here and there.
"It's really quite lovely, isn't it?" he said in his deep baritone. He sounds exactly like Gomez Addams from the old movies. Similar charm and sense of humor, too. "Yep," I said. 1,100 acres, leased from the Greek government for 99 years. We have a special agreement that, for all intents and purposes, exempts this place from all governmental control. It's private in every useful way, and we have permission to build, which is something they don't like people to do, especially not on an island with ancient ruins. We had to bring in an archaeologist to make sure we weren't turning those ruins into a topless disco. "Heaven forbid," said Rudy. "How did Mr. Church finagle all of these permissions?"
He held up a finger before I could reply. No, let me guess. He has a friend in the industry. I grinned. Church was notorious for his network of friends. Not all of them were actually in some aspect of business. A great many of them were in the world's various overt and covert military services and, as I've come to learn recently, in useful places in world governments. I asked him that too, I said. He dodged the question. Of course he did. We watched the island grow from a dot to green lushness as we approached. I was a little surprised Rudy signed on to the RTI. When Church closed the DMS, I figured my friend would take the opportunity to retire from this kind of life and go back to private practice. After all, I'd more or less shanghaied him into signing on when I was recruited by Church. Unlike me, Rudy is no soldier and generally lives at a more evolved end of the evolutionary bell curve than I do. His years with the DMS took a toll on him too. He lost an eye in a chopper crash and nearly lost his leg. The replacement eye was a nifty bit of $6 million tech that was indistinguishable from the real one, even down to simulated pupillary dilation and movement. But it's fake, and it's a reminder that bad things happen even to good people. Add to that the fact that Rudy has a wife, Dr. Circe O'Tree, and a toddler son, and there were a lot of reasons to call it quits. But he didn't. Instead, Rudy and Circe bought a rather beautiful house in Corfu, where Circe is continuing her work as a top-level consultant on the psychology of terrorism. She splits her time between writing highly classified papers for several United Nations member states and writing nonfiction books on terrorism that tend to leap to the top of international bestseller lists. Couple of things to add here, though. First, because Circe loves Rudy, and Rudy has gotten hurt several times because of his association with me, Circe kinda hates me. A lot. I don't get random invitations for Thanksgiving and Christmas unless Rudy insists. And then there's a fight, so I usually wind up going to visit my family in Baltimore instead. Second thing is, she's Church's daughter. As far as I know, that makes her Church's only living relative. But they are not close. They are, in fact, as not close as two people can get without actively shooting guns at each other. So you can see why I was surprised that Rudy signed on. And even more surprised when they sold their place in La Jolla, California, and bought the property in Corfu. To a place, specifically, I can reach by chopper from our new headquarters in less than an hour. When I asked Rudy about that, he gave me a shrug. Rudy's good at shrugs. Maybe it's a Mexican thing, but he can put half an hour's conversation into one shrug. "Coming up on it," said the pilot's voice over the intercom. The Sikorsky S-92A Cougar helicopter was tricked out with a soundproof cabin, complete with leather seats, a wet bar, and room for 19 passengers. Currently, it was the two of us and Ghost, who was sleeping on a bench seat in the back, his belly filled with Uncle Rudy's organic smoked bison jerky dog treats. Rudy crowded the window like a happy kid. I could relate. There was a lot to see. The main feature of the island was a castle, an actual castle, not local construction, you understand. Church purchased a building from Transylvania and had it brought stone by stone to the island. The castle had belonged to Francis II Rakocs, a Hungarian nobleman from the early 18th century. And, get this, from 1704 to 1711, Francis II was the Prince of Transylvania. Yeah, like we weren't all going to try and read something into that. Bunny actually flat out asked Church if he was Dracula. The boss withered him with a look. I told Rudy the story. "Ay, Dios mío," he murmured. "I know," I said. "You realize Mr. Church may be engaging in deliberate obfuscation so that we are all constantly looking in the wrong direction when it comes to understanding more about him." I gave him the same kind of look Church probably gave Bunny. "Clearly you have thought about this," said Rudy. "A bit." The castle loomed like something out of an old Hammer horror flick, gloomy and turreted. Closer observation, though, revealed the network of antennas on the roof, discrete surveillance cameras, the helipad, and beautifully sculpted gardens. It looked like the kind of place a rich oddball like Johnny Depp would buy. "Did Church decide on a name for it?" asked Rudy as we touched down. "Phoenix House," I said. "Ah." I told him that there'd been several choices under consideration, with suggestions from my crew, Bug, Doc Holliday, and pretty much everyone else. Among those were Secret Empire, Dracula's Castle, House of Horrors, Mount Olympus, Avengers Mansion, and House of Pain. Church tended not to comment on our choices. "Even so, Phoenix House?" said Rudy slowly. "It's a bit on the nose, don't you think?" "Tell that to the big man," I suggested. Rudy just laughed. The doors opened and we stepped onto the asphalt of the landing pad, then hunched and jogged through the diminishing rotor wash. Ghost bounded ahead, spry as a puppy, which he was not. He was technically a venerable dog of middle years, and one who'd been stabbed, shot, and otherwise banged up on 6 of the 7 continents. But he only played that card when he wanted to be fussed over. This wasn't a belly rub moment, and he seemed to be having fun. He liked this place and was already making life difficult for the island's rabbit population. He never actually tried to catch or kill one, but they didn't know that, because he tended to chase like a hellhound. The rabbits probably told stories about him. Big, very goof. "Are you going home for Christmas?" asked Rudy. "I got an invitation from Sean, something about a big home for the holidays thing at your uncle's old place in Robinwood." "Kinda have to," I said. He cocked an eyebrow. "Have to or want to?" "Both. Living out here, well, Baltimore seems like it's on another world. So yeah, Christmas in the country sounds like exactly the sort of thing I need. Who knows, maybe we'll even get snow. Christmas carols round the tree, sleds and snowball fights, and the biggest turkey in North America. A freaking mountain of presents for Em and Lefty to open." He gave me an affectionate smile. "You are a deeply, deeply corny man, Joe. I prefer to think of myself as traditional." "Sure," he said. "Let's go with that." Rudy stopped a few yards from the ornate front doors and glanced up at the ancient gray walls. He wore a frown that cut lines around his mouth and between his bushy eyebrows. Rudy shivered as if the mild December afternoon had suddenly turned Arctic. "What's wrong?" I asked. Rudy shook his head. "It's nothing," he said. I studied his face. "You sure?" He pasted on one of the fakest smiles I'd ever seen. "Positive. Come on, Joe, give me the tour." Phoenix House, Amphory Island, Greece. Phoenix House was a bit of a con man's trick. Apart from not being a manor house for some rich clown with too much money, it was also mostly show. The upper floors were still under construction and uninhabited except for a nicely appointed guard room and Church's private apartment. It was also not actually the headquarters of Rogue Team International. No, that was below. One of the reasons Church bought the island was the fact that it sat atop a massive and very deep series of caverns. A couple of million years ago, the island was a volcano, but the inner walls of the magma chamber burst through into the Ionian Sea, and the volcano kind of melted away, or whatever it is old volcanoes do. Not really sure of the science there. Point is that there were huge pockets in the otherwise solid strata. The Greek authorities didn't know about it because it wasn't mentioned in any of the geological survey reports that were included in the sales materials. Or so they said. My personal theory is that Church had that information suppressed by his friends and then eradicated from all records by Bug. What it left us was room to grow. Not up, but down and sideways. There was even a channel on one corner of the island deep enough for freighters. So the same ships that brought in the pieces of the castle also brought in thousands of tons of building materials, equipment of every kind, high-end generators, and everything else you might want if you wanted to turn caverns into a base for the kind of work we do. Rudy was absolutely dumbstruck. As I gave him the 50-cent tour, he goggled, actually goggled. Computer rooms, labs of every kind, comfortable quarters for everyone, a fully functional TOC, Tactical Operations Center, and more. And there were many areas still under construction, a process that was likely to take a couple of years. At the end of a walkway between massive hydroponic gardens, Rudy stopped and turned in a slow circle. He shook his head. "The scope of this is incredible," he breathed. "The cost. How could anyone, even church, afford this?" "Well," I said, "it's not like we haven't picked the pockets of some high-roller bad guys over the years. Even so, this has to be billions, many billions." "Many, many billions," I agreed. "And to set this up so fast, not just the construction, but the logistics, the planning and design, hiring the right people, handling the red tape while keeping so much of it under the radar. Even for him, that must have taken an incredible network, an actual infrastructure. This is all so. He fished for a word, but I supplied it. Improbable? Rudy cut me a look. Yes, there is no way all of this was done since closing the DMS. Not a chance, and gosh, I agreed. Rough guess? Church has been working on this place for maybe 10 years, with things kicking in a high gear last year. Why, though? But once again, Rudy answered his own question. Mr. Church is the least naive person I've ever met. He was reading the writing on the wall all this time, perhaps before he even formed the DMS. That'd be my guess. We walked to the end of the path and stood by a railing that overlooked a huge training facility, much bigger than was needed for 3 5-person teams to prepare. "He has big plans," said Rudy, though I remember him saying that he wanted to keep the group small, like it was when we first met him. "Small enough to pivot," I said. "He said something like that 50 different ways. He really wants us to be ready to roll at the drop of a hat." "And is that likely?" I nodded. "Yeah, I think so. Kinda proved that with 2 back-to-back gigs I just came off of. Got a whiff of something, rolled out, did planning on the fly, and resolved everything fast. Tell you, brother, it's refreshing to feel like we're the big cats in the hunt, rather than hyenas stealing meat from someone else's kill. I mean, sure, groups like ours are more reactive than proactive, nature of the kind of threats we face, but it feels different. We can move before a dropped match has time to set something on fire. Consider me a fan." "I'm very glad to hear it, Colonel," said a voice, and we both turned to see Mr. Church standing right behind us. Rudy flinched the way people do when Church seems to step out of a hole in the dimension. Church is a big man, blocky and solid, though I've seen him move and he is cat quick. His dark hair is streaked with gray, and he looks like he's somewhere in his 60s, but middle age doesn't seem to have slowed him much, or at all. He always wears tinted glasses, which Rudy figures are used to hide the expression in his eyes. Everyone has some kind of tell, and the leading theory is that Church knows his eyes are his, so he hides them the way some professional poker players do. He wears thin black silk gloves because his hands were badly damaged in one of our old DMS cases. And he wears very expensive, though quiet suits and never looks ruffled. That's part of the vibe he wants, or perhaps needs to convey. He's in charge, and he's cool about that. He offered a hand to Rudy. "Dr. Sanchez," he said, "it is a pleasure to welcome you to Phoenix House." "I'm pleased to see you," said Rudy, "though I'm a bit overwhelmed by all this." "Yes," said Church, "it can be a bit much to first-timers." "You have a secret lair," said Rudy, gesturing with both hands. "It's hardly that, Doctor." "No," said Rudy, "it is precisely that. This is exactly what Joe and Bug have wanted for years, a high-tech secret base in a hollowed-out volcano. If it wasn't so real, it would be cliché." I had to bite my lip to keep from bursting out laughing. The 2 grown-ups ignored me. "Well, there may be some truth to that," conceded Church, measuring out a slender half-inch of a smile. "After all, it was Bug who found this location and brought it to my attention." "Huh," I crowed, and was again ignored. Ghost gave me a pitying look. "However," continued Church, "as entertaining as the thought might be to some, this place was not purchased to satisfy anyone's pop culture obsessions.
I can assure you." Rudy shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir, and I really don't mean to offend, but I have to reiterate, you have a secret lair in a hollowed-out volcano with a Transylvanian castle as disguise." And then Rudy burst out laughing. I lost it too. Even Ghost barked and pranced around. Church endured it. I think he may even have blushed a little, or maybe it was the lighting. "Enjoy your tour, Doctor," he said, and turned to walk away. I saw his shoulders tremble, though, and by God, I think he was laughing too. Sometimes the world really is that very funny. Until, of course, it's not. Area 94 Secure Military Black Site, III, Arizona, 15 months ago. "It's time to go," said a voice. Santoro came awake all at once. He knew that voice. Voices, really. When he opened his eyes, there they were, the roaches. They were on him, on his body in the bed, on the floor, on the walls. Thousands upon thousands of them, more than he'd ever seen before. I said, "It's time to go." Santoro flinched, realizing that it was not the roaches whispering to him at all. He sat up, scattering scores of the insects, and saw that it was a man who had spoken. A guard, in fact. Santoro fished for his name. Dylan? Yes. But it made no sense. This was the middle of the night. It wasn't time for a shower, or breakfast, or exercise. He froze there, his heart hammering, unsure what to do. "They've come to kill me," his mind whispered. "This is Church's doing. They've come to finally kill me." Santoro immediately knew what was going to happen. He would be led from his cell and then set upon by the other guards. They would beat him to death or possibly shoot him. Santoro knew that he had no chance against half a dozen burly guards with clubs or shotguns. The report would be that the prisoner attempted to escape. No one would question a death under those circumstances. After all, he had never been formally charged. Santoro was sure that this facility was an NSA black site, and as far as the rest of the world was concerned, it did not exist, any more than he did. Church would simply erase him. "Come on," snapped Dylan. "What are you really waiting for? An engraved invitation?" Santoro did not move. The guard sighed and then leaned toward the bars so that his nose and mouth were pressed as far between them as possible. "I told you," he said.
Vocal attributes, structure, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10.
Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The man was not looking at Santoro, and it seemed like he wasn't even speaking to him. The roaches were all still and silent, and they were not looking at Santoro either. All of them, every single one, had their tiny antennae pointing toward Dylan. Then, as if they were all one creature and not thousands, they turned back toward Santoro. Suddenly they were moving, running all around, scurrying across the floor and up the wall, forming shapes. No, not merely shapes. They formed letters, on the floor beside his bed and on the 3 unbarred walls of the cell. The same 4 letters in each place. The same name. Kuga. Santoro cried out, a sharp, high, shrill sound like a wounded gull. He slid off the bed and onto his knees. "Goddess?" he said, gasping out the question as his heart beat like fists inside his chest. "It is time to go," said the roaches. Not in the voice of the goddess. No, the small creatures spoke as one, and in the voice of a man. In Kuga's voice. "Apparently you do need an engraved invitation," snorted Dylan, cracking apart the magic of this moment. He was a burly man with a crooked nose, a lantern jaw, and a North Jersey accent. Not once in all of Santoro's time there at Area 94 had the guard betrayed even a hint that he was crooked. "Get up and get dressed, brother. This gosh is about to get loud and messy, and we need to be ready to rock." Santoro, still confused, leapt up, pulled on his orange coveralls and thin-soled boat shoes. "Leave everything else," said the guard. "You won't need it." But before Santoro could get the question out, the whole world seemed to shudder as something exploded. It was a massive blast, too, and instantly alarms began blaring throughout the prison. Inmates shouted and screamed from their cells, and in the halls was the thunder of running feet. Santoro gripped the bars, shook them, but they did not budge. "Wait for it," said Dylan, glancing at his watch. "Okay, now do exactly what I say. No time for questions. Take your mattress, wrap it around you, and crouch in the far left corner. Do it right now." Santoro did not hesitate. He snatched the thin mattress and curled into as small a ball as he could manage. The roaches scuttled out of the way. However, as he ducked down, he saw that the insects were all flowing toward the bars. Were they fleeing or... He stared as the roaches reached the bars and began climbing. They flowed in a bristling mass around and around, climbing atop each other until they were 5 or 6 deep. Dylan grinned at them and at Santoro. Then he sketched a hasty salute and vanished. 3 things happened all at once. There was another explosion in the prison, somewhere above, on the administrative level or possibly the roof, and the whole building seemed to lift. Cracks whipsawed along the concrete walls, belching dust into the darkened air. There was the sound of automatic gunfire, a lot of it, and in a variety of calibers. Handguns, assault rifles, and machine guns. Mixed in with that was the distinctive whirling maelstrom of an electric cannon. But more immediately, more powerfully, the thousands of cockroaches clinging to the bars exploded. Santoro did not actually see it, but he felt it. The force of the blast punched him back against the wall and drove the breath from his lungs. Debris, shattered metal and broken stone hammered the mattress and set it ablaze. Dazed, coughing, dizzy, Santoro only just managed to shove the burning mattress away as he staggered to his feet. He immediately fell to his knees. Then a hulking shape materialized in the smoky gloom, hooked a big hand under Santoro's armpit, dragged him to his feet, and pulled him out of the cell into the hall. The sounds of gunfire were muted by partial deafness from the blast. Santoro struggled to make sense of what just happened. The roaches had exploded. Exploded? How? He stammered. Dylan pulled him roughly along the corridor. "You want to talk, or do you want to live?" Those words seemed to reach past Santoro's pain and confusion and flip a switch. an old disused switch. In the space of 3 yards, he went from a stumbling victim to a man running as if he owned the moment, as if he owned himself again. By the time they reached the stairs, Santoro was running faster than the big guard. They ran through smoke and shadows. More explosions rocked the prison, and the chatter of gunfire was continual, loud enough to drown out the screeching alarms. There was a security door to the stairs, and it stood open, blocked by a black duffel bag. Another guard was just inside the stairwell, but he lay in a broken sprawl, his head twisted too far around. Dylan snatched up the bag and kicked the door shut. He knelt fast, jerking down the bag's zipper, and began pulling items out and tossing them to Santoro. Kevlar body armor, limb pads, a ballistic helmet, and weapons. A Sig Sauer handgun and an M4 carbine. There was a 2-pocket shoulder pouch fat with loaded magazines for each. Santoro took a pistol and shoved it into his pocket along with extra magazines and accepted a rifle. He removed the magazine, checked that it was loaded, and slapped it back. The weapon felt as good as a lover in his hands. Dylan took a rifle as well and looped a second pouch over his broad shoulder. "Here's the plan," he said tersely. "This place is gonna mess in a big way. Got maybe 800,000 crawlers in here, bugs and rats. Rats? They carry more C4. Oh. We're heading up to the roof," said Dylan. "We got a couple of hellos inbound, full of our guys. They're top private contractors, and they are being paid a mess ton of money to get you out. Big bonuses if you're unharmed. You're not worth a whole lot dead. So, let's help them earn their cash, okay?" Dylan turned and ran along the corridor on the other side of the doorway. Santoro did not understand this and did not like it, but he was no fool. He ran to catch up. The corridor ended at another door, and the sounds of battle were so intense that they rattled the door in its frame. Dylan input a code and the door opened. They peered outside to see a tableau of pure carnage. The prison's guards were taking heavy fire from 4 combat helicopters. The 2 doing the most damage were a pair of lethal AH-1Z Vipers that hovered above the outer wall of the prison and rained down fire with 3-barreled M197 electric rotary cannons. The heavy-caliber rounds punched through doors, windows, and body armor. The watchtowers were gone, blown to flaming debris by Hellfire missiles and Hydra 70 rockets. Massive chunks of the structure had been destroyed, and pillars of smoke rose from the burning rubble. Until now, Santoro half believed that this was all some kind of deception, part of an elaborate and devious plan by Church to somehow win his trust and open him up. But now he understood that this was an actual rescue mission. It was Kuga, for real. The 7 Kings had used his services a few times, but always at several removes. Kuga had a fetish for secrecy. Santoro had theories on who the legendary fixer was, but that's all they were. Why, though, would Kuga spend this much money and take these insane risks to free him? Dylan shoved him along the walkway. "Daydream later," he roared. Prison guards were pouring fire at the invaders, but they were armed for a riot.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect.
Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. As Santoro watched, the lead bird fired a sidewinder that drilled a hole through the air and struck one of the vipers. The explosion was massive, and as the fireball lit the night sky, the shockwave knocked the men guards and their attackers flat. The other helicopters rocked and tilted, spilling air as the pilots fought for control. Santoro saw ropes dropping from one of the helicopters and black-clad figures slithering down, guns spilling fire. "Who are they?" cried Santoro. Dylan snarled, sounding scared. "Really? I think they're DMS." Santoro, for all of his courage and strength, felt a shiver of icy fear stab him in the groin. He hissed and almost dodged back away from the door. "They will slaughter your men," he warned. "They are devils." "Leave it," yelled Dylan. Santoro ignored him and opened fire with his rifle. He hadn't fired a gun in years, but that did not matter. He was born to killing, and with every squeeze of the trigger, he became more fully alive. Men died, and in their deaths gifted him with new life. Santoro felt like a vampire, feeding on the life force of these soldiers. He wanted to go down into the heat of this battle, to walk like a prince of death through the smoke and fire, reveling in red slaughter. DMS agents and prison guards, recognizing a new threat as their fellows died, turned to concentrate their return fire on him. But Santoro knew that he was blessed. He could feel the hand of the goddess on his shoulder, her words whispering into his ear. "For me," she said. "Do this for me." Tears ran from his eyes as he fired. Bullets struck the stone and the pipe rail and ricocheted into the fiery darkness, but none touched him. How could they? His faith had been restored, and with it the power he once owned. The goddess had not abandoned him. No, she was with him now, in this hour of death and liberation. And so he killed for her. He killed and killed and killed. And, as if recognizing that a master of death was among them, Dylan's own team redoubled their efforts, and the prison became a true killing ground. Above them, Dylan's helicopters moved up and away from the prison to gain maneuvering room for combat. All of the gunships were firing now, filling the night sky with tracers and the hiss of rockets. The air seemed to explode around them. Shrapnel rained down on the prison, cutting down the guards and Dylan's own troops. One of the Hueys erupted into a massive fireball, and Dylan shoved Santoro back from the flaming debris. Santoro pulled free of him and ran to where one of Dylan's men was fumbling to fix a new rocket-propelled grenade into the launcher, having failed to hit anything on his first try. Santoro tore the weapon from the man with such force that the soldier fell and struck his head on the pipe rail. Santoro snapped the grenade into place, turned, steadied the stock against his shoulder, and fired. The grenade shot into the air, trailing a serpentine coil of dense gray smoke. The DMS pilot banked hard to try and avoid it, but he was a second too late, and Santoro's round slammed into the Hydra rocket pod. The massive explosion punched the helicopter sideways in the air. As its flaming mass fell, Santoro saw the faces of the crew catch fire. It struck the wall 80 feet away. The second Apache fired and took a Viper in the tail rotor, spinning it into a death spiral that slammed onto the unforgiving desert floor. 6 of Dylan's team, encouraged by what Santoro had done, fired RPGs at it, and the chopper pilot almost slipped them all. The last one hit just below the door, and the blast sent the pilot flying into the air. He fell in pieces, and his Apache landed on top of him. "Go, go!" yelled Dylan, as his remaining Huey dropped down so that its skid scraped along the wall. Santoro dropped the grenade launcher and ran. Hands reached out to pull him and Dylan inside. The Viper angled in nearby and fired all of its remaining missiles and rockets. And as the Huey rose, the entire prison seemed to be engulfed in flame. Even the stone seemed to burn. The hellish orange glow painted the landscape in fire. Then both helicopters were moving away, accelerating. Santoro clung to a restraining strap and leaned out to watch. Mr. Church would have people search through the ruins, sift through the ash to look for his body. How long would it take? As if in answer, there was another, much larger explosion than any that had come before. One massive corner of the prison seemed to break apart as a massive bloom of fire and heat expanded outward from its core. Walls and turrets disintegrated in a fireball of burning destruction. Shockwaves chased the chopper into the air, buffeting it, nearly pulling it down into the fiery hell. Alarms shrieked and the rotors struggled for purchase in the sky. It was close, so close, but the helicopter rose above the burning fingers of death and moved away into the night. As the helicopter lifted away, Santoro saw something else that puzzled him. A small knot of armed men were clustered around a tall man who wore prison overalls identical to his own. The man looked very familiar, but Santoro could not place him. He turned toward Santoro and flashed a broad grin. Then his rescuers escorted him through rotor wash to a waiting helicopter. It lifted off, and a split second later, 2 more helos came swooping in and fired missiles at the corner of the building where the other prisoner had been. They fired again and again, obliterating that part of the prison. Then they turned in midair and launched a new salvo at the area where Santoro had been held these last years. He stood there, watching the building blow apart as if Satan himself had exhaled his fiery breath at it. Soon, the prison was completely engulfed. The helicopter circled wide and began following the machine the first prisoner was on, flying in formation. However, when they were a few miles from the conflagration, the helo with the other prisoner peeled off and vanished into the night. Santoro turned once more to Dylan. "Who is in that other helicopter? Who else did you help escape?" The former guard just grinned. "Here, have a beer." He pressed a cold, sweating bottle into the former prisoner's hand and then clinked his own against it. "Welcome back to the world. Things are going to get really interesting." Dylan threw back his head and laughed at his own cryptic joke. The choppers turned off their lights and flew like phantoms through the night. Go Song Dinosaur Museum, 618 Jaranman Hai Myan Go Song Gun.
Lumpy and dull, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Lumpy, dull, but friendly enough, and he was often the only other person in the museum during these long nights. Normally, the quiet and privacy worked for Anal. Right now, she would have liked the place to be filled with 500 noisy kids and a bunch of parents or school teachers. Witnesses, every one of whom would have a cell phone camera, the modern safety net. The guard licked his lips. "Are you sure? It was stupid of me." "No, it's fine," she said, touching his sleeve, then fished for a lie to make sense of her overreaction. "It's just this place gives me the creeps. All these monsters." A slow, relieved smile found its way onto Cho's doughy face. "You're still new here. You'll get used to these cuties." He nodded to the allosaur. "And once the tourists are gone, this place can be pretty creepy." "Yes," he cleared his throat. "So, you're okay?" "I'm fine, and I'd better get back to work." Ano gave Cho another weak smile and half a bow, then hurried toward the small office reserved for the IT people. She had to run a program on the demographics of the customers, enter all the email addresses from the sign-up sheets, and send them emails with dinosaur information and clickable links to membership and donation pages. She could feel the guard watching her. "He's not one of them," she told herself. "He's too young." In the reflection of the glass door to the computer room, she saw him standing there, still watching. If he was one of them, I'd already be dead. That was true enough. Once the museum closed, the rest of the staff got out of there pretty quickly, and the doors were locked. She was lucky she'd gotten here on time. It was close. The man with the boat knew how to slip past all the spotter planes and watching eyes, and had gotten her from North Korean waters to a secure section of coastline down here where her car was discreetly parked. She'd broken so many laws that she lost count. But her fear was not of the police or the border patrols for North or South Korea. It was them. They would want her stopped. They would want her dead. Not just silenced, but killed. She had no idea who, when, or where, but someone would try. They would have to try. If she was in their place, she would too. Well, if she was a government flunky and sociopath. And now there would be 4 sociopaths making calls to have her found and killed.
As she locked herself into the computer room, Anal Twank could tell herself that she didn't care, that she was too hard to find, too anonymous, too much of a nobody. After all, she worked in a dinosaur museum. Who would ever think to look for her here? When she peeked through the blinds, she saw the guard turn and walk slowly away, beginning his rounds. "Please, please, please," she begged silently. It felt like a prayer, but to who? She had no faith, no religion. She removed her tablet and set it on the desk next to the museum's tabletop workstation. Then she took the thumb drive from a hidden compartment in her purse. It took every ounce of her courage to attach it to a small rerouter device and then plug it into the tablet via a short cable. "Please," she said aloud, hearing that word stutter and falter. She took a ragged breath, nodded to herself, and then tapped the keys to upload the video file to an email. It took even more courage to hit send. Then she quickly disconnected everything and stashed the thumb drive and rerouter back into their compartments. It was done. There was nothing more she could do but wait and pray to an empty heaven that someone would listen. Pray that the world wasn't about to end. Embassy of the United States, 188 Sejong-Dotaro, Sejong-no, Jeongu, Seoul, South Korea. 4 hours ago. Julian Peck had been the ambassador to South Korea for 16 months. He liked the job, not loved it, but he was getting there. Although he was very much an American, third generation, from Georgetown, Peck loved his heritage. His family spoke Korean and English almost interchangeably at home and at holiday gatherings. Peck knew the history of Korea going all the way back to Gojo-san, and as an undergrad considered pursuing a degree in Korean studies. The law called him with a clearer voice, though, and he went into immigration law and later international politics. He'd worked his way up through various offices over the years, aiming his career at a new target, the job he now had. He knew that his tenure would not outlast the current presidency, but it was a joy of a job, challenging in interesting ways, despite some frustrations related to the ongoing denuclearization talks. Peck did not personally believe that North Korea would ever stop their nuclear program, rather the reverse. And although that made him a bit nervous, it was unlikely the North Koreans would drop nukes on their own doorstep. He saw it as sword-rattling by a fragile regime that was only still in existence because China was propping them up. It was all a way of waging an economic war against America without anyone actually dying. That worked for Peck, because it meant that his job was never going to be boring. And once his term was over, he would be able to slide right into the private sector with a 7-figure salary at any of the corporations doing trade here in Asia. Life, as he saw it, was pretty very good. He was drinking tea and listening to a recording of the Buchen Philharmonic Orchestra's superb Mahler series when an email pinged. He frowned at it because of what was written in the subject bar. "Read this now. Crisis." All caps. Peck very nearly dismissed it as spam. Although the embassy's spam filters were excellent, some junk always managed to slip through. If he'd been even a little busier, he might have ignored it, or put it in a folder for his assistant to read and vet. But something about it tickled him in the wrong way. It gave him a flutter of unease, and so he clicked on it. A graphic popped up with a logo of a crazy-looking cartoon woman laughing maniacally as she leaned sideways around her laptop. The words "Punk Press" were written in dozens of languages inside little word balloons that rose from the computer and popped. Almost immediately, a video began playing, and the first few seconds of it were overlaid by 5 short sentences. "This is not fake. This footage was taken this morning. This is real. We need you to do the right thing. You need to stop this from starting a war." But the email had been simultaneously sent to ambassadors in China and to the North Korean government. The video played out, and Julian Peck sat there, stunned, horrified. At the end of the video was another message. "This is real. You can tell. You can check. We don't want to share this with the world because of what will happen. We sent this to you because you're a good man. You're always the one to try and calm things down, to keep the fools with missiles from pushing the buttons just to prove how tough they are.
I hope you are the person people think you are. I hope you understand what this means. I hope you will figure some way of dealing with this. If not you, who? There was more, but it was a set of instructions for where to post a reply. Julian Peck sat at his desk, feeling faint, feeling terrified. His hands were shaking when he reached for the phone. Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. I gave Rudy the full tour, and then we settled down at a table in the staff lounge. We had an honest-to-God barista coffee roast master, or whatever it's called. His name is Mustafa, and he is a sorcerer of the coffee bean. He is definitely going to be added to my will. Just brewed a fresh pot, Colonel, he said, beaming a great smile. Mustafa is short, round, brown, and happy as hell all the time. He took my special cup from below the counter, rinsed it with very hot water, and filled it with steaming and
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It had a picture of a World War II soldier holding a cup and grinning. The caption is, "How about I pour you a nice fresh cup of shut the really up? I love that mug. It makes my coffee taste even better." He poured Rudy's from a separate pot, handed me a wire basket of fresh muffins, and gave me a small bag with some grain-free dog treats shaped like little coffee pots for Ghost. I told him that he was a very nice man. I followed Rudy to a small table by a window. Well, a fake window. It was actually a live feed projected onto a massive video screen framed like a window. It showed an eastern view of the island. Rudy remarked on it. "This is smart," he said. "Not only are there faux windows like this everywhere, but if my phone's compass app is correct, then they are positioned to show correctly oriented views. It makes being underground tolerable." He touched his hand to the screen and smiled. "The glass is warm, as if the sunlight up there is real light on window glass. Subtle and remarkable." "Lean close and listen," I suggested. He did, and his eyes grew wide. "I can hear the waves," he said, grinning like a happy child. "And seagulls." I winked at him and fed one of the cookies to Ghost. He took it with great delicacy and settled down to eat it in tiny bites. He does that. "So," said Rudy, settling back in his chair, "you're Colonel Ledger now.
Felicidades, mi coronel. Don't start. Seriously, I'm happy for you. I'm not, I said, but Church insisted. He said something about colonels being more widely respected and that taking a new rank would allow me to function more efficiently with governments and groups we interact with, blah, blah, blah. His eyes twinkled with amusement. You disapprove? Really, man, I was never entirely comfortable with being a captain. I was only a sergeant in the army, and that's the rank I earned. You don't feel deserving of a promotion, even after all you've accomplished? All the good you've done? I snorted. Dude, it's a fake rank. Rogue Team International is a made-up organization, so Church calling me a colonel is about as valid as calling me Grand Poobah. It's convenient, and that's it. He brushed a speck of something from the sleeve of his suit coat. I am tempted to only call you Grand Poobah henceforth. I will hurt you very, very badly. Ah, threats of violence, mused Rudy, the last resort of the macho male overcompensator. And bury your body where it will never be found, I added. I will black out some time later to be afraid. He tore off a piece of a bran muffin, munched it for a moment. Then I saw him smile as he looked past me to where an overweight, somewhat threadbare old marmalade tabby lay in a patch of faux sunlight. Ghost went over and laid down next to the cat, and soon they were both asleep like spoons in a drawer. Yeah, I said, Cobbler's still hanging on. He's, what, 17 now? 18 last week. Rudy nodded. He remembered Cobbler as a spry young cat a million years ago. My version of a therapy animal, I suppose. Ghost and Cobbler used to fight like, well, cats and dogs. But as Cobbler's gotten older, the big shepherd has shifted from aggressive to protective. Rudy leaned back in his chair and gazed deeply into his coffee cup. I read the field report on the Jacobson matter and had a phone consult with the therapist assigned to Astrid. Astrid's a tough young lady, I said. Rudy poured a yellow packet of raw sugar into his coffee. Which is odd because his drink of choice these days is a venti, half-whole milk, 1/4 1%, 1/4 non-fat, extra hot split quad shots, 2 shots decaf, 2 shots regular, no foam latte, with whip, 2 packets of Splenda, a touch of vanilla syrup, and 3 short sprinkles of cinnamon from Starbucks. The sad thing is the poor beleaguered baristas have to make that crap. Now he was pouring 1 packet of real sugar into a cup of black decaf coffee. He caught me watching, but made no comment. Rudy likes to mess with me sometimes, which I'm pretty sure is unethical since he's my shrink. Toughness, he said as he stirred, is both conditional and relative. Astrid needed to be tough while things were unfolding. That's a survival skill. However, now that she's been rescued, she's having a very hard time adjusting her worldview to fit what happened. Not only was she kidnapped and subjected to physical harm and the threat of sexual violence, but she was also a witness to extreme violence. She saw you kill people. Very bad people, I said, pouring milk into my coffee. No sugar. I took an experimental sip. Nice. It doesn't entirely matter that they were bad people, cowboy, he said, using my old boyhood nickname. Astrid was there when extreme violence occurred. Exposure to that leaves a mark on every person. Violence always leaves a mark, I said, quoting his favorite maxim. It made Junie's words echo in my head, and I avoided Rudy's eyes. It does, Rudy replied, and for each person the severity of that mark is different. For some, it's a badge of honor. For others, it is a crippling injury, and there are countless variations in between. You have been marked, said Rudy, as have I. We are friends and have many shared experiences, but those things we each experienced are unique to us as individuals. You carry your scars differently than I ever could. I'm a soldier, and you're not. He smiled. I did not say you carried them better, Joe. I said differently. Ah, I said. Right. Sorry. Okay, that's a point for Junie, I thought. Astrid is a teenager, he said. Her challenge at processing what she experienced is complex. He drank some coffee, winced at the taste, and added a second packet of sweetener. She was taken to be used as a tool against her father.
If her father turned over all his files to save her, then she thinks she would be partly at fault for any deaths resulting from the release of the mycotoxin. She knows her father was willing to sacrifice himself to save her, but at the same time, she now knows that her father broke the rules set by her kidnappers by having a rescue mission attempted. There are a lot of subtleties in there that a fragile mind can use to construct more guilt and also resentment toward her father. And she knows that people were killed by her rescuers. To a person as empathetic and sensitive as Astrid, she holds herself responsible for their deaths. They were scumbags who would have harmed and killed her. How does that matter? Asked Rudy. To her, I mean. They were people. She sees them in a broader framework than you do. She sees their lives, their families, parents, spouses, children. She wonders whether they were truly corrupt or just following orders because there would be consequences for not doing so. And on and on. I sat back and stared at the air over his head. Ghost got up, came over, and laid his head on my thigh, and I scratched his thick white fur. Gosh, I said. When a team like yours rescues someone, Rudy said gently, they are rescuing a victim of trauma. The person you bring out is not and cannot possibly be the person who was taken, and definitely not the person they were in the moments before they were aware they were about to be abducted. Each step of that process inflicts a wound, and the effect is cumulative. I looked away. He was too compassionate to add something as trite as you well know. Of course I knew, and like Astrid, I could look back to see the person I was before an act of terrible violence changed the trajectory of my life. When I was 14, my girlfriend Helen and I were walking.
We were broken, and none of the king's horses and none of the king's men could piece us together again. Helen withdrew into herself and, years later, opted out of the whole horror show. I found what was left of her. Cooling, rancid meat that was proof to me that the world could be a dark, ugly, and evil place. She died, and I lived. I was not whole, though. The initial attack and her suicide splintered me. It was Rudy, then a young resident, who helped me put some of the pieces together, discarding fragments of my personality that no longer fit, and teaching me to make peace with what was left. I had 3 different aspects to my personality that were so distinct that they had their own names. The modern man, the version of me who might have lived a normal life if Helen and I hadn't been attacked. My default personality was the cop, analytical, introspective, observant, and dedicated to the procedural cause. And then there was the killer. He was a savage, primal, and uncompromising, deeply protective of what he perceives as the vulnerable members of his tribe, and absolutely merciless when he goes hunting for the bad guys. They all warred for control, and Rudy helped me negotiate the terms of our ongoing truce. I looked back and remembered the day I left the hospital a few weeks after the attack. I went to the closest dojo and signed up. The cop part of me became obsessed with learning to be strong because I knew full well the cost of being weak. I became strong too. I became a monster who fed on other monsters. The killer emerged through that process. Most of the time, I was a creature of peace who loved a nicely grilled steak on Super Bowl Sunday, icy glasses of craft beer, summer days on a sunny beach, and good old-fashioned rock and roll. Until I wasn't. When I rolled into a fight, the cop tried to keep things copacetic. But when things got freaky, he unchained the killer and let him run wild. And it was that monster who'd rescued Astrid. And it was that monster who helped mark her young soul. Not meaning to, but doing it all the same. Junie knew all of this too, and I think I was probably angry with her because her comments made me feel like she'd forgotten or ignored all that. Now I was seeing it differently. Rudy reached out and laid his hand on my forearm, giving it a gentle and reassuring squeeze. I was in my own head, but he knew the twisted paths my thoughts would take. He let me know that I was never alone.
I opened my mouth to tell him about the conversation with Junie and to ask his opinion about why my recent gunfights don't seem to have affected me, but I never got the chance. The lounge door opened and the duty officer came hurrying into the room. "Colonel Ledger," she said breathlessly, "the big man wants you in the TOC right away. Something's come up." The TOC, Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. The TOC is the Tactical Operations Center, and it's where all field ops are overseen. It's a big room with a massive bank of high-def computer screens filling one wall, and a big half-circle of computer workstations facing it on a series of tiers. Looks a bit like mission control for the NASA launches, but maybe we're more high-tech. Mr. Church stood on the top step beside a shorter, very thin man who had stick-like legs and a weirdly long neck and looked like a wading bird. Maybe an egret, but with sandy hair and steel-rimmed glasses. Scott Wilson was the chief of operations, and he was the poor, unfortunate bastard who had to try and fill the shoes of Aunt Sally. No one could ever do that, of course, and everyone knew it. Wilson knew it too. Auntie had been with Church for decades and was retired now, working her way through a very slow recovery from a very bad stroke. Wilson, though, a former SAS shooter and a bit of a badass in his own right, had no chance with people who'd worked with Auntie. It was like hiring a really tough pit bull to replace a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The sense of proportion was all wrong. That said, Wilson was sharp as hell when it came to mission strategy, especially in the implementation of the latest generation of high-tech combat aids. That included everything from sophisticated computer-enhanced body armor to a slew of specialty tactical drones. And maybe drones were a particular favorite of his because since signing on, he'd encouraged Doc Holliday to acquire as many different kinds of drones as she could, from high-flying new-generation predators to swarms of micro-drones the size of houseflies. It was his wish to one day send fewer human assets and more robots into battle. I can see his point and can certainly admire his goal of preserving human life. But I've dealt with combat drones, and it didn't leave me with the warm fuzzies. After all, a good third of that stuff was scary gosh we'd taken away from the bad guys in the old DMS days. Wilson was also much more of a diplomat than Auntie, who was cranky to an Olympic level. Wilson often coordinated interjurisdictional field ops involving 30 different countries and some of America's more covert teams, like Chess Team, Sigma Force, and MHI. Before coming to RTI, he'd been the chief operations officer for Barrier, which was the British group within MI6 that was Church's model for the Department of Military Sciences. So yeah, he had all the street cred he needed, but even so, Auntie, you know, one of a kind. Church turned as I approached. "Did Bug get anything on that Emerzalioglu joker?" I asked. "Do we know who he is yet? Because I'd love to put that son of a difficult person in the morgue." "That bit of mayhem will have to wait, Colonel," said Church. "Something else has come up." "Gosh," I said, "what's on fire now?" "Currently," said Wilson, "a little nothing of an island off the coast of North Korea." "Literally on fire?" "No," said Church, "though that might be better than what we're facing." "I hate it when you say gosh like that," I muttered. "I hate it when I have to, Colonel." Church gestured to the screen. "This is Gaiguli Sam. I worked out the translation. Island of Frogs." "Never heard of it." "No reason you should have done," said Wilson in his crisp Eton accent. "It has a small fishing village with a population of 186. Or at least it did so until last night. There was a satellite flyover using thermal scans, and it's currently estimated that the population is 0. That includes, by the by, a platoon of North Korean regulars who were sent in to investigate, and the 2-man staff of a small sonar station. The station was established, apparently, to watch for an American submarine invasion of the North Korean mainland, which is never going to happen," I suggested. "God forbid," snorted Wilson. "To invade North Korea would be to declare war on China. But the propagandists need to engender fear in order to control the population, hence the sonar station. I studied the thermal overlay on the image and saw that a few heat signatures were there, but they were cooling to the point where they'd vanish from the scan. "Everyone's dead?" I asked. "How? I didn't hear about earthquakes or a tsunami. So what happened? They have a nuclear plant there that melted down?" "No," said Wilson. "Apart from the sonar station, there is no industry or military presence at all on the island. They don't even have electricity, apart from a few shared diesel generators. Then why's everyone dead?" "We don't know," said Church, "and neither, apparently, do the North Koreans. One of the members of the sonar team attempted to send a distress call, but it was cut off. They sent in a small platoon via boat to investigate, and they failed to report. A second team was sent, this time by helicopter, and shortly after arrival, they stopped broadcasting. I looked at the image and saw that the digital clock was feeding real-time data. Why am I not seeing the entire North Korean Navy converging on the site?" "Because the upper echelon of that government doesn't yet know about this," said Wilson. I glanced at him. "You lost me."
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. How do we know and they don't? It's complicated. Uncomplicated for me. Wilson turned to Church and raised his eyebrows. "Colonel," began Church, "you are aware that I have a number of associates positioned in key places throughout the world. Business, various governments, and so on. Your friends in the industry." He measured out a microscopic slice of a smile. "Yes. Over the last few years, as the governments of key nations have become increasingly unstable due to election tampering, I've cultivated a new set of friends. Diplomats in crucial positions as well, as some members of the military of various nations. Should I even ask how you manage that?" I asked. He usually ignores questions like that, but this time he surprised me. "You may be encouraged to know that despite the bluster of a growing number of unstable world leaders, there are a fair number of much cooler heads within those governments. People who have chosen to either remain in place during regime changes or who have entered into service with a new administration because they believe in the concept of checks and balances. It is no exaggeration at all to say that wars have been prevented by quiet phone calls or coded emails.
The global stock market has been propped up at times by a word here or a warning there. Understand, this is not a network built on party politics, anyone's party, or personal gain. These people believe that there needs to be, as you often say, an adult in the room. Or, as Brick likes to say, a designated driver. Wow, I said. You have no idea, breathed Wilson. These people, continued Church, are aware of the existence of Rogue Team International. They understand that our agenda is to exert agency over global threats that would otherwise be dangerous for any one government to handle. This case may be exactly the sort of thing we formed RTI to address. Okay, that's pretty badass, I said. So, who called, and what happened on the island? Second question first, said Wilson. He bent over and used the trackpad on a laptop to change from a satellite view to the feed from a drone that was closer to the ground. The drone flew slowly over a small village that was little more than a cluster of shacks and huts around a central town square. I watched with a sinking stomach as what at first appeared to be irregularities in the landscape resolved into bodies. Many, many bodies. In a sick and hollow voice, Wilson said, "As far as we can tell, Colonel, everyone on Gaguli Somme is dead." I walked down the steps to stand closer to the screen. It was so densely pixelated that you could actually get within inches and examine minute details. I've been on site for a lot of slaughters in my time, and I used to be a cop. In essence, what I saw was one big crime scene. Bodies everywhere, and even a blind man could see that this had been a mutual slaughter. I walked along the massive screen, letting it tell me a story, and the tale it told was a horror story. Jesus Christ, I said, they all killed each other. In flight, 30 miles from the California border, 15 months ago. Rafael Santoro tried talking to the crew aboard the Huey, but apart from simple politeness, no one would engage him in any meaningful conversation. Not even Dylan, who sat in the corner drinking beer after beer. They would not tell him where they were going, who they were going to see, or why they had broken him out of the prison. No one would explain anything about the exploding roaches or rats, and now that he was away from the prison, he took the opportunity to consider what they must have been. Prior to his incarceration, he'd read about advances in robotics. It was not something of direct interest to the Seven Kings, and his interest lasted about as long as it took to read a magazine article. Now bits of it came back. He closed his eyes and let information float to the top of the troubled soup of his thoughts. There was a word, an acronym. CRAM? Yes, that was it. Remembering the full name took a few moments, but it came. Compression-resistant articulated mechanism. A radical new kind of designer robot. Very small, and designed to imitate the qualities of actual roaches. Those insects, ancient and beautiful, were designed to survive virtually anything. They can withstand nearly 1,000 times their own body weight without injury and compress their bodies to fit through a quarter-inch gap. The roaches in the article, though, were very clearly artificial, structures of wire and cardboard. The ones in his cell had looked exactly like real roaches. That had fooled him, and Santoro disliked being fooled. They'd also spoken to him. The voice was soft, soothing, personal, and it had shared so many secrets with him. Quoting scriptures from the writings of the goddess, telling Santoro things about the Seven Kings that no one knew, not even Church. Over a period of many weeks, the roaches had come to him as messengers of a higher power. Now he knew that to be a lie. The roaches had been robots, and clearly each carrying a small amount of explosives so that when clustered, there was enough destructive force to blow open his cell. He assumed the rats were of a similar nature. Smart, very practical, which is something Santoro always appreciated. And yet, the vermin were a lie. Everything the roaches told him was a lie. The truth may have actually set him free, but there was an insult buried within it. He wrestled with that. On one hand, it snapped him out of the religious torpor into which he'd lapsed. On the other, whoever sent them, his mysterious benefactor, had lied to him, using Santoro's faith as a tool of manipulation.
That was very nearly unforgivable. He sipped his beer and stared out at the darkened landscape. He was free now, and he would die before letting anyone put him back in a cage. That included being trapped in a cage of his own beliefs. The miles blurred into the blackness of the empty land below. The Talk Phoenix House, Amphory Island, Greece. Church and Wilson came down to stand with me. My own words seemed to hang in the air. They all killed each other. So, it would appear, said Church softly. But how? Why? I demanded. A plague of murder? Gosh, is this more of the God machine? We don't know, said Wilson. The God machine was a device created using a dangerous and radical kind of science. One of the effects of it was that it could drive a percentage of the people exposed to it to commit murder or suicide. In our last DMS case, Washington, D.C. was hit with a brutal wave of the God machine effect. Since then, though, we had gone to great lengths, very, very great lengths, to make sure that all traces and examples of the God machine were eradicated. We weren't nice about it either. We broke laws and cut throats and did a lot of damage, because that technology was one of the most dangerous we'd ever encountered. And that is saying a whole very lot. We don't know, I echoed. Well, really, man, what do we know? The screen was so shockingly clear that it was like standing right there among all the death. Scores of bodies, from the very old to the newly born. None of them were whole. They were torn apart by knives and jagged pieces of pottery, stabbed with farm tools and broken tree branches, beaten with fists and smashed by any blunt object that was apparently close at hand. And many of them, far too many, had been savaged by teeth. The bite marks were there to be read, as were the red smears on dead mouths. We don't know anything, said Church. At first, said Wilson quietly, we thought it was more of the rabies. A little over a year ago, I helped break a case involving
Any armed platoon. Do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation, narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Any armed platoon would have been inoculated and they wouldn't be overwhelmed by unarmed civilians. That was the conclusion we reached as well.
Wilson shifted the picture to other places on the island. I saw families locked in the stillness of a terminal death struggle, children biting the parents who strangled them, infants ripped to pieces, young couples locked in intimate embraces while clutching the knives they'd used to murder each other. Then this is what? Some kind of new bioweapon? I asked. If so, what? Who used it, and to what end? This island looks like it's in the middle of nowhere. Why do this? Wilson said, "We don't have enough intel to make any good guesses, Colonel. All we know is that it appears to have affected, or perhaps infected, everyone on the island. We know that it has a rate of onset that is both alarming and unnatural. No pathogen in nature could cause such radical and specific behavioral changes as quickly as what appears to have happened here. For a platoon of soldiers to have been affected so fast they could not radio in a report, you'd need a pathogen that hits at the speed of a neurotoxin." "Show me the soldiers," I said, and Wilson shifted the image again. Their corpses sprawled in silent ugliness along a jungle footpath. It looked like a few had beaten each other to death with their weapons, while others clearly stood a few feet apart and emptied their magazines at one another. "It's not Saif al-Din either," I said, referring to another and far more dangerous engineered pathogen. Fear of that weapon is what led to Church hiring me into the old Department of Military Sciences. It stood as our worst-case scenario since then, and none of us were anxious to find out about something bigger and badder. If it had been Saif al-Din, the dead people would still be walking around, and they wouldn't have been able to use weapons. Jesus Christ, what is this? It was rhetorical by now. Church said, "I've taken the liberty of alerting Havoc Team. They are loading a helo with weapons, electronics, and hazmat gear. A jet will be smoking on the tarmac in Athens by the time you get there. Bug is smoothing the clearances." "We're going to the island?" "Yes," said Wilson. "Your cover is that of a specialized hot zone field team freelancing with the World Health Organization. You are a South African private contractor. Each of your team will have similar credentials, completely unbreakable. Okay, you'll fly to Osan Air Base in Pyeongtaek and meet with Colonel Epps, commander of the 51st Fighter Wing." "He's a friend," said Church quietly. "At Osan, you'll be introduced to Lieutenant Colonel Ho Young-ju," said Wilson. "He is a doctor attached to the People's Army Special Operation Force." I grunted. "We're working with the sanction of the North Korean government?" "Ho is a friend of a friend," said Church. "How far can I trust him?" "As far as your own judgment," said Church. "However, Ho is not a hawk. He has been at his current rank for some time now, getting only lateral promotions because he tends to err on the side of humanism rather than being overtly political. He's never come out and spoken against his government, but it's clear the party leaders don't consider him one of their creatures. He's very good at his job, however, and has taken point on some crucial disease outbreak responses." "Understood," I said. "Colonel Epps will provide transport to the coast," said Wilson, "where you'll take a non-military RHIB belonging to the WHO. "What is the actual mission?" I asked. "Assessment, gather intel, gather samples, and get out," said Wilson. "Take no undue risks." Church said, "Your comms will be a team channel at all times, unless you actively switch to a private channel. It is likely that access to the team channel will be shared with select persons in the governments of North and South Korea, China, and the U.S. "Well, really. This situation is fragile," Church said, "and transparency might help us keep fingers off of the wrong buttons. But hey, no pressure, right?" Church measured out a small smile. "You could have chosen a less stressful profession. Lion tamer, bomb disposal?" Yeah. We stood looking at the pain and horror and death on the island of frogs. Church reached out and touched the screen, resting his finger on the image of a Korean soldier who lay next to a comrade he had beaten to death. The beaten soldier's face was literally battered to an inhuman pulp, and the attacker's hands were mangled bits of raw gristle, with pieces of his own bones sticking out through torn flesh. The soldier had a bayonet in his stomach, but it hadn't killed him before he'd done all of that awful damage. "Before you go, Colonel," he said quietly, "tell me something. If you had to put a word to all of this, the emotion of it, what would you call it? Give it a name." I didn't have to think very hard, because one word was painted there on every inch of torn skin and broken lives. It was ground into the bloody dirt and burned into the day. "Rage," I said. Church said, "Yes." I turned to him. "There's another shoe to drop, isn't there? We don't get called in because of gosh like this. What's the rest?" Church gave me a small nod of approval. Wilson used the remote to open a new window on the screen, and immediately a video began playing. I stood there and watched in shock and horror as something unfolded that made no sense but was as real as all the other horrors I'd so far seen. "Oh my God," I breathed. "So," Andrea said brightly, "chi hai loro scroto bloccato in uno strizzatore ora?" "Speak English," groused Bunny. "He asked who was in a tight spot," I said. "And it's a fair question." "All I can say in Italian is, 'Give me more pizza,'" Bunny complained. "Questo perché sei un barbaro," said Andrea, as he tossed his ball in the air and caught it with his other hand. "I'm not a barbarian, jerk." Andrea gave him a wide grin that showed lots of very white teeth. "And you said you didn't speak Italian?" Top snorted. "Farm boy here only knows the insults, 'cause that's most what people say to him." "Hey," said Bunny. Top caught my eye, then gave everyone a glare. "Okay, now all y'all really be quiet and let the Colonel talk." I hit a key on my laptop, and the aerial view of the island popped onto all of their laptop screens. "This is Gegulisum," I said, and explained where it was and what little we knew. I played the videos I'd seen and watched the humor evaporate from their faces. Belle sat up straight and then leaned forward, touching the screen much as Church had. "Ya Allah, Allah yarhamhum," she murmured. "God save their souls." Boss," said Bunny, "am I seeing this wrong, or did they all kill each other?" "You ain't seeing it wrong, farm boy," said Top. He gave me a hard look. "We talking super rabies here, or God machine, or—" I asked those same questions, and I'll give you the same answers I got. "We don't know," I told them. "The brains at the TOC tell me that there is a low probability this is anything we've seen before. There are similarities, but also notable differences. Onset rates, for example, and notable variations in the way in which violence was expressed. Self-harm as well as outward aggression. Right now, we have zero reliable intel about the nature of the threat beyond what's on the video. Whatever it is, there appears to be a 100% infection rate and a 100% mortality rate. That is deeply frightening." Andrea held up his hand like,
That means his unofficial job is to prevent and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural markers. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam.
Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. That means his unofficial job is to prevent North Korea from looking weak and therefore bad in the eyes of the world. So he is the man who keeps things on the DL. Even to the point of not passing this up the party line? Asked Tope. He's stretching that a bit, taking some risks, I said. Which means we have a window of a few hours once we're on the island. If this outbreak happened on the mainland or anywhere near a military base, a government hub, or where tourists are likely to be, then he wouldn't be able to contain it at all. So this is an actual break. Andrea raised his hand. Teacher, a question? Am I being paranoid for thinking that this outbreak is a bit too conveniently located? A nothing island in the middle of a nowhere part of the ocean with no one to care much about what happens there? No cameras, no telephones, no Wi-Fi? You are right to be paranoid, I said. It stinks to high heaven. Which brings me to the next part, and this is where it gets even more complicated. Like I said, muttered Bunny. I tapped a key to send them all the Punk Press homepage and froze the picture there for a moment. Punk Press is a WikiLeaks wannabe, I explained, with footprints all through Asia. No one knows who runs it because the feeds get bounced around through a sophisticated network of redirects. All we know is that it's most likely run out of somewhere in South Korea. The uploads are usually done via internet cafes, which means we can't pinpoint their physical location beyond where any given post was made. Watch the video and then we'll talk. The Punk Press video began with a Google Maps satellite image of the Island of Frogs. A voiceover spoke in English, with translation crawls in Korean, Mandarin, Japanese, French, and Russian. The voice had been filtered through one of those apps that made it sound like a robot. The following footage, said the voice, was taken last night on Gaguli-sum, 18 nautical miles west of North Korea, in the sovereign waters of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. This video contains scenes with violent and graphic imagery that can be shocking or disturbing to some viewers. There was a pause as the video shifted from the satellite image to what was clearly recorded with a GoPro camera with a night vision filter mounted on a small commercial drone. It was all in shades of bright green, black, and white. The lack of realistic colors did nothing to lessen the impact of what was being shown, though, and the warning wasn't really enough. I mean, how could it be? The footage showed villagers attacking one another. It was an angle on the village square that we'd already seen the aftermath of. This was taken with surveillance cameras, said the narrator. It shows the people of Gaguli-sum attacking each other as the result of exposure to an advanced bioweapon. As you can see, the designer pathogen creates an extreme state of violent madness. On the screen, there were true horrors. I watched my people as they watched it play out. Belle's eyes were glassy and filled with pain. Andrea tried for a poker face, but he was turning first pale and then green. Bunny sat with his fists balled and a snarl turning his young face ugly. As for Tope, he was stone-faced, showing nothing, which meant that he was on one of those deep levels of anger that would need to have an outlet. I could relate. The video jumped around, showing slaughter all over the island. Attacks with hands, teeth, and weapons of convenience, sticks, rocks, walking sticks, even toys. There were acts of extreme violence against women, children, and even some elderly men that immediately turned into brutal battering and then ended with self-mutilation. The screams that accompanied the killings,
parents doing awful things to their own kids. After the bioweapon caused these deaths, continued the narrator, a platoon of North Korean soldiers was sent to investigate. They had no idea what they would find and were not prepared for a biological threat. They wore no protective equipment or garments. We saw this. A young lieutenant who couldn't have been more than 20, a slightly older sergeant and their team. It was an orgy of murder. When this platoon failed to report, said the narrator, another group was sent in. A helicopter landed a fresh team as dawn was slicing open the horizon. The soldiers were better armed and wore gas masks. They moved like spec ops, but within 3 minutes they were all dead or dying. The chopper crew panicked and tried to take off, but when it was 1,000 yards in the air, the pilot opened the door and, locked in a death struggle with his co-pilot, fell onto the rocks that edged the northern side of the island. When there was no more carnage to show, the voiceover continued. The nature of this bioweapon is unknown. The destructive power of it is obvious. But the question is, who would use such a thing against innocent farmers? A dramatic beat, with a new shot of still bodies lying where they died. This is the most terrifying part, warned the narrator. Punk Press has exclusive footage of the culprits behind this atrocity. Said Bunny, this can't be good. It's not, I said. It wasn't. The night vision camera now showed a section of beach and an RHIB, a rigid-hulled inflatable boat, bobbing in the surface a few yards out, one man at the wheel. A dozen other figures were milling on the beach. They wore the latest generation of Saratoga hammer suits, a flexible combat-appropriate hazmat garment, complete with hoods, gloves, and filtered respirators. The figures all carried guns. Top leaned forward to study the weapons and gave a single sour grunt. K2 assault rifles, manufactured by Daewoo. Manufactured in South Korea. 2 of the figures were much taller and broader than the others, and they carried Colt M4A1s, the standard weapon of the U.S. Navy Very SEALs. There was some hushed conversation, and everyone was speaking in English. Most of them spoke with Korean accents, except the 2 big guys. The conversation itself was meaningless, mostly dealing with gathering equipment and returning to the boat. But the language mattered. The accents mattered every bit as much as those weapons. Bunny turned sharply to me. Wait, we did this? Westover Avenue, West Ghent, Norfolk, Virginia, 5 months ago. They tried to take him in the middle of his morning jog. Petty Officer Second Class Frank Swanson never made strategic or tactical errors in the field. Even when the real world kicked the gosh out of weeks of careful mission planning, Swanson was ready to pivot, to flow, to adapt. He was inventive, careful, and meticulous. When his team went in, they did so quickly and smoothly, and when they left, there was no trace. But this was home. This was Norfolk. This was his own neighborhood, where Swanson lived with his wife, Angie, and teenage daughter. He was at home here and knew every inch, every street and park and alley. When he was out running, he could switch off his combat mind and become Frankie, the red-haired kid who was always inventing schoolyard games over on Princess Avenue. He was the teenager who used to excel so much on the tennis court over at Ferguson Reed and who used to drop 3-pointers when he played for the Monarchs. The same Frankie who had his first intimate experience in the back of a Ford pickup truck parked under the trees by Lambert Creek, and later married that girl when she got pregnant. Love of his life, Angie. Now their daughter, Chelsea, was burning up the track as a
He was a happy man, out jogging early on a beautiful spring day, with Uncle Tupelo and Whiskey Town singing in his ears. Frank did not know he was in trouble until they tried to take him. There were 3 of them, rising up suddenly from between parked cars, closing around him with speed and efficiency, like they'd done this 1,000 times. As smooth as he was when he was on a snatch-and-grab job, closing fast to give him no time. Except Frank Swanson was not average, not even among his peers in the SEALs.
He was a cut above, which is why he was who he was. The brain, even in neutral, was never offline, and as the two men in front reached for him, his reflexes took over. Part muscle memory and part combat brilliance. He slapped the closest hand away, using his right to make the contact and then feeding it to his left, which came up under his own right wrist to snag the attacker's left forearm. His body was in motion, and as he stepped, his right hand, still open, made a very fast circular motion that ended with a vicious blow to the corner of the first man's jaw. Frank put some hip torque into it, and the first man slammed into the second man, jolting him off balance. Frank kept his grip, using the captured arm like a rudder to turn the first man while using him as a shield against the third man. He thrust first man toward the third and gave his own open hand a quick, violent half-turn that snapped first man's elbow like a boiled crab leg. Then he let go of the arm, took third man by the head, and jerked him forward with savage force, rising to the toe of his left foot and bringing his right knee up hard. Third man's nose exploded, but Frank kept his two-hand grip and snapped the injured man forward and down as if he was shaking a blanket out on the ground. Third man hit the pavement with the point of his chin, which exploded. Then Frank spun and attacked second man, who had his balance back now and was reaching inside his jacket for a holstered gun. Frank pinned the reach hand to the man's chest with a flat left palm and hit him with an overhand elbow strike that dropped second man to his kneecaps. Frank boxed his ears, knuckle-punched him in the eye, and chopped him across the throat. That left first man on his feet, screaming, clutching a broken arm to his chest. Frank kicked him hard in the lower body with a short, snapping toe kick, then slap-turned him and locked a muscular arm around the man's throat as Frank plucked the pistol from his shoulder holster. He raised the gun, a Glock 26, and began to turn in a quick circle, gun pointing in sync with his sharp eyes as he looked for more attackers. He saw a fourth man getting out of a parked white van, a strange-looking pistol in his hand, some kind of dart gun. Frank fired 2 shots at him, but the man ducked down and back. A car came screaming down the street, and even before it smoked to a stop, Frank saw doors open and more men pour out. Too many to fight, too many guns. He fired a couple of shots to buy a moment, then whirled and ran. They gave chase, but this was his town, his neighborhood. He ran faster than any of them, cutting down back alleys, through yards, making maximum use of cover. His house was close, and there were no strange cars, no strange people to be seen. Frank sprinted across the lawn, jumped up the porch steps, banged through the door. "Angie," he roared, "call 911." And then he jolted to a stop as if he'd hit a wall of black ice. Angie was right there, seated on a kitchen chair that had been positioned in the middle of the living room. A woman, young and blonde, stood behind her. She held a pistol to Angie's head. A man, also blonde and very tan, was beside her. One of his wiry arms was around Chelsea's throat, and he had a pistol in his hand. The barrel was pointed at Frank. "Well," said the blond man with a charming smile, "aren't you impressive as all get out?" The woman pressed the barrel hard into Angie's temple. "Drop the gun, Rambo. Do it now. You might take one of us, but the other is going to kill someone you love. And I bet we could get them both. Want to find out?" Frank had no play at all here. He'd been in standoffs before, but never like this. Never with his family. Angie and Chelsea stared at him with a mute terror that threatened to cut his leg tendons and drop him to his knees.
It was a level of fear that was totally self-aware and totally accepting that their death was in the room with them. The Glock fell to the floor. The two blondes smiled like happy kids. "The sad part about all of this," said the man, "is that we had high hopes for you. You'd have been the perfect guy to run our little team. But we're operating on a kind of zero-tolerance policy. And you really messed it all up," said the woman with affected petulance. "Idiot." "Not that you aren't still useful to us," said the man. The woman chuckled. It was an ugly sound. "You get to be a great sales tool for us," the man said. "Don't you think so, Eve?" "Oh, absolutely, Adam." They grinned at each other. They grinned at Frank. They seemed so happy. "I'll get the video camera." Over Turkish airspace. "Mr. Church says no," I replied. "We did not do this." Bunny pointed to his laptop screen. "Yeah, I heard you, boss, but that says different." "Bacha maculo," said Andrea under his breath. "Go bother me." "What he said," agreed Bunny. "How sure is the big man?" asked Top. "Last I remember, we fell off the Christmas card list of everybody in Washington." "You know the boss, Top," I said. "Mr. Church has friends everywhere, and a lot of them are deep inside the intelligence communities and the military. If we were responsible for this, then somebody on his Christmas list would know." "I hope you're right, boss," said Bunny, "'cause this looks a whole lot like an actual act of war." "Pretty very sure that's exactly what someone wants everyone to think," I said. "Whoever our bad guys are, they went to great lengths to sell this. Bug's team is running voice recognition, and so far they have determined that the two American voices aren't foreign nationals faking accents. Bug is sure these are Yanks, but that doesn't mean anything. They could be ex-military. As for getting the right weapons and equipment, I can point you to a dozen black market stores on the darknet where you can buy that stuff. If this footage was taken on the island, does it mean this video person," said Belle, leaning on the word, "was there also? Maybe working with them to create a video that would start a war?" Top turned to her. "We don't know that." "Oh?" retorted Belle, one eyebrow raised. "What then? They just happened to be there when something like this occurred? Don't be naive." "Don't make assumptions," countered Top. "They could have been there acting on a tip. Remember, the video was sent to the South Korean ambassador and not dropped on YouTube. The footage was clearly taken with a drone. That could all have been done to sell the idea of a freelance WikiLeaker wannabe who's really a social media troll for a larger organization. Or it could be an actual good guy. We don't know anything." Belle gave him 3 seconds of a cold stare, and then a single nod. Not sure if that meant she agreed or decided to choose a different hill to die on. Into the silence, I said, "I'm good with theories, folks, but let's not fall to bias in the absence of more intel, okay? Let's keep our minds open to all possibilities." Andrea said, "Scusami, Colonello, but this is still not our matter, is it? If this is already out, then it's up to South Korea and the United States to let the North Koreans and maybe the Chinese check their underwear for stains." "Normally I'd agree," I said. "But there's a wrinkle." "There's always a very wrinkle," complained Bunny. "Wrinkles and complications." I said, "Punk Press is trying to sell themselves as independent and possibly altruistic. Even if that's a front, as Top suggested, the effect is that there doesn't seem to be a desire to kickstart World War III, or even relight the burners on the Korean War Part 2.
The fact that this was sent to an ambassador, someone widely known as a level-headed and good-hearted guy, is suggestive WikiLeaks would have simply sold this to the highest bidder or done one of their big dramatic reveals, and things would already be in a terrible state. Personally, I wonder if these punk press people are even journalists. If they are, and if they're legit, then they may be actual altruists, because there is no one, not even highlights for children, who wouldn't lead with what is clearly a major human rights massacre. You could sell that footage for millions to any news service. Okay, said Bunny, that video is a nuclear bomb. Even if it didn't result in an actual war, the economic fallout would be massive. Our own stock market would tank. But none of that happened because of how it was sent. And to whom? To diplomats. Have to say, there seems to be a lot of hopefulness in that. Naive, maybe, but optimistic that something positive could be accomplished. Bale made a sour noise, but offered no other comment. Timing's weird, too, continued Bunny. What with that D9 nuke conference coming up? Could this be something designed to piss in that punch bowl? If that video gets out, said Andrea, nodding, they can forget any talk of denuclearization. Agreed, I said, and the big man and Scott Wilson are looking into that. That's secondary, though. What happened on Frog Island is on the front burner, at least for us. Gotta say, mused Top, I'm having a very time buying that the SEALs would participate in a mass slaughter of civilians. Sure, they're known for following orders, but something like this mess? Hell, there'd be a mutiny. Hoo-ah on that, said Bunny. He was a former Marine, and Top, like me, was a former Ranger, but we'd worked with a lot of SEALs over the years, and some rock shooters to boot, and this smelled wrong to all of us. Oh, believe me, I said, it's way high on my list to get to the bottom of that. And if this is some jerks trying to feed the SEALs to the wolves, then I may have to call in some parachuting frogmen I know and feed these difficult people to them. Who varia, growled Top, and then punched Bunny on the shoulder. So, said Andrea, who is Punk Press? To be determined, I said. There are thousands of these WikiLeaks wannabes out there, and some of them even do some good. Most are either somebody's state-sponsored disinformation network, or they're earnest but don't really have much of substance. However, we can't disregard that footage, which is where Havoc Team comes in. Andrea looked like he was in physical pain. Does what you're going to say involve us going within 200 million miles of that island of frogs? It does. Murder! On North Korean soil, said Bunny. Yep, I explained our cover to them. As you might expect, they were less than enthusiastic. With or without an official invitation from the North Korea government? Asked Bill. Without. Oh, come on, said Andrea. Our mission is this, I said. We go in wearing combat hazmat gear. We assess the situation, collect samples, and get the hell out. All data collected will be shared with the 4 governments. I explained about our Who cover story. That's not going to put the pin back in this, said Bunny. Heads gotta roll. Those guys on the beach were rockin' SEALs. Maybe they were, said Top. It's staged to look like that. And the fact that someone tipped off these punk press fools is telling. Makes me think they were there to make sure someone got the blame. Hoo-ah, said Andrea, and even Bunny nodded. Belle sat with her chin propped on her fists. Well, she said, you fellas sure know how to show a girl a good time. Outside of the new Sano Hotel, U.S. Force Center, Tokyo, Japan, 6:04 a.m. local time, 8 weeks ago. The girl asked, Hey, sailor boy, would you mind? She held her phone out while standing, arms linked with her boyfriend. The sailor, Petty Officer First Class Cletus Burkle, looked at the smiling couple. They were a pair of absurdly good-looking and very fit 20-somethings who were so clearly happy and in love that it made him smile. Sure, he said, reaching for the phone. Later, he would remember touching it. He'd remember a tiny pinprick of pain. Burke would recall how quickly the day dimmed from sunny and lovely there on the Tokyo side street to utter blackness. He did not remember falling. 7:22 a.m. local time. Consciousness came back to him, but awareness lagged a few steps behind. It took him long seconds to realize that he was awake and that he was in trouble. Very, very bad trouble. In all the time he'd been in the Navy, and even during his years of active service with SEAL Team 6, he'd never been taken prisoner. Not once. Not even close. Abduction was something he did, at least back then. Now it was something he taught. Snatch and grab, recovery of hostages, and taking of key enemy targets. He was the one who knew everything about how to do this to someone else. He sat on a heavy wooden chair, secured with turn upon turn of gray duct tape. Ankles, thighs, waist, chest, wrists, arms. The tape snaked in and out of the structure of the chair. He could feel that. There was a bag over his head, and when he blinked his eyes clear and looked down, he could see through a narrow gap between the bag and his own chest. The tape was laid carefully over thin strips of white bandage, so none of the adhesive gets on my skin, he thought. That was significant. It suggested that his abductors either planned on releasing him without evidence of his being restrained, or that they wanted to leave no useful physical evidence on his corpse. Cuffs, zip ties, rope, and other ligatures always left a mark. Adhesives could be analyzed and inferences drawn. What about the drug used to take him? There were a number of chemical compounds that broke down very quickly in the bloodstream and left no trace. All of this flashed through his brain in a microsecond. The bag was opaque, so beyond a bit of his body and the tape, there wasn't much else to see. The floor beneath his feet was soft, carpet, short nap though, industrial probably. The bag smelled of laundry soap and dryer sheets. It was smooth too, and he realized that it was a pillowcase, or maybe a couple of pillowcases doubled up for maximum opacity. "Here are the rules," said a voice, speaking without preamble. Male voice, young, American accent. Midwest? Was it the young blonde guy? Probably. Burke waited. "You're not hurt," continued the man. "You won't be hurt if this all plays out the right way. Not if you understand." There was no advantage to being contrary at the moment, so Burke nodded. "I'm going to take the pillowcase off your head. You're not going to yell. You're not going to try and kick up a fuss. You won't like what happens if you do. Give us another nod." Burke nodded. A hand abruptly plucked the cases off his head. It came from behind him, not the man who was speaking. Burke blinked and looked around, taking it all in as fast as possible. A hotel room, mid-level, not expensive, not too cheap. 2 queen beds, table and desk chair. Sliding door to bathroom. Windows with no view except sky, so at least 3rd floor or higher. There were 4 laptops in a row along the end of one bed, but the screens showed only a swirl of colors that moved in slow motion. The young blind man stood in front of him. He wore the same clothes as before, skinny jeans and a Hawaiian shirt worn untucked, probably to hide a gun, no brand boat shoes. The shirt's pattern was of palm trees and birds of paradise, cheap and common. No hat, no watch, rings, or other obvious jewelry. His hands were empty and hung loose at his sides. Maybe 26, but youthful. Good tan, but not tropical. Athletic build. He looked fast, and his arms had wiry muscles, the kind that didn't need to be big in order to be strong. The man smiled. It was a charming smile, like a Midwestern farm boy on a soft spring morning. Cornflower blue eyes and good teeth.
"Now, you're wondering," said the young man, "why I'm letting you see aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone.
Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. "Now, you're wondering," said the young man, "why I'm letting you see my face. We both know that kidnappers typically don't. It sets up all kinds of complications." Burke said nothing. "And you're probably wondering if it means I'm going to kill you. That would be the normal cause and effect logic here. But if we wanted to kill you, let's face it, you'd already be dead." Burke said nothing. "You'll notice," said the man, "that there are none of the cliché tools of torture. No pliers or bone saws or any of that mess. No bottle of water and towel to waterboard you. No portable generator or pinch clips for intimate torment." "Ew, gross," said a woman's voice behind Burke. "I know, right?" grinned the man. "So, no, this isn't going to be us torturing you. Not that it's completely off the table, mind, but I think we can all walk away from this without anyone getting hurt. I do mean everyone." "What is it you want?" asked Burke. He pitched his voice to sound confident. A reasonable tone of voice. A business tone. The man nodded, as if understanding and appreciating that bit of subtle manipulation. "Good, good. Let's get right to it. We have tickets for the Hakone Daimyo March, and we're burning daylight here." He sat down on the bed that did not have laptops on it, and rubbed his palms on his thighs. "I guess I'll start by saying that we know everything about you, Petty Officer First Class Cletus Burke. Formerly an active member of SEAL Team 6, currently a trainer. We know where you work, when you work. We know where you sleep, when you go to the gym, and how many sets and reps you do on the circuit machines. We know who your friends are. We know that you like checking out the figure on the Lieutenant JG overseeing your training group, but you don't hit on her because you love your wife and you're not the strayin' kind." "All sorts of adorable," said the woman, still out of sight behind him. She bent and kissed the top of his head. "It's okay that you look but don't touch. That's healthy. But overall, I'd say you're a keeper. You are currently training an extraction team for one of 4 possible ops in the South China Sea. Your men like and respect you. No one thinks you're a jerk, except one guy, the drone pilot, but he thinks everyone's a jerk, so it's not personal." Burke waited. He was impressed, but also angry, annoyed, and scared in equal measures. "Now, we don't want you to think that we only have our fingers in your life here, so let's look at this.
The man took a small black remote from the night table and pointed it at the first of the laptops. The monitor suddenly switched from the screensaver graphic to a video feed. High definition and full rich color. The monitor showed a black-haired woman wearing a floral sundress under a white sweater as she poured raw sugar into a cup of coffee. The image was broad enough to establish that she was at a Starbucks attached to a Barnes & Noble. Burke's heart nearly stopped in his chest. It jolted so hard that pain seemed to stab him from inside his chest. The man that he was needed to cry out, to shout somehow, loud enough to warn her, to protest his outrage. That part of him, the dominant part, who was always a SEAL, a special operator, forced those screams down. "Always nice to see the folks back home," said the woman. "Sunny Fayetteville, just an easy drive to Fort Bragg. And who do we see here?" "Why, it's Charlotte Burke," said the blond man brightly. "A pretty name, old-fashioned, and she's an old-fashioned girl, isn't she? Housewife, even in these liberated times. Good wife, good mom. And, for the record, she doesn't cheat on you either. We would know if she did." He let that hang. We would know. There was so very much implied in it. The man held up a cell phone. It was a standard AT&T Samsung Galaxy J3 prepaid phone, a burner, like millions just like it that are sold in stores around the world. "The way this is set up," said the man, "is that I have to send a text several times a day to make sure that Charlotte there remains happy, healthy, and clueless. The timetable for those texts is determined by a random cyclical encoding program, so there's no chance that anyone could beat the clock." Why? Burke wanted it to come out strong and clear, but it was hoarse. It sounded like the question was punched out of him. Wait, there's more. The blond man pointed the clicker at the other laptops. 1, 2, 3, pausing each time to let the picture resolve. Click. On the second screen was his eldest daughter, also named Charlotte, but preferring to be called Charlie. She was sitting in a French class writing notes with a purple ballpoint. She was a younger carbon copy of her mother, 16 and lovely, with pale pink lipstick and the single nose jewel that was all she wanted for her birthday. Click. The next computer showed a girl about 2 years younger, with more of her father's olive complexion and dark hair. She was heavier than most of her friends and was grunting her way around a jogging track. Despite the labored breathing and sweat, she ran well, and there was a dreamer's glaze to her eyes. She was Burke's favorite, though he would never have admitted it. About to blossom, just taking hold of her grandmother's creativity. She wanted to be a writer. Danielle. Click. By now, Burke understood the process, and he knew who would be on the next screen. Aiden, 6 years old, smart and funny and energetic, racing his friends across the schoolyard, always a step or two ahead of everyone else. "What do you want?" whispered Burke. Each word tore its way out of his throat. Each word cost him. "I want you to understand the rules," said the man. "We have people on your family, teams of people, enough so that there is never going to be a gap in coverage. You will not know who they are. They are compartmentalized and don't know each other. Everything is handled through encrypted text messages. If there is even the slightest break in the routine, then the team will take your family. Take. Burke needed so badly to scream. "I don't mean that they'll abduct your wife and kids," said the man. "I mean, why would we? What would we really need with them? No, I mean take. Here, let me show you." The man used the clicker to change the images. Again, there was a woman and children on the different screens. Not his wife, not his children, but the message was so eloquent. He knew that it was someone's wife and someone's children. He knew that it was a woman and kids. He could tell that much from the basic shape, from the obvious parts, from what was left. One of them, the youngest, was still alive. What was left of her was still alive. The video showed the last fluttering trembles of an infant's chest. Burke had run missions on 4 continents. He'd killed a great many people. He'd walked through war zones and witnessed horrors like this. But that was war. None of those people were his family. None of them were deliberate stand-ins for his family. The context was what cut.
The stories told about that mission were a matter of great pride in Luke's family and tribe. When Church asked if Luke would like to come and work for him, the young warrior agreed and currently split his time between guard duty outside Church's private apartment and intense training for possible inclusion in an RTI field team. He wore a standard gray patrol uniform, but with a red and black checked Maasai sash, along with ornate multicolored arm bracelets, necklace, and earrings. He had a pistol in a belt holster and a slung rifle, but also carried a 20-inch rungu, the deadly throwing club made of polished ebony wood. Church nodded and walked along a hallway cluttered with workmen's tools, rolled carpets, paintings still in crates, and cases of electronic equipment waiting to be installed. There was a faint pall of brick dust in the air. As he approached the door to his apartment, the RFID chip embedded in the fatty tissue of his upper arm triggered the security system, and a panel of faux stone folded outward to reveal an off-market biometric scanner. Church removed his right glove and placed the pad of his ring finger on the screen and quietly spoke today's code phrase. The locks clicked, and he pulled open the heavy door, which was a slab of steel alloy sheathed in antique hardwood. The door swung shut silently behind him. Lights came on, and Church paused for a moment, eyes closed, collecting his thoughts. The apartment was very large, with a number of bedrooms, a full kitchen, an elegant dining room, bathrooms, a huge library, a meditation chamber, a gym, and several rooms set aside for his collection of artifacts. There was art on every wall, and some of it quite old. There were only 3 people ever allowed in the apartment. One was Brick Anderson, Church's personal assistant, bodyguard, and confidant. Another was Mrs. Karasu, a lovely Japanese woman in her mid-70s whose kind eyes and frilly aprons were an amusing deception. Church had hired her when the woman retired after 34 years as a first-class spy and assassin. Even at her age, he had no doubt she could give either Top or Bunny a lesson in unarmed combat that they would never forget. The third person who he permitted into his private space was one he wished were here now, Lilith. Brilliant, difficult, dangerous, beautiful, and as secretive as he was. She called herself a witch, meaning it in the old way, a woman steeped in old knowledge and wisdom. Lilith, he murmured, then sighed. She was with the mothers of the fallen, off doing ghastly things to bad men, exacting her brand of inflexible justice, battling her personal demons. A soft sound made him turn, and he squatted down as his cat, Bastian, a beautiful smoke-gray Scottish fold, came yawning out from behind a couch. The cat walked languishingly over and jumped into Church's arms, allowed himself to be petted. Church rose, holding the cat to his chest. Except for Bastian, the apartment was empty, and that was good. He was an intensely private person who habitually kept many aspects of his life compartmentalized. No one, not even Lilith, knew everything about him. That was useful and necessary, but also lonely. It was the nature of people like them. He went through the living room and into the library, closed the door, and placed the cat on the edge of a big teak desk that had been hand-carved from a massive oak tree in 1691. He sat and opened a laptop, then entered his security password. He sent 4 emails and then sat back and waited for replies. Bastian sat there, washing his face with his paw while staring at an empty piece of air. Church stared at the same place, seeing the same things.
"Calpurnia," he said, activating the artificial intelligence interface. "Play Op 47 I F major 4/4 molto adagio." "Playing," said the soft, lush voice of Calpurnia. The music, strange and lovely, began to play. A lesser-known sonata for 2 violins with a bass for harpsichord or violoncello. Church again closed his eyes and let his thoughts drift. They seemed to lift onto a breeze of music and soar far away, to a small island in a troubled sea, where death and heartbreak ran rampant. He made a call to a former employee who was living in retirement in Sanibel, Florida. The call was answered by a terse and hostile, "What?" "Mr. Spencer," said Church, "I'm sorry to have to disturb your leisure." "The real you are," growled Jerry Spencer. He had been recruited into the DMS at the same time as Joe Ledger and had done so under protest. Spencer had been ostensibly a detective from DCPD, attached to a joint task force overseen by Homeland, but his genius lay in forensic evidence collection and analysis. Although Spencer was not officially a forensic scientist, Church had found that his knowledge and, more importantly, his intuition far exceeded anyone else's he had ever worked with. Those skills were only surpassed by his total disregard for authority and cantankerous nature. Spencer was not a nice person, not a polite person, and not in any way agreeable. "Why are you calling me?" Church explained about the Black Site prison, the attack, and the conclusions drawn by NSA and DHS forensics teams, that all of the prisoners died during the failed attack. "Good," said Spencer. "The world's better without them." "Mr. Spencer," said Church patiently, "I have some reason to perhaps question those findings. I don't have anyone I can rely on to review the evidence and determine if their conclusions are accurate. Quite a lot might hinge on that." Spencer said nothing for nearly 20 seconds. Church waited him out. The National Security Agency and the Department of Homeland Security couldn't find their collective way with a microscope and a roadmap. Church waited. "Really?" said Spencer. Then, very loud, "Really?" "I'll send a plane for you," said Church, and hung up before the resulting tirade of profanities could really get into gear. Wildlife Road above the Point Dume Bluffs, Malibu, California, 15 months ago. Santoro glanced at Kuga, at the strong profile and perfect hair, white teeth, and even tan. He knew the face, having seen it many times in confidential reports Hugo Vox shared with him. It was the same face he'd seen of the man running through fire and smoke at the prison. Vox considered him to be one of the Seven Kings' greatest potential enemies. The man stood watching him, smiling faintly, in a way that let Santoro know that Kuga was aware of the natural thought process. His tan was an excellent fake, a spray, but done with real artistry. Done to match the one Santoro had seen on this man's face in surveillance pictures. "You were in the prison," said Santoro, not making it a question. "Yes." "Mr. Church put you there." "Yes." "Why?" Kuga smiled, a small, cold, and bitter smile. "I fell from grace." "You were turned?" "You mean, was I a spy who was on the payroll of some foreign government? No. Was I blackmailed or extorted by someone like you and forced to commit treason? No. Then what?" The tall man turned and leaned a muscular shoulder against the glass. "I became who I wanted to be," he said quietly. "I was no one's puppet, no one's agent, no one's informant. No one has ever put a collar on me." "Except Mr. Church," said Santoro. Kuga shrugged. "Shackles are not a collar." Santoro raised an eyebrow. "Church didn't break you?" "Well," laughed Kuga, "not for lack of trying." Santoro could see that there were small scars on the man's face that were mostly concealed by makeup and bronzer. They had healed well, but their shape and position were telling. At some point, his benefactor had been savagely beaten. There were similar scars on his own face, and Santoro made some logic jumps, putting pieces together. Kuga had not been taken easily. I wonder, though, mused Kuga, about how much he broke you. I know you spoke to him, and I have some idea of what he got from you.
The Seven Kings organization was dismantled much too quickly for it to be good police work on the part of the DMSE, even taking into account Mind Reader. No, Church had to get a lot of it from you. A long line of pelicans drifted by outside. Santoro counted them, 31. He wondered if there was some cosmic significance in the number, possibly a message from the goddess. If there was, it eluded him in the strangeness of the moment. "I'll pay for my sins in my own way," he said softly. "I don't care much about redemption, my friend," said Kuga. "I leave that to priests and philosophers. I'm neither. And for the record, I know about your act of contrition. Your tongue? That must have hurt. I know doctors in L.A. who could fix that." "I'm not a particularly vain person," said Santoro. "No, but you sound like you have a mouthful of macaroons." Santoro gave Kuga a bland smile. He was not a man to rise to an insult, especially when he knew it was a test. "What is it you want from me?" he asked. The tall man pushed off the wall and walked slowly across the big living room, his mouth pursed in thought. He bent and picked up a magazine from the coffee table, flipped through it, tossed it down, then strolled to the wet bar and opened a bottle of 18-year-old Lafroig Islay single malt scotch. He poured 2 fingers into a chunky tumbler, sipped the whiskey, hissed mildly the way someone does who hasn't had strong spirits in a long time, took a second sip and let out a contented sigh. "One does miss the simple things in life," Kuga said. Santoro waited. Kuga took another sip. "I know a lot about you. Raphael. May I call you Raphael?" Santoro said nothing. "I know more than you think I know, Raphael," continued Kuga. "Your rather troubled childhood, for example, and what happened to your family. I know about your recruitment into the Seven Kings organization and your attachment to the woman who called herself the goddess. I know all of that, and a lot more. I know your loyalty to the kings faltered because you lost faith in the vision of Hugo Vox, and you instead hitched your star to the goddess. I know you are a total badass when it comes to extortion, coercion, blackmail, and murder. None better. And I'm not just flattering you when I say that. You could compel Santa Claus to murder babies in their sleep. And as for fighting, well, I know you are one of the deadliest fighters alive. You trained the Kingsmen to be on a par with Delta, which is something most experts would say is impossible. You did it, though." Kuga paused, smiling strangely for a moment. "However, I also know you were thoroughly beaten by Joe Ledger." "Ledger did not beat me," said Santoro coldly. "Ah, nice to know that pride still lingers. Who was it then?" "It was him." Kuga nodded. "Ah, yes. Well, I guess no one can fault you for losing a fight to the deacon. He is a demon." "A demon? No. But he is a monster," said Kuga. "If even half of the rumors about him are true, hell, if 1/10 of them are true, then he has beaten more dangerous men than either of us." "He is a demon," Santoro muttered again, but this time Kuga did not dispute it. "Even as old as Church has to be, he's a spooky jerk, Deacon." He cocked his head and studied Santoro. "Bet you never lost a fight before. That has to sting. One day I will drown him in the blood of everyone he loves." "I like the sound of that." "Is there a point to this?" asked Raphael, feeling a cold anger rise in him. It made his fingertips ache as if frostbite was setting in. A dangerous sign for him.
When he went that cold, when he let that frigidity of emotion own him, then control was lost, and he would not take responsibility for what happened next. "I know a lot about the 7 kings," said Kuga. "I knew almost everything the deacon knew, and some things maybe he didn't know. Actually, I know a lot of things he doesn't know. About the kings, about the old Jacobi operation, and other things. When I went to prison, I made sure that I had a way to get myself out. Sure, it took a little longer than I hoped, and it cost a lot more, but I am out. So are you. I had people digging deep into you and feeding me that intel. For example, I know that your brother Esteban was involved with the Majestic program. He also worked for me. Bet you didn't know that." Santoro just stared at him. "I know that Joe Ledger killed him. Bet you'd like to talk with Ledger about that. One of your special talks, the kind you're famous for." Santoro said nothing. "Maybe I can arrange that. I have him on my to-do list, and when I get around to him, I'm going to have a big comfy chair and a glass of very old scotch, and maybe enjoy some personal comfort while I watch you beat him up so badly forensics won't be able to tell who he is. Sound like a plan? Nah, don't answer. I can see the sweat on your upper lip." He sipped his drink and smiled at Santoro. "This name you are using, Kuga, is that really you? Were you always Kuga, or did you acquire it?" Kuga sipped his scotch. "I've been Kuga nearly as long as I've been in the game. Kuga and maybe 10 other people. I didn't have 6 other kings, you dig? Just me and a network. The network is still there, what's left of it. The parts that came onto the DMS radar are worthless, just like most of the King's organization. The Deacon and that really mind-reader computer are a royal pain. Which name do you want me to use?" "Kuga will do. I'm leaving behind a bunch of my old selves. Some are dead weight, and some have bullseyes painted on them. Kuga, though, hell, I paid good money, big money, to keep that about as vague and cryptic as it's possible to get. So much of it is off the net that Mind Reader's not going to zero me. Spent 40, 50 million to make sure of that. That's a lot of money for a code name. It's more than that, Raphael. It's a mystique. People whisper, actually whisper the name Kuga. People get killed for saying that name, and not even by my guys. Sometimes they get their throats cut by people hoping to be seen doing Kuga a favor. It's a self-perpetuating legend. I really love it. No, I'll keep Kuga. Plague, that's juicy. And the nickname, Concierge de l'Enfer." Santoro sniffed. "It is a bit melodramatic, yes?" Says the former conscience to the king of fear. Touché. Santoro looked around the opulent room. "As I understand it, Kuga is a fixer, a procurer, a facilitator of things. If so, then your operation relies on clients." "Very true." "Do you have a client?" "I do," said Kuga. "And they helped finance the 2 of us getting out of jail." "Who are they?" "Well, get to that." Santoro clasped his hands behind his back. "Why am I here? Is this a job interview?" "Of course it is," Kuga said, "but it's more than that. Look, I know you and Esteban had some issues with one another, but he was family, your only family, and Joe Ledger killed him." Kuga drained the last of the scotch. "There's actually not much I don't know about you. Well, except one thing." "And what is that?" asked Santoro tightly. Kuga studied him with cold blue eyes, and Santoro could feel the gaze cut into him like scalpels. This man was getting dangerously close to cutting too deeply. Another nick, and the coldness would own this moment, and there would be blood and pain. Santoro felt his body shift ever so slightly, his weight moving from flat feet to the balls, knees bending a little, muscles coiling for the leap. Ice flowed through him like floodwaters, and at the edges of his vision, red flowers seemed to bloom in the air. Kuga set the glass down and put his hands deep into his pockets. Casual, vulnerable, or a trap. Either way, Santoro knew that he would kill this man and cut his tongue out and... "What I want to know," said Kuga in a voice that was as smooth and oily as a soiled angel, "is what you would be willing to do to get revenge on the deacon, Joe Ledger, and everyone they care about. I want to know how far you would go to get revenge on the men who disgraced your goddess and killed your brother."
Tell me that, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Tell me that, and tell me the truth, and you and I can shake the pillars of heaven together. Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. "You have 4 calls pending in response to your messages," said Calpurnia. "Everyone has signaled that they are ready for a meeting. Shall I activate the orb?" Mr. Church rubbed his eyes and then put his tinted glasses back on. Yes. The room lights dimmed as the music became hushed. Then 200 tiny lights ignited from discrete locations throughout the room, and reality seemed to come apart. In truth, the orb, the operational resource bay, was using ultra-high-resolution projectors to create a hologram so real that it was as if Church was transported to another place. The effect was very much like the holodeck in the old Star Trek The Next Generation TV series, or so everyone told him. Church rarely watched TV, but he understood the reference. In actuality, the projectors in a darkened room created a 3D virtual reality experience that allowed people in different places around the world to feel like they were sitting in the same room, without anyone having to use cumbersome goggles. The system had been one of many advanced technologies brought to Rogue Team by Joan Doc Holliday, the head of the Integrated Sciences Division. Prior to joining Church's team, Doc had worked for DARPA, though the orb was her own property,
and she'd made more than $2 billion selling versions of it to the military and 3 times as much to game developers, SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, and groups that trained pilots for DSRV deep-sea exploration. 4 seated figures appeared in the darkness. 2 of them were Korean, 1 was Chinese, and the 4th an American. The American was the only woman of the group. None of them were heads of state, but were instead the kind of person whose positions of power remained even as political parties came and went. No one spoke, though they each nodded to the others. The fact that they were patriots to their own nations in no way engendered within them a hostility to one another. Rather the reverse. They shared a common goal, one that soared above political agendas, brinksmanship, or international economics. The Chinese man had suggested a nickname for the group, the Cooler Heads. When the holograms were resolved to the point of looking perfectly real, Church briefly glanced at each and then said, "Factaque pace maestas vigilantiam." They each repeated the phrase, "Peace through vigilance and action." What Church knew, and the others did not, was that the phrase was an old one, used by generations of people like these through centuries of history. Peace through vigilance and action. One of the people, a middle-aged Chinese man, looked around at the others and gave them all a rueful smile. It sounds so melodramatic to actually say that out loud. The American chuckled. I feel just a little bit like a jerk, yes. At 60, she was the oldest. Even so, said a 30-something man from South Korea who was the youngest of them, there are reasons for ceremonies. Sometimes, said the very thin North Korean man, and other times they stand to remind us of the importance of all of, he waved a hand around, of this. He and the Chinese man were both in their late 40s. Whatever it is, you still haven't told us. Before we begin, said Church, can each of you assure us all that you are in a secure location and that you've swept it for bugs? Is this level of secrecy really necessary? Asked the South Korean, and his counterpart from the North gave him a frank stare, eyebrows raised. I withdraw the question, sorry. They each gave their assurances. There was a soft bong-bong in Church's ear, a signal from Bug that Mind Reader was reading all of them as clean. Very well, he said gravely, then let us begin. There has been an incident on an island in North Korean territorial waters. This matter was brought to my attention by the U.S. ambassador to South Korea, who is an old and trusted friend, and we can thank him for making so swift and courageous a decision. Had he passed this through ordinary channels, there would likely be missiles in the air. They gaped at him. I've never known you to crack jokes, Deacon, said the American. Church shook his head. No, this network of ours was not created for anyone's amusement. However, all the ambassador has done is buy us a day or two, after which it will have to move through channels. So, by that time, we need answers and we need a plan. Each of you will need to massage the reactions of your governments. Naturally, my people can provide considerable resources to help. But first, let me bring you up to date on everything. He ran the Punk Press video. They watched the images of the SEALs and ROK soldiers on the island, and Church watched their faces. He saw the eyes of the Chinese and North Korean men shift from the screen toward the South Korean and American. No, whispered America, her face dead white. Gosh almighty, said South Korea. North Korea was shocked to silence, eyes wide and filled with the horror of what it all meant, what it would mean. This is an act of war, breathed China. New Sonona Hotel. U.S. Force Center, Tokyo, Japan. Petty Officer First Class Cletus Burke sat on the edge of his bed and stared at the floor. Several members of his team stayed at the same hotel, which was used by active duty and retired U.S. military. His handgun sat on the bed next to him. Ready, willing, able. He'd cleaned it more than a dozen times since returning from Gagolisum. He'd removed each bullet from the magazine and reinserted them slowly, as if getting to know the rounds,
as if praying to them. Over the last 16 hours since checking in, he had carefully placed the barrel of the gun against his temple, under his chin, in his mouth. Twice his finger even curled around the trigger, giving it nearly 3 pounds of pressure of the 5.5 pounds of pull weight needed to send one of those rounds crashing through his brain. Each time he set the gun down and broke apart into tears. His face was red and swollen from all the times he slapped and punched himself. He had rug burns on his knees from dropping onto the floor in despair, in prayer. He dared not to turn on the TV. The news story would probably have broken by now, with pictures, with video, proof that the doorway to hell was wide open. Burke hadn't been inside a church for years, not since a friend's wedding, and even then going through the prayers had been rote. His childhood faith in Jesus and Mary and the saints was long gone. Except now it was as if he lay naked on the floor of the big church he'd gone to as a kid. Naked in body and naked in soul, with all of his sins laid bare. To those long-ignored saints, to Jesus and the Virgin, to God. "I had to," he whimpered, sliding off the edge of the bed and collapsing into a quivering heap against the night table. The day, or perhaps his mind, went black for a while, and he lost himself in it. Then he was back again, sitting at the small desk in the room, his gun in his right hand. He looked down in surprise and confusion to see that his cell was in his left. Burke had no idea how much time had passed. He could see the time on the phone.
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. "Cleet, is that you?" "Bill," said Burke. "Listen, man, I'm in trouble. I need help. I don't know who else to ask." "Gosh, Cleet, what's wrong? What news? About Korea? About the island?" "Cleet, what are you trying to say?" asked Bill. "Gosh, Bill, I'm in so much trouble. I need help. I need you to do something for me. Gosh, I'm begging you, please." There was a pause. "Do what, Cleet? What is it you need me to do?" "Charlotte, the kids. Oh, Christ. Listen, Cleet," said Bill quietly. "Take a breath. No, do it. Take a breath.
Let it out. You know how it works. Get yourself steady. Good. Now tell me why you're calling." The old trick worked its magic, but only a little. Enough, though, for Burke to ask his friend for a dangerous favor. "Bill, listen," he said. "I got into something. Some people threatened to hurt Charlotte and the kids if I didn't do something. Something really bad. It's gonna be all over the news. I'm done. They're going to arrest me. There's no chance they won't. They could be here any minute. But Bill, the people who did this, they told me what they do to my family. They showed me what they done to the families of other people who, gosh, Bill, I know this is a lot to ask, a whole really lot, but for God's sake, go get my family. Take them somewhere safe. Don't let anyone near them. Jesus Christ, man, the things they said they do to them. My wife, my babies. I just can't. Bill, get my family and take them somewhere safe. I'm begging you. I'm really begging you. Take my family somewhere safe." There was a long, long pause on the line. "Bill, did you hear me?" "Look, Cleet," said Bill Compton slowly, softly. "Didn't they tell you? Nowhere safe." There was a sound on the line, a sob, and then the line went dead. Wildlife Road above the Point Dume Bluffs, Malibu, California, 14 months ago. "How's the pain?" asked Kuga. They sat on white couches on opposite sides of a big brass Turkish table. Santoro was propped against cushions. His face was swollen and felt hollow and old. Effects of the surgery. He knew it would pass, but he disliked feeling weak in the presence of this man, particularly since he owed Kuga so much. For his freedom, for protection, and now for the surgery to repair the self-inflicted damage to his tongue. He'd resisted the surgery, but finally agreed when Kuga pointed out that his lisp would be too unique an identifier. Now Santoro could feel the internal shift to accept it. This wasn't for the sake of his vanity. It had a higher purpose. "It's merely pain," said Santoro. There was still a bit of a lisp, but only because of the swelling and stitches. They sat in silence for a while, watching a thin rain fall slantwise across a slate-gray sky. The housekeeper, a small woman with a little girl's face and alligator eyes, brought a plate of sandwiches for Kuga and a protein and vegetable power drink for Santoro. In the week since coming to the house, which Kuga called the toy box, he had never heard the woman speak, and had no idea how she knew what Kuga wanted or when. He wondered how all of that worked, given all of her responsibilities. He did not ask about it, though. When they were alone, Kuga spoke, picking up a conversation they'd been having in installments. "The Seven Kings organization is dead. I can accept that. And I can accept that you provided some of the intelligence that helped the deacon tear it down. That's yesterday's box score. What I want to know is what's left. Now, before you say anything, remember that I knew Hugo Vox and some of the other kings. Vox was big on the long game. He was the most thorough person I've ever met. Seriously. He spent decades laying the groundwork for what the kings did. He was subtle, and he planned. He did not bully his way into control. He finessed his way in. And by my best estimation, fewer than 5% of the people he owned knew they worked for the kings." Santoro shook his head. "No?" grunted Kuga. "You think it's more than that?" "Oh, no," said Santoro softly. "It's much less." Kuga took a bite of a Reuben and chewed thoughtfully. "How much of that apparatus did the DMS tear down? How much did you give them, and how much did they find out about from records or materials confiscated?" Santoro took a long time answering Watt. He sipped his drink, keeping the wince of pain off his face. "I told the deacon everything about the operations related to the Sea of Hope case," he said at last. "I told him everything about the other 6 kings. I told him everything about 5 other programs in the works." Kuga leaned forward. And it was nothing. Those matters were already falling apart. The DMS would have dismantled those parts of the organization eventually anyway. I gave them enough to make them feel like they had an inside chance of destroying the organization in its entirety. He took a longer sip and swirled it around in his mouth before swallowing, then gave Kuga an appraising look. You are correct. Hugo was perhaps the most meticulous and forward-thinking planner there has ever been. The kings fell because he was betrayed, not because he made any great errors. If Sebastian Galt and the goddess had not betrayed him, then his plan would have succeeded. That is certain. How much of the organization is left? There are dozens of operations planned out, prepared, funded, and ready, but sleeping. There are over 100 mapped out, but with human assets already in place, though most do not know what they are part of. Some are owned outright, others are under the heel of the things they've done that Hugo had evidence of. Many of these assets have worked their entire professional careers thinking they are part of a government division. To a degree they are. They are paid, get benefits, are promoted, and have, no doubt, some patriotic pride in what they do. This is true in America and in many other places. Hugo Vox is their secret god, whether they know it or not. Kuga waited. When viewed from a distance, said Santoro, more than 90% of the Seven Kings organization still exists, still functions, still waits. The network was built to run itself. That is the key, yes? To have people whom you trust, independent thinkers. Running a network like this is not about fear. It is about respect. People will do so much more for someone they love than someone they fear. Kuga gave him a rueful smile. I've always found fear to be particularly useful. Oh, don't get me wrong, my friend, said Santoro. Fear certainly has its uses. But true loyalty, when shaped and encouraged until it approximates religious zeal, that is a far sharper knife. Ah, said Kuga, I see where you're going with that. I like it. But what about the information about how to contact these people? What about the protocols governing how to activate these projects? What about the infrastructure of control? The numbered accounts, the encrypted files with all of that information about each person in the network. Did you give that?
They all turned to North Korea, who looked sick and pale. Even if this is some kind of trick, he said, his voice shaking, there will be no way to control the reaction if this video gets out. Then you have to find a way to make them understand, said America. How? Cried North Korea. Seriously, how? I can't see how we could ever stop it. My government will never let this pass. Why would they? Even if they believed it was a fake, this is worth more to them than 10 years of missile tests. This is exactly what the hardliners have always wanted. It's exactly the kind of optics they've been praying for. Which means my government will have to step up in support, said China. I know, said America. The Korean War will shift back from truce to open conflict. At very least, said North Korea, there would need to be a show of proportional response. Some island in the south or off the coast of the United States would have to be hit. Possibly an aircraft carrier targeted. And then that will be war, said America, and China glumly agreed. One by one they turned to church. What do you recommend we do? Asked the Chinese man. In the short term, we can keep the video from going further than the ambassador who received it and the 5 of us. But we don't know who Punk Press is. They gave the ambassador a chance to respond. I've turned that over to my computer team to post that response. My people will also monitor the page where the response is posted and will use some subtle computer programs, a Trojan horse loaded with trackers and tapeworms. If we can track the source, then we might be able to seize control of their computers, block any further emails, and ID a location so we can send people in to take physical possession of hardware.
Ideally, they would apprehend the Prunk Press people so they can be interviewed in a secure location. Excuse me, said South Korea, but that sounds a bit like Gestapo tactics. Punk Press brought it to our attention in an effort to prevent a global catastrophe. Maybe, said America, or maybe they're a front for someone with a much different agenda. Not saying I know what that is, but I agree with the deacon's plan. I also agree, said China. What happens if they spot the Trojan horse or spot people coming to arrest them? Asked South Korea. Then we are in no worse position than we are now, said North Korea. But containment is critical, even if we don't like the method used. I'm not particularly happy about initiating all of this, admitted Church, but we have very few cards to play. To that point, we need to get answers, and I have those wheels in motion. He explained about Havoc Team heading to a staging area in South Korea and then using that as a springboard to head to the island of Frogs. You're putting U.S. boots on the ground in North Korea? Asked China, appalled. No, said Church. Havoc, like all RTI teams, is multinational, but they will also be operating as WHO hot zone extraction specialists. They will each have unbreakable credentials IDing them as freelance contractors. Are there such things as mercenaries working for the World Health Organization? Asked South Korea. Yes, said Church. They are most often active in Africa. It's specialized and very dangerous work, which attracts the most elite operators from around the world. Using those kinds of teams began with outbreaks of Ebola mutations several years ago. They're particularly useful in situations when tribal warlords attempted to abduct infected patients and transport them to cities with dense populations of ethnic groups they opposed. I was consulted by the WHO at the time, and since have helped hire, train, and equipped some of those teams. Havoc's cover will hold up under scrutiny. You said that was a short-term action, said China. What's your long-term strategy? That's up to you, said Church. Each of you will have to manage how your governments become aware of this incident and then exert whatever control we can over how they respond. But how? Asked South Korea. I'm not in the strongest political position. I don't have a lever to use on my government if any of what's on that video is real. He ran the Punk Press video of the strike team on the island again and again. It looks real, said China, who, unlike the others, had served in the military. If the men and women in that video are not American and South Korean soldiers, then they used to be. Possibly, said Church. They're not actors, in any case. They move with professional competence, which is difficult to fake. It has to be fake, insisted the American. I wish we could see their faces, said North Korea. We could run some kind of facial recognition software. We are doing that with the voices, said Church, but it's a less reliable process. There aren't as many voice clips on file. He went on to explain what Bug had told him. But we may get lucky, so I've instructed my team to keep at it. They watched it again. Who would go to these lengths to stage this? Pleaded South Korea. I mean, who, outside of one or more of our own countries, would benefit? Everyone began to answer, but he held up his hand. No, it was a stupid question. Russia, India, Iran, virtually every country in the Middle East, several African countries, others. Everyone who would want to see America shift its focus and its resources away from them and toward Korea and China. He sighed and shook his head. I'm afraid your country, said China to America, has more enemies than true friends. My country understands this. Friendship, in political terms, is fickle and predicated on what our friends can borrow or buy from us and from how American dollars prop up their own economies. And there's another way of looking at this, said China. If the SEAL team is false, if they weren't actually sent by America, then they create a false flag.
Unless they could be irrefutably proven to be fake, then this whole operation could be staged to disrupt any movement toward reconciliation of North and South Korea. And there are a lot of players who would benefit from that. They spoke for a long time, trading ideas and theories back and forth. Church listened for much of this, eating vanilla wafers, saying little, letting them forge a pathway through crisis together. When they wound down, they turned to him. "There is a lot riding on your Havoc team and this man you call outlaw." Church nodded. "There is. Apart from collecting biological samples, his team will attempt to pick up some clues as to the strike team. Until we can find those soldiers and the people who sent them, we have little of substance to serve as a sedative to the rage that will sweep through the upper echelon of your 4 governments." "Rage," echoed South Korea, tasting the bitterness of that word. He shuddered as if a cold wind blew past him. North Korea gave Church a hard stare. "2 of our teams went to the island and both died. What makes your Havoc team will be any safer? Why is this outlaw of yours the man to handle something as dangerous and delicate as an outbreak of a bioweapon of this virulence?" Church ate more of his cookie, and then dabbed at his mouth with a napkin. "Trust me when I say this, but there is no one more qualified. No one I trust as completely." "And what if those soldiers, the fake SEALs, are still there?" asked America. "Then God help them," said Church. 326 A. Whittle, Avalon, California. Petty Officer First Class Norman Senders sat straight in his swivel chair, his limbs held rigid by the many bands of duct tape. He stared with horror at what was playing out on the video monitor. He saw Frank Swanson's fight with the abductors, saw him enter his own home, saw him drop his gun. Then Senders watched the clips from a dozen news stories about how a decorated sailor and senior trainer for SEAL Team 6 had apparently suffered a mental fracture. How Swanson murdered his wife, abused and murdered his teenage daughter, and then took his own life.
Senders remembered and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Senders remembered the story from the news and from things other sailors said within the tight community of SEALs. It had been all anyone spoke about for weeks. A tragedy that no one could understand. Then the follow-up stories broke, about the fabricated evidence found on Swanson's laptop, including manipulated images and videos. It all turned tragedy into horror and then into shame. After that, no one spoke Swanson's name again. None of them could bear to say it or even to spit that name out. But Cinders now saw the truth behind it all. The murders and the misdirection. The planted evidence and computer manipulation. So sophisticated, so subtle, so monstrous, and utterly convincing. Eve, the blonde woman, turned the sound off but let the images run. However, she changed one of the monitor screens to show a different bit of footage. 3 small windows popped up, showing Norman Cinders' wife, Julie, their son, Levon, and Norman's mother. All of them going about their lives, totally unaware that they were being watched. Unaware that the normalcy, the unpolluted nature of the mundane things they did, was worse than any torture that could ever be inflicted on Cinders. Eve smiled a brilliant blue-eyed smile. Adam folded his arms and leaned back in his chair, a clear sign of his satisfaction. From watching that, rage burned so hot in Cinders' mind that he wanted to tear the man's throat out with his teeth. Rage, yes, but no power. Now, said Eve, there are 3 options, A, B, and C. Osan Air Base near Songtan Station, Pyeongtaek, South Korea. We landed at Osan and were taken by nondescript van to a small blockhouse in a remote corner of the airfield, far away from prying eyes. There we were met by Colonel Barry Epps, commander of the 51st Fighter Wing. Epps was a tall, broad-shouldered black man with a dazzling smile that did not quite reach his eyes. He had a handshake like an industrial vice and held on a second too long as he searched my eyes. Then he turned and led me to a far corner that was well out of earshot of everyone else. "I don't know your name, sir," he said, "but I do know your face." I gave him a bland smile. He was right, of course. I'd first met Epps 4 years ago while running a very different kind of mission that took Echo Team deep into the heart of North Korea. At the time, I'd been introduced as Jim Palmer. Next time we met was 2 years later when I was chasing down a portable nuke in South Korea. My credentials on that gig said I was Dave McNally. "What should I call you this time?" he asked. "Zach Britton? Urban Shocker? Steve Barber?" All of those names were among the greatest pitchers in the history of the Baltimore Orioles. "My call sign is Outlaw," I said. "Truth in advertising?" He tried to pitch it as a joke, but there was too much resentment in his tone to sell it. Epps must have heard it, or he saw my smile go away. "I have pretty very high security clearance, you know," he said icily. "Being the commander of a base in a critical area of the world." "Sorry it has to be like this, Colonel," I said, only half meaning it. "You've been briefed, so you understand the stakes." "I understand that this came through some pretty strange gosh channels, Outlaw. I understand that I'm breaking every conceivable rule of conduct for an officer in the United States military. And thereby helping to prevent a war," I countered. He breathed in and out through his nostrils like a dragon, but there was no smoke. Just understandable anxiety. Epps was putting not only his career on the line, but was actually committing textbook treason. But Mr. Church had reached out personally to call in an old marker. Epps looked down at the concrete floor for a few moments, then fixed me with a penetrating glare. "Your boss is unusually persuasive. You don't know the half of it. Odd feeling to be asked to serve my country by betraying it." "Tell you what, Colonel," I said, edging closer. "Why don't you take another look at the video my boss shared with you? Pay real close attention to the group of sailors on the beach and tell me if you're being asked to do anything unreasonable. No, better yet, tell me what you think would happen if this was allowed to go through regular channels." Epps met my hard stare and did not look away. Gotta give him that. Instead, he let out another breath very slowly and said, "Transport to the island is arranged.
You can leave as soon as you're ready." "Thank you, Colonel." He gave a nod so crisp and tight it must have hurt his neck muscles. "Let me introduce you to your traveling companions." He gestured to two figures who stood on opposite sides of a stack of equipment cases. Even from a distance, it was obvious they were unhappy about being on a U.S. base. Hostility and distrust seemed to shimmer in the air around them. Top fell into step beside me. "This should be fun," he said, sotto voce. The two men waiting for me were dressed in uniforms of the Korean People's Special Operations Force. The taller of the two was an officer, and the other a sergeant, who was approximately the size and shape of a fire plug. Neither was smiling. "Allow me to introduce Chong-Jwai Ho Young-ju," said Epps. "He is a doctor attached to the Special Threats Group." The STG, or Sting, was a new unit that was formed to deal with catastrophic events like reactor meltdowns, biocontainment breaches, and so on. They were ostensibly a non-combative group, but the CIA intelligence analysts pegged them as a kind of special ops team that either delivered or responded to WMDs. If they were merely good guys protecting their country from those kinds of weapons, then they weren't much different from the old Department of Military Sciences, or Britain's Barrier. Ho's rank, Chung-Jwai, was a middle commander, which corresponded to lieutenant colonel. "Annyeonghasimnika," I said, opting for the formal greeting and even giving it a North Korean inflection. A flicker of surprise registered on his face. Ho's reply, though, was in excellent English. "It is an honor, sir," he said. I was wearing loose black pants and a t-shirt, and showed no rank of any kind, so Ho did not salute. Instead, he used that blend of Eastern and Western greeting, which is a proffered hand and a half bow. I did the same. Ho introduced his squatty companion, Sergeant Chung, who gave me a sharp bow but did not offer his hand. "For reasons that are likely obvious to you," I said, "I can't share my name or those of my team. We will operate with combat call signs. I'm Outlaw, and my number 2 here is Pappy." I called the rest of Havoc over and went through those intros as well. "Do you have call signs?" I asked Ho, but he said he did not. "Okay. Henceforth, for the duration of this mission, you're Painkiller, and Sergeant Chung is Jeeves." "Why?" asked Ho. "Why not?" Ho almost smiled. "Very well. Shall we get started, Outlaw?" Epps stayed in the room to hear the mission briefing, but sent his people outside with orders to say nothing about this op. "Let's get some things on the table here," I said when the door was closed and locked. "First, I'm in charge. This isn't a democracy, and I don't care what your rank is. During this operation, I call the shots. Understood?" Ho nodded, and Chung, if possible, stood even straighter to attention. "I need to hear it out loud," I said. "Sir," said Ho and Chung crisply. "Good. You don't have to like it, but that's how..."
A state of war still existed between our countries. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice, technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. A state of war still existed between our countries, even if it was technically on the back burner for more than half of a century. "You are in command, sir," said Ho. After a moment's pause, his sergeant grunted and saluted. "Good. Oh, side note, no saluting, and you do not have to call me sir." "Yes, sir," said Ho, but I swear to God I saw a tiny flicker of amusement when he said it. Made me kind of like him. Chung had a strangled look on his face, probably at the thought of not saying sir. "Okay," I said, "we all know this is off the books. This is not officially sanctioned, which means if we fail, then we will all be disavowed by our respective governments, and rightly so. From here on out, this is a ghost op." They agreed, and my guys gave me a chorus of hoo-ah. I saw Chung mouth the word hoo-ah as if tasting it. "Chain of command is this," I continued. "Me, Pappy, and then everyone else is equal, no rank. And to that point, I hope you brought the clothing I recommended. Plain black, no rank, no patches, absolutely nothing that can ID who or what you are." "What does that matter?" asked Ho. "We will be wearing hazmat suits." "Because," said Top, "if you get your ass killed and we can't exfil your corpse, we don't want you to betray us by being both dead and careless." Ho stared at him for a moment, then nodded. "Next point," I said. "Right now, it looks like America and South Korea are the bad guys here. Maybe they are, but the people who sent us don't think so. I have my doubts too, but I'm going to keep an open mind even if that means I don't like what we find. Either way, we will find out." Ho nodded, and we shared a look for a moment. He had a very good poker face, but there was fear in his eyes, and I don't think it was because of whatever killed the islanders. The consequences of America being at fault, and being proved to be so, could not be anything but catastrophic. My boss thinks that the players involved were operating illegally, possibly a rogue cell or something equally shady. Or maybe it's someone else playing dress-up. In any case, when we find out the truth, we handle it like professionals. That means all information will be shared with the 4 governments involved. You know the stakes involved here. Let's act like we actually give a gush about the whole planet. That means we all step outside of our politics and act like human beings. If you can't do that, then you are a liability to the mission." I paused and gave them a very hard look. "If you betray this trust we're creating here, then God help you, because I do not give second chances." Was I being unduly hard on them? No, I really don't think so. There hadn't been an op like this before, not with the political ramifications possibly outweighing the outbreak danger. So this wasn't a time to handhold and coddle. Ho nodded to me, and I thought I saw some fires ignite in his dark eyes. "Sergeant Chung and Jeeves and I, understand the risk and the stakes," he said, "and we acknowledge your complete command for this operation. You can trust us." "Glad to hear it. Now, I have one last thing before we saddle up," I told them as I stepped back. "Whoever is responsible are our enemies. Our enemies. We are going to tear their lives apart. But in any instance where we can take a prisoner, we do it. We need answers, and we can't ask questions of someone without a pulse. You can defend yourself, but we need to solve this. Is that clear?" "Yes," said Ho, and there was real steel in his voice. The islander was, after all, part of his country, and he was a doctor as well as a soldier. "Then welcome to the war," I said.
15 minutes later, we were on a helicopter to the coast, locked and loaded and hungry for blood. Wildlife Road, above the Point Dume Bluffs, Malibu, California, 12 months ago. The basement was modeled after a high-end military tactical operations center. Rows of tables for technicians, big screens showing images cached from military satellites, as well as police and commercial CCTV. There was minimal staffing at the moment, though. A short hipster kid with too much beard and too much nose was at a console, sending video clips to Kuga and Santoro to review. The clip currently running was the fifth that showed a young couple, both of whom were young, blonde, and very fit. "I have been following them for a while now," said Santoro. "They are at the top of my list for my personal team." "Why them?" asked Kuga, between sips of very aromatic Peruvian coffee. Santoro gave one of his rare smiles. "Some snakes smile like that, and it means exactly the same thing." "Just watch," said Santoro. Kuga watched. After 10 minutes, he said, "Yeah, they're exactly what we need." Gaguli Som, 18 nautical miles west of North Korea, Sea of Japan. Havoc team came in fast, riding across the waves on an RHIB from which all insignia, maker's marks, and identification had been scrupulously stripped. The boat was also rigged with modified thermite, and at need any of us could use our tactical computers to turn the craft into a fireball. Our suits, weapons, and other equipment were similarly prepared to prevent anyone from gathering useful forensic evidence. Gruesome? Yes. Scary to walk around with an incendiary device attached to your favorite body? Also yes. Andrea drove the RHIB and rode a breaker all the way into the sand. Bunny vaulted the side with a rope and lashed us tight to a tree. We all followed and ran for the black shadows under the wall of trees. We were wearing a special version of Saratoga Hammer suits, which are chemical and biological agent protective clothing specifically designed for first responders. The versions we had were made special for Mr. Church and are not, I repeat, not on the commercial market, not at any price. The suits rely on special spherical adsorbers, which are engineered for the adhesion of ions, atoms, or molecules from liquid or gas. The suits are air permeable, incredibly flexible, and allow the wearers to move and fight at full speed. Our versions also have special blends of Kevlar, spider silk, and graphene that will stop any bullet up to an M16. Won't stop a sniper firing high armor-piercing rounds, but every tool has its limits. They will slow down a knife, which most Kevlar won't, and I have been reasonably assured nothing short of a grizzly bear can bite through it. Our other gear was generic to the world of independent military contractors. We all carried the same sidearms, the same long guns, the same knives. Our grenades and other nasty toys were RTI make and were laced with the same thermite as the boat. There would be no fragments to analyze. These toys were all deeply expensive, but worth every penny, I hoped. Each of us wore ballistic helmets with Google Scout glasses, which are another goodie made expressly for Mr. Church, made by a friend in the industry. We could cycle from normal lenses to zoom to infrared and ultraviolet, and mission intel was fed to one lens. Currently, we had our switch to ultra-low-light night vision, which plunged us into a world of luminous green and white and intense black. Before the boat hit the beach, we'd made sure our wrist-mounted tactical computers were on, with the screens synced to the scout glasses, and everyone wore the same RTI earbuds. Belle immediately unlimbered her sniper rifle and crouched behind an old fishing boat as she swept the beach and tree line to make sure there was nothing sneaking up on us. "Clear," she reported. "Okay," I said, "let's put some—"
The video feeds from their cameras showed up on our screens. "Okay," I said quietly, "we're going to make for the village and establish our base of operations. From there, we'll work the island in sections. Once it's secure, then we'll take our samples. Until this, we focus on observation and survival. Everyone is on the buddy system. Bunny and Jeeves, you take point. Mother Mercy and Jackpot watch our asses. Pappy and Painkiller are with me. Rules of engagement?" prompted Top. We believe everyone who lived here is dead, as are the 2 teams sent in to investigate, I said. Assume nothing until we verify it. If you are attacked by civilians, attempt to restrain. And if things go south, then fall back. Go south? Echoed Ho, confused. If things turn to mess, said Top. Ah, he said, and nodded. We're not looking to add to the collateral damage, I said. But if you are attacked and cannot control the situation, then you are clear to defend yourself. Feel me? Hoo-ah, they said, and even Chung joined in. Then let's act like professionals and do this right, I said. Move out. We left the beach and the misty stars behind and entered the dense darkness of the jungle. The air was so humid it felt like I had to push through it, even with the barrier of the hammer suit. The electronics in the garments fed us constant real-time data and allowed us to adjust what we heard and what we saw. We saw death and stillness. What we heard, though, was a forest that was alive. The constant chorus of tree and ground frogs, the drone of insects disturbed from slumber by our presence, and the buzz of flies still busy with their tireless feeding on cold flesh. When we came to our first corpse, we paused in pairs, lingering for a moment before moving on to let the duo behind have their moment to bear witness. The body was that of a young woman, perhaps 20, wearing the simple and drab clothing of an islander who lived so far below the poverty line that she likely had no perspective on it. She was skinny, with few curves, and a face that, while not pretty, was beautiful in its innocence. When I stopped for a moment to look down at her, what I saw was not someone of a foreign land, and not a person who exemplified a political ideology that was alien to my own. I did not even see a Korean, or an Asian, or even a woman. Not really. What I saw was a life stolen. A human being denied the right to life. This person had been murdered by someone, for some reason that mattered more to the killer than did anything that defined the person who'd lived in this flesh. It was a theft of all the days and months and years that could and should have come. The level of violation here ran miles deep. The plan had been to sweep the island before we took samples, but Ho insisted, so I gave the word. Sergeant Chung took out a camera and documented the scene, then spread out a plastic sheet. Bunny helped him lift the corpse onto it, and we all watched as Ho opened a case and removed a number of tools. Belle unclipped a handheld BAMS unit from her belt and made a slow pass over the corpse. Ho watched, impressed. "I've never seen one that small," he said. "Not on the market yet," I said, which told him nothing. The BAMS units we had were several giant steps up from the big clunky ones they use in airports. The device is a bioaerosol mass spectrometer. It has a vacuum function that draws in ambient air and hits it with continuous wave lasers to fluoresce individual particles. Key molecules like bacillus spores, dangerous viruses, and certain vegetative cells are identified and assigned color codes. Most of the BAMS units on either the commercial or government markets are unreliable because they can only detect dangerous particles in high density. This version had been designed by Dr. William Hugh, the former head of the DMS Integrated Sciences Division, and then seriously upgraded by Doc Holliday. Belle moved it up and down the woman's body, and we all watched the little indicator lights. Green means everyone can take a breath. Bright red means you're in real trouble if you aren't wearing high-end hazmat suits. "That's weird," said Bunny. We all bent closer. The light was green. "I don't understand," said Andrea. "This is supposed to be some kind of fast-acting pathogen, isn't it? Or did I miss something during the mission briefing?" "How sensitive is the filter on that?" asked Ho. "Maybe the particles are too small." "No," said Belle. "It's sensitive enough to detect prions and viroids. The smallest known infectious agents are prions, which are composed of a single protein, and viroids, simple circles of ribonucleic acid." I saw Ho's eyes bug, and he gave the device a covetous look. I said, "Bug, Doc, are you getting the live feed from the BAMS unit?" Doc said, "We are, sugar, but don't get yourself in a tangle. All that's saying is that there is not airborne in your immediate vicinity.
Let's not all get naked and go for a stroll. Ho and Chung were staring at me in total confusion. I'd briefed them about having our chief scientific advisor on the call, but there isn't really a way to adequately prepare anyone for the phenomenon that is Doc Holliday. Call the play, I suggested. Get me some blood samples and cheek swabs. Wouldn't mind some other tissue samples, too. She read a list that disgusted me, but had Ho nodding. He was sorting out the right tools while Doc spoke. Keep your BAMS unit on, kids, continued Doc. You never know what's out there ready to take a big juicy bite out of y'all. Ho set to work. Belle handed the BAMS unit to Andrea and then faded back to secure the perimeter. Bunny joined her. Kinda wish I could have as well. I found myself feeling embarrassed for the dead woman. On one hand, that made no sense since she was way beyond knowing what was done to her. This woman was dead because someone cared more for their own needs than for hers. Everyone on this island was dead for the same reason. If this was a bioweapon, then it means that a group, large or small, spent time and money and effort to bring death here. This was not heat of passion. This was the icy heartbeat of evil. Indignities don't bother the dead, but they sure as heck tore holes in me. I knelt and pulled the shreds of clothing over the woman's body. Ho glanced over, saw me do it, and our eyes met. He gave me a sad smile and a small nod. He had work to do, though, and I had to accept it. Ho used special scissors to cut the woman's clothes off, which were then bagged and tagged. Then he proceeded to take various forensic samples from her body, including swabs and scrapings. He used specialized tools to collect additional samples from internal areas. I had to hand it to him. Ho worked very fast and with obvious professional skill. He wasn't a government flunky pretending to be a doctor, but was the real thing. I watched his eyes, looking for emotion. Saw nothing. In law enforcement and the military, one of the things they tell you early on is to not make it personal. They advise staying determinedly impersonal because that is the perceived safe zone, the solid ground on which to charge or retreat, to plan or pivot. To do otherwise, they say, is to risk letting your emotions cloud your judgment and impair your adherence to your training. Some of that is even true, but when you actually do this kind of work, you know how naive that kind of thinking really is. Because if we don't create an emotional attachment, then we can easily forget why we're fighting in the first place. Combat soldiers often say that they don't fight for flag or country, but instead fight for the soldier beside them. That's part of it. Fighting to protect them is fighting to protect. That is the definition of emotional involvement in combat. If we fight only for ourselves, then we fight for either fear or greed. That turns us into killers rather than warriors. A warrior fights for those who can't fight for themselves, and it doesn't matter if that refers to the living or the dead. Both matter. I am a warrior. I swung open, and a dark shape seemed to flow into the room, closing behind Mandy with incredible speed. The cop gave a sudden grunt, and her eyes went wide. Then her knees buckled. There were several wet, whispery sounds as the figure stabbed her over and over again. Then the woman was falling, eyes glazing, mouth coughing blood with a terminal exhalation of surprise and surprise. The shadowy figure was a man, dressed in black clothes except for a red bow tie. He had a swarthy face and very dark eyes that seemed to glitter like polished onyx. "They're coming," he said in a heavily accented voice. "You want to live, yes? Then pick up the boy and follow me." He turned and ran into the hall. Adam was fighting his way to his feet, but he was a wreck. Blood dripped down his right cheek, and he wheezed like a dying drunk. Eve grabbed one arm and pulled him into the hall, following the man in black. They followed him into a stairwell, went down only one floor, exited into a hall, and then into another suite. The man locked the door, set the restraining lever in place, and held a finger to his lips. Adam sank down onto a chair. Eve stood beside him. The man, who was short and looked as wiry strong as a cat, stayed by the door. No one moved for nearly half an hour. "Why'd you help us?" groaned Adam. "I've had my eye on you," he said. His accent was Spanish, cultured and interesting. Eve tensed. "Why?" "You've been noticed," he said. "You impress me. Well, maybe not tonight, but everyone has a bad day." "But," began Adam. But they heard footsteps in the hall. "What happens if they knock on the door?" asked Eve when the sound faded. "What if they do a room-to-room search?" "Then the fire alarm will go off," said the man. "That's an old trick. They'll think it's just a dodge." "Not if the building is burning," he said. He smiled, and it was the kind of smile that told Eve and Adam that he wasn't joking. That was how they met Daddy. Gagulisam, 18 nautical miles west of North Korea, Sea of Japan. By the time we'd collected everything, including samples of soil, well water, air, plants, feces from outhouses, items of clothing, and a mile-long list of items, the sun was well up in the sky. Despite the time of year, the heat was frying us. Hammer suits are built for a certain level of comfort, and we'd crossed that bridge hours back. Oh yeah, and it's not like we could duck into the bushes, drop trow, and take a comfortable deuce. Everything had to be done in the suit. So, yeah, good times. "Done here," said Bunny, who was the last of us to check everything off his list. Ho came over, and through the clear visor I could see the sweat running down his face. He looked overheated and weary. Not sure if he was scared or sad, though. Hard guy to read. Wouldn't want to play poker with him. "The helicopter is on its way," he said. "Good." He started to turn away, paused, looked at me, seemed to think better of it, and began again to move off. "What is it?" I asked. Ho stopped, and this time turned slowly. Then he reached up and tapped the control on the helmet that deactivated the helmet's comms from the team network. It was just him speaking to me, and the suit muffled his voice a bit. I hit my own mic. "Outlaw," he said, "I need to have a conversation with you, but I don't know if I can trust you. I thought you got a thumbs up about me. You're American. I'm from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. My father wasn't even born when the Fatherland Liberation War ended in a ceasefire in 1953. "Same here," I said.
Neither of us have lived in a world where our countries did not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation, narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture, Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Neither of us have lived in a world where our countries did not hate and distrust each other, and there is no end in sight. Our nations might as well live on different planets. There are so few commonalities. We both love our country, I suggested. Ho nodded. We do. And I'd like to think we are both adult enough to accept that neither nation is perfect, all political rhetoric aside. With you so far. The nature of this operation, covert and very much off the official books, suggests that some cooler heads in both of our governments don't want another war. Again, no argument. He nodded to the drone. Do you know what will happen if we take that drone apart and find proof that it was manufactured in the United States? I have a pretty good idea, I said, but even if it has a big grinning picture of Uncle Sam stamped inside, I'm not sure that proves anything. We export a lot of commercial drones, second only to Japan in volume. And gosh, China manufactures a lot of the drones we sell. It wasn't Chinese soldiers on the beach in that video. I shook my head. America has its issues, like every other country, but I can't see the win in us doing this. It's too big, too obvious, and too clumsy. Unless it's not, said Ho. We haven't actually taken the machine apart yet. It may have no identifying numbers or marks at all. What exactly are you saying? I asked. Ho glanced around nervously, and his eyes lingered on Sergeant Chung, who was working diligently about 200 yards away. There are a lot of ways this points directly and indirectly at America, Ho said, leaning close so that he could be heard through the masks we both wore. And a strong case is being made that this is your military. Even without the video of the SEALs, your own people said that this looks like a Boeing design. Granted, a commercial agricultural model, but that only makes it worse. If we did not have the video but did find the drone, the connection to America would be made. The use of a non-military drone for something like this supports the natural supposition that the people responsible did not want it traced to the U.S. military. By itself, that would create doubt, and doubt, reasonable or not, is all that's really needed for saber-rattling to become drawn swords. Do you follow? Yes, I said. That fact, plus the gravity of mass murder, continued Ho, would result, no, will result, in an immediate and dangerous escalation of tensions between our nations. Even if we bury the video, that drone will be enough. There will be blood. Now add the video to it, and reasonable doubt is gone. This becomes an irrefutable act of aggression that can only lead to some kind of open conflict. That's what we're trying to avoid, Painkiller. I know, and I want to assure you that we are trying to avoid it. You and me, all of us. He paused. Look, let me say this. I love my country, the people, our heritage. I chose my profession to serve my country, to protect it. He pointed to where the drone lay, bagged and tagged. That machine is worse than any nuclear bomb. Its very existence threatens my country. We are not strong enough to fight America. Everyone knows that. We should not try and fight anyone. Yes, we could inflict great harm on our cousins in the South and on Japan, but in any open shooting war, we would be destroyed. Or we would be consumed by China, who would step in and protect its younger brother state. And, as in the 1950s, North and South Korea would become a wasteland of blood and smoke where China and America fought without openly declaring war on each other. My people would suffer and die. A lot of people would die. The region would become completely unstable. Other countries would suffer. No one would win. I understood now why he disconnected from the team channel. "You're not wrong," I said. "Tell me, Outlaw," said Ho, "did you see any obvious damage on that drone?" "No, I did not. No. It was in an alley tangled in fishing nets. We are, I think, meant to infer that it flew low, perhaps discharging its payload, then became tangled in those nets and crashed." "Which seems like a big pile of convenient mess," I suggested. He managed a small smile at that. "A very big pile." We stood there, feeling the intense heat of what Ho was saying and implying. "We're working on preventing that video from leaking," I said. "That is good," he said, his smile becoming rueful. "Do you think you will be successful?" "Too soon to tell," I admitted, "but our people are good, the best. If it can be done, then they'll do it." "That is something, a step in the right direction," said Ho. "But I fear that the existence of the drone is what you would call a smoking gun." "Yes, it is." We stood looking at the drone, and there was a whole lot more conversation going on that wasn't said out loud. After a while, Ho said, "I am not a religious man, not at all. However, I pray that your country did this." "I'm praying very hard myself, brother," I told him. There was a moment of silence between us that could have, should have been awkward, but it wasn't. It was sad, though, because we'd found some solid common ground, and as close as we stood, the realities were that there were 10 million miles between us. I suddenly heard Bunny yelling, "Havoc! Havoc! We have a live one!" We all turned to see a small figure come walking out of the jungle. It was a little girl, maybe 6 years old, wearing torn clothing that was stained dark with blood. Her black hair hung in sweaty rat tails, and she was alive. Kaoguli-sam, 18 nautical miles west of North Korea, Sea of Japan. Sergeant Chung was closest to the girl, and he brought his rifle up quick as lightning. Andrea and Bunny were nearby, and they rushed in on either side, but Top barked them down. "Nobody touch nothing," he roared in his leather-throated drill sergeant's voice. The child stood there, looking scared and confused. She was filthy and disheveled. Flies and gnats swarmed around her. She was covered in mud and blood, but apart from bruises on her cheek, there were no visible wounds. She squinted as she looked around, as if trying to understand what she was seeing, as if her eyes were bad and she didn't have her glasses. "She does not look hurt," said Chung, speaking in Korean. "Do not, I repeat, do not touch her," warned Top. But Chung slowly knelt, a few yards away, shifting the barrel of his rifle away and holding out a hand. Not beckoning to her, but instead showing his palm. Maybe he was trying to get her to stop where she was, or maybe he wanted her to see that the hand he offered was not the one holding a gun. Not sure. "Gosh, did it, Jeeves," said Top, moving toward him. "Step away from her. Do it now." Jeeves ignored him. Top was 10 yards away from the little girl. Bunny and Andrea were about as far, and their weapons were aimed at the small figure. The little girl looked at all of them, still squinting as if trying to make sense of the blurry shapes. Her mouth was slack, lips apart, and tear tracks had cut through the blood and grime on her face. She said,
So did Bunny Chung fell back, and her hands clawed at his visor even as the bullets punched through her and splashed her blood into the air, onto the leaves of a small tree, all over Bunny. She collapsed down, dead, the engine of murderous intent switched off in a heartbeat. We all ran forward, clustered around Chung, pulling the girl's tiny body away. Ho made a sound that was half laugh, half sob, because the girl hadn't torn Chung's suit. She hadn't bitten him. None of that. No. But Chung lay there with his visor knocked askew. Not much, an inch, less, a half-inch. No, he breathed, but he did not move. Terror welded him to the spot. Top leaned in fast and slapped at the visor, smacking it into place. Bunny pulled a roll of duct tape from his pack, ready to repair damage. There was none to repair. It had just been that momentary tiny gap.
A flicker of time. Chung lay there, frozen and confused. "I am okay," he said, in Korean and then in English. "I'm okay, I'm fine." She did not get me. We all knelt or stood around him, and slowly, one by one, we turned our guns toward him. "No," he said. He held up his hands, then plucked at the fabric of his suit to prove to us that he was okay. "Please," he begged. "Bunny," I said, and the big man moved in, kicking Chung's rifle away. He grabbed the sergeant, half-lifted him, spun him, and then slammed him roughly to the dirt. Chung kept protesting. He tried to fight, to fend Bunny off, but it was no contest. Bunny hit him with a two-knuckle punch between the shoulder blades that knocked words and breath and protest from Chung's mouth. "Nothing personal, brother," said Bunny. Top handed him zip ties, and before Chung could recover, Bunny had his wrists and ankles bound. Even then, the Korean sergeant tried to fight, but Bunny pinched the back of the man's neck and bent close. His words actually went through the team intercom, but Bunny still leaned close to Chung's ear. "You need to stop fighting me, dude," he said. "It's this way or we bag and tag you with a bullet in your brain pan. You make the call." Chung fought for a few seconds. Then he sagged down and began to weep. Bunny knelt then, keeping him down, but easing the pressure of his pinch. Top was looking at the clock on his forearm computer, timing this. If Chung was going to turn, we needed to know how fast. Chung lay still for 10 more seconds. Then his whole body bucked. It was so abrupt, so incredibly strong a spasm that Bunny was knocked back, losing his grip. I wouldn't have thought it possible for a man bound like that to get to his feet. It was weird, unnatural, but he rose up like some kind of cobra, every muscle trembling, his eyes wild, and in those eyes no trace of the man he'd been was visible. He had become something else. There was a look of such deep, unfiltered, total hatred in his eyes that we all recoiled. He lunged forward and smashed his helmeted head into Andreas, knocking the small man back. Andrea fell, losing his weapon and clamping his hands to his visor, screaming with fear. Then Chung tried the same thing with Top. But Top had already shaken off the surprise, and he moved into the lunge, twisting as he did so, and smashed Chung across the ear with a crushing forearm. It was an ox killer of a blow, and if Chung hadn't still been wearing his helmet, it would have ended him. As it was, it dropped him as quickly and surely as a bullet. The sergeant landed on his side, eyes rolling high, the madness fleeing as he slipped into unconsciousness. Bunny and I dropped to our knees beside Andrea, pulling at his hands to assess the damage. The heavy plastic visor was cracked, but it wasn't broken. Bunny had the duct tape out, and as I held Andrea, he crisscrossed the visor with the waterproof and airproof tape. Ho stood watching, his gun pointed down. I pivoted on my knees. "Move that barrel right very now." Ho hesitated, and I slapped the barrel high and left, and then Belle was there, coming out of nowhere. She kicked Ho in the back of the knees, and as he dropped, she slap-turned him and took his rifle away, handing it to me. Then she straddled him, and suddenly her fighting knife was in her hand. Belle took a fistful of cloth in one hand and laid the razor-sharp edge against it. "Do I cut?" she asked, in a voice that was eerily calm. Ho froze, not even sure he breathed. "Stay," ordered Belle. Then to Bunny she said, "Cuffs." Bunny produced more zip ties, but instead of cuffing Ho, he cinched them securely around Andreas' wrists and ankles, and for good measure he hog-tied him, rolling him onto his stomach and using a third zip tie to connect wrists to ankles. If Andrea turned, he would not be attacking anyone. "Sorry, brother," he said, and laid a palm flat on Andrea's shoulder. Top looked at his timer. "How long?" I asked. "Jeeves was 13 seconds," said Top. We waited. I heard Andrea praying, not in Italian, but in Latin, an old-fashioned prayer to the Virgin Mary. Ho stayed where he was, because Belle did not move that knife. The moment seemed to stretch, to pull so tight the world had to break. 12, said Top.
measuring it out in a slow, steady voice. 13, 14, 15. He counted all the way to 30, to 60. Andrea kept praying. When Top counted his way through 2 full minutes, I said, "Bell." She unclenched her fist and smoothed the material of Ho's suit, gave him a little pat, then stepped back. She did not put the knife away, nor did she apologize. We stood there, waiting. 4 minutes, 5. No one said a very word until 10 full minutes passed. I tapped back into the TOC. "How are his numbers?" "Pulse is off the charts," said Doc, "but that's consistent with being scared out of his very mind. Your own pulse is just as high." "No, gosh," I said. Mr. Church spoke quietly. "Jackpot stays bound. Prepare for exfil. This mission is over." It sounded great. Those were the words we wanted to hear, even though we all knew, every single one of us, that it was not true. Whatever this was had just begun. Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. His name was Jerome Leroy Williams, but known to everyone as Bug. Even his mother used to call him that. His smiling face filled the big screen in Mr. Church's office. "What have you got for me?" asked Church. He was nibbling a vanilla wafer. A silver plate of them sat beside his laptop. "Been playing with the videos and having some fun." Define fun. Bug had Coke bottle glasses and very long hair that he'd recently started wearing in long twists with a sculpted fade. The t-shirt he wore had a photoshopped picture of him and Lupita Nyong'o getting married, with T'Challa presiding. "I ran the video of the rock guys and the seals through a bunch of filters and came up with something cool," said Bug. "I isolated a track that I think is the sound of the person taking the video breathing. From the degree of hiss distortion, it sounds like the person is breathing right next to a long-distance mic, trying not to be heard, but it's a good mic if it picked up conversation from the beach. Listen." He played the track, and Church closed his eyes. "Play it again," he said. When it was finished, he opened his eyes and said, "It's a woman. Yup, the timbre rings the bells as female, and my sound guys all tell me that she's probably young, late teens to early 30s. Want me to explain how they came up with that? No. What else do you have? There's a second breathing pattern that's also close, but not as close, to the mic. A guy, maybe the same age or a little older. Stronger breath and more controlled, less stress in the rhythm." He played it, and Church nodded. "This is good. There's more." Bug was clearly very happy. He loved his job, and it showed. When he was a teenager, Bug got into trouble for hacking his school's computer, and then he compounded it by hacking Homeland, the CIA, and several branches of military intelligence. Bug had been trying to find bin Laden.
Church offered him a choice between prison or a chance to work with the world's most sophisticated computer system to do some measurable good. Some years later, Bug actually helped locate Osama bin Laden in Pakistan. Proof that all he needed was the right computer. That system was one owned exclusively by Church. MindReader. The MindReader system was designed to intrude into virtually any kind of computer, bypassing security and rewriting the target computer's software to erase all traces of the hack. All other intrusion computers leave a scar, but MindReader does not. Over the years, Bug upgraded the system several times, most recently merging it with the first truly workable quantum computer, and backed that up with the Calpurnia artificial intelligence software system. The result is a computer, now called MindReader Q1, that works faster than anyone else's by a couple of orders of magnitude. "I tore the punk press thing apart," said Bug. "They were very, very careful to hide the location of where it was sent from. There are some scrambler devices on the market, well, mostly the black tech market, that use cyclical 128-bit coding algorithms to bounce everything around so much the source gets buried in its own backtrail." "But," prompted Church. "Well, if this was the only time Punk Press sent out one of these emails, then we'd be nowhere. You can't find a pattern from a single instance." Church chewed his cookie and waited.
What I did is search for all Punk Press uploads across the net and the darknet, and came up with 154 separate posts. Bug took a sip from a can of Monster. The first few posts were less well concealed. I mean, they fooled Interpol, and some white hat hackers hired to track it down, but, you know, this is me. I tore apart the emails and put Q1 on a pattern search and found the original 16-digit computer ID for the sender. The ID tagged the machine as a Dell XPS 13, which is one of the most popular models sold in Malaysia. Now, I know you'll say that model is sold in a lot of countries, but when we backtracked those first messages, there were 3 with source points at cyber cafes in Kuala Lumpur. So, we have 4 uploads with computer IDs from popular laptops in Malaysia and 3 actual posts sent from Kuala Lumpur. All 7 of those are the 7 original posts by Punk Press. Bug shrugged. After that, they got tricky, but I'd bet my mint issue of Fantastic Four number 52, signed by Stan Lee, that one or both of the people doing the heavy breathing on the video are from Malaysia. "Good work, Bug," said Church, meaning it. "No, wait, there's more," said Bug happily. "I also had some fun with the email sent to the South Korean ambassador. They used a scrambler on that too, but it's a different model. Pretty sure it's one of the portable kind that a lot of these WikiLeaks wannabes have been using. Good, but not good enough." Church tapped crumbs off his cookie. "Stop showing off, Bug, and tell me what you found." Bug was completely unabashed. "That email did not come from Malaysia. I did some noodling, ran a few of my special programs, and I can say with like a 99% certainty that it came from South Korea. That is not happy news, Bug." "Not as such, no. But I've been able to eliminate the possibility that it was sent from any of the military bases there. They have uniquely configured firewalls. And can you find out from where in South Korea it was sent? Maybe. I have it narrowed down to the Gyeongsangnam-do region. It's my belief that there are several million people living in that region, Bug," said Church. "I'm working on narrowing it down," said Bug. "It takes time." "Time is not our friend," said Church. "I might do better on the ground there. I can take a team and we can—" "Go," said Church. Bug grinned and was gone. The lab in international waters 25 nautical miles from North Korea, Sea of Japan. The barge was big and flat and full of people who looked like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from that old Ghostbusters movie. White or yellow hazmat suits, each with its own air tanks. Lots of bulky equipment. Lots of people with guns, too. And 4 tower-mounted flamethrowers aimed at a dedicated quarantine space on one end. The exfiltration chopper had been a bulky Chinook that lowered a metal box like a shipping container. We could not risk using the rib to come out here because it couldn't be easily sterilized. So, once we were all in the container and lifting off, I triggered its self-destruct mechanism. It's now a lump of unidentifiable slag. The container they lowered was, in fact, a high-end biohazard unit. We put the zippered corpses into a cold box and put Sergeant Chung and a very nervous Andrea into isolation cubicles. The drone was isolated in a big plastic box. Havoc team was strapped into seats with our hammer suits on and sealed, while the Chinook flew us to the barge. No one spoke much, though I switched to a secure channel directly to the TOC. Because the hoods of the hammer suits are not completely soundproof, I was careful about what I said, and mostly gave them observers' impressions to enhance the telemetry and video feeds from the drones. On the other hand, Doc and Church were free to be as chatty as they wanted. For Church, that wasn't very much. Doc, on the other hand, is a horse of a different color. She asked 1,000 questions. She asked about skin color and lividity for both the dead and the little girl prior to her death. She had me verify that the girl spoke. This seemed to bother her quite a lot, and she asked me to go over the scene moment by moment. "It's all on the video," I said. "You can watch the playback." "You were on the ground, honey cheeks," she said. Doc is like that. She is about a standard light year away from being politically correct, and yet her comments never felt all that insulting. Not sure why. I'd need to get Rudy to decode it for me. Tell it to me the way you saw it. Give me all of it, darling. Put me in the moment. And so I did. I closed my eyes and was back there on the village street, and I told her everything. She did not interrupt. When I was done, she let out a long, sad sigh. "I'll get back to you," she said, unhelpfully. I omitted the conversation I'd had with Ho. That would be something to share with Church later on. The Chinook lowered the biohazard unit onto the barge with only a mild thump, then dropped the cables and flew off. The WHO team, supplemented by hot zone veterans from all 4 countries, closed around us, blasting the outside of the unit with high-pressure sprays that were designed to kill any living thing, even prions, which are notoriously hard to kill. Then they connected hoses to ports and flooded the inside of the unit with a gas mixture that would do the same. If we weren't sealed into our suits, we'd have died along with the viruses, bacteria, fungi, and other unwanted travelers. They coupled a flexible plastic tunnel to the airlock, sealed it, sprayed the seal, and signaled us to disarm the inside security locks. We walked through the tunnel into a holding chamber that had sanitation cubicles for each of us. They sprayed and sprayed and sprayed, and then we stripped down to our skin and they sprayed us some more. Although I could hear the sprays hitting the other Havoc team members in adjoining cubicles, it somehow made me feel incredibly alone. Maybe this is what it felt like to go through decontamination on the International Space Station. It was not a comforting feeling in any way. Everything I wore, including all of my equipment, went into a small container that had automatic locks. It sank into the floor for conveyor belt transport to a holding area. Later, it would be studied, as everything was studied, to isolate whatever pathogen caused this. And after that, the stuff would likely be incinerated.
I put on the clothes they left for me, underwear and coveralls made from some kind of plastic that was supposed to feel like soft cotton, but which utterly failed to do so. Weirdly, they piped music into the cubicle the whole time, smooth jazz. I'm not sure if it was intended to soothe the nerves, but if I had a hammer, I'd have smashed the gosh out of the speakers. It took 2.5 hours before they let us out. A lot can happen in so short a space of time. Gosong Dinosaur Museum, 618 Jaran Monroe, Haimen Gosonggun, Gyeongsong Namdo, South Korea. Ainil Tan finished her work for the museum, then spent another hour checking all of the news services for some word of the massacre on Geguli Som. There was nothing on the net. She engaged her scrambler and accessed the dark web. That was always a risk. The dark web was invisible to most of the World Wide Web. Its contents were not indexed by any standard search engines. You had to know how to find specific sites in order to get anywhere, and those HTTP forms were carefully masked. The sites she wanted were also hidden behind paywalls, but Ainil had enough cryptocurrency stored to pay the fees. She'd earned some of the digital funds by selling information on the Silk Road online black market. Her goods were not drugs, which is what comprised most of the commodities sold on Silk Road.